Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1. 11 Years of Rolling the Dice, Today is the Lucky Day. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Name, Han Ju. Lifespan, 11/65. Race, mortal. Cultivation, none. Technique, none. Magic, none. Mystical power, none. Equipment, none. Cultivation potential, extremely bad. Click to roll the dice. Conate Providence is as follows. Click to roll the dice. Earth and Wood spiritual powers, Earth and Wood cultivation potential strengthened. Spear Dao Spirit Child, Spear Dao aptitude strengthened, physique strengthened. Click here to start your thrilling life. Looking at the attributes list in front of him, the 11-year-old Han Ju almost lost all hope. Cultivation potential in Conate Providence could be randomly changed every day by rolling the dice. However, each could only be changed once, and they could be refreshed every day at 7 in the morning. Han Ju had been refreshing since he was born. It had been 11 years, but he still hadn't managed to produce the best attributes in Conate Providence. Should I just start like this? A thought popped up in Han Ju's mind. No, it wasn't easy for him to come to a world of immortals and ghosts. How could it allow mortals to cultivate? Han Ju wanted to be the almighty protagonist. Roll the dice again. Han Ju raised his hand and clicked at the attributes list in front of him. Cultivation potential changed. Cultivation potential, none. Han Ju's young face instantly darkened. Again, destined lone star, brings bad luck to friends and family. Loneliness for life, lifespan increased by 100 years. FCK, even destined lone star had appeared. Who wants to be alone for life? Han Ju was so angry that he laid down and rolled on the grass. For an entire 11 years, he was unable to produce any outstanding cultivation potential in Conate Providence. No, continue rolling the dice. I don't believe it. Han Ju trembled in anger. After half an hour, he finally got up. Han Ju was a reborn person. In his previous life, he lived in the 21st century on Earth. At a young age, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. He didn't want to undergo painful treatment and went home to wait for death. That night, to numb himself, he found an old-school cultivation game to play. He played all night and was very hyped up. He got sleepy at dawn and thus died. When he opened his eyes again, he was reincarnated into this ancient world. He was born into a cultivation sect. The Jade Pure sect was a righteous cultivation sect of the Great Yan dynasty. On the day that he was diagnosed with terminal cancer, Han Ju was terrified. This was the first time he knew that life was so important. But now in his new life, he could actually cultivate. He was pleasantly surprised. He had to cultivate. He wanted to live longer than anyone else. However, he couldn't cultivate as a mortal. Ever since he was born, Han Ju had been living without any pressure. His parents were the servants of Elder Iron, an alchemy master of the Jade Pure sect's outer sect. They usually planted medicinal herbs for Elder Iron. An alchemist's status was special. In the outer sect, no one dared to offend Elder Iron. He had dozens of servants under him, all of whom were mortals. Even if they had cultivation potential, Elder Iron wouldn't allow his servants to cultivate. He was probably afraid they would steal his herbs. His herbs were beneficial to cultivators, but to mortals, they were poison. However, when he was 6 years old, his parents fled, leaving the young Han Ju in Elder Iron's herb garden. Han Ju could understand. It would definitely be inconvenient to escape with a child. Elder Iron didn't mind. Instead, he asked someone to guide Han Ju in helping him grow the herbs. As time passed, Han Ju became familiar with all the plants in the herb garden. Elder Iron didn't make things difficult for Han Ju, and Han Ju continued to roll his dice. Since he was immortal now, he might as well wait. Sigh, I will just keep rolling. If I can't produce a heaven-defying providence before the age of 30, then forget it. Even if I'm gonna cultivate as immortal, so be it. Hanju thought silently. The oldest servant in the herbal garden was in his 70s. He was called Old Man Wong. He had been chosen by Elder Iron when he was in his teens. Now, he was the leader of the servants. All the servants followed his lead. Hanju stood up and returned to the herb garden. He began to sprinkle water and clean up the dead leaves. The herb garden was huge, as big as a football field. Every servant was very careful when they worked. If they accidentally damaged the plants, Elder Iron would be furious. Some of the herbs were even poisonous. Elder Iron had only gone out last month and would probably take 2 to 3 years to return. To cultivators, 2 or 3 years were nothing at all. In the herb garden, Hanju was a man of few words. He didn't have many friends and only interacted with Old Man Wong. After he was done, he returned to his room and started doing push-ups to train his body. The next morning, Hanju washed up. Then, he sat on the wooden bed and waited. Hanju waited until the time when the attributes list was refreshed before he perked up. It felt like a lottery draw. This was what he looked forward to the most every day. He rubbed his hands together. First, he was going to roll the dice for cultivation potential. Cultivation potential. None. FCK. This is too despicable. Hanju almost died of anger. His hands began to tremble as he continued to draw out the connate Providence. The die rolled. Connate Providence is as follows. Unparalleled. Immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic. Top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Hanju was stunned. His eyes widened in surprise. 4 connate providences. This was the first time 4 connate providences had been produced, and they all looked very impressive. Hanju became more and more excited. This is it. No, they are it. 4 top-notch, 1 unparalleled. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. After rolling the dice for 11 years, day after day, the goddess of fortune was finally blessing him. Hanju tried hard to calm down. Without a cultivation potential, he couldn't start his game life yet. He still had to roll the dice for the cultivation potential. Finally, I'm seeing a silver lining. With these 4 supreme grade connate providences, even if I start cultivating at the age of 40, I can still make it in time. I can rest assured and continue rolling the dice for cultivation potential. Hanju was in a good mood when he thought of this. He had been rolling for 11 years, so what if it would take another 11 years? Hanju let out a long sigh, then got up and left the room to begin his day's work. 6 people were living in the house with him, and each of them had a bed. The others had woken up early in the morning. Everyone had a region they were responsible for, so they didn't dare to make any mistakes. Hanju was still young and only needed to do some simple work. Elder Iron didn't dare to let him be in charge of an area. The sun was exceptionally bright today. Perhaps it had something to do with his mood. The other servants didn't feel Hanju's change. He hadn't started his thrilling life yet, so the enhancements due to the connate providence hadn't appeared yet. Noon, 2 cultivators arrived. The Jade Pure sect was very big. The herb garden was surrounded by mountains. Cultivators weren't allowed to come here. Most of the time, the outer sect deacons would be the ones who came to ask for pills. These 2 cultivators had excellent temperaments. One was a man and the other was a woman. They looked like an immortal couple, attracting the attention of all the servants. Hanju also turned to look at the entrance of the herb garden. How glamorous. Hanju sighed. The clothes of the servants were tattered, and the clothes of the 2 cultivators were clean and gorgeous. They looked like NPCs from an online cultivation game. It was just a random exclamation. He didn't feel envious at all. He had already obtained 4 connate providences, and his future achievements were not something that the outer sect disciples of the Jade Pure sect could compare to. The male cultivator expressionlessly said to Old Man Wong, "From today onwards, the 2 of us will be responsible for protecting Elder Iron's medicinal herb garden. You don't need to be bothered by us. Also, don't disturb our cultivation." Chapter 2. Spiritual Physique of the 6 Paths, Top-Notch Cultivation Potential. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Did something happen to Elder Iron? Old Man Wong asked cautiously. Although Elder Iron was temperamental, Old Man Wong had accompanied him for decades and naturally did not wish for anything to happen to him. The female cultivator shook her head and said, "The Jade Pure sect has recently been infiltrated by a fiendish cultivator. The outer sect has specially sent the two of us to protect you. You don't have to worry. Old man Wang heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that. He cupped his hands and bowed, then turned and left. The two cultivators walked away and meditated under the trees on both sides of the entrance into the herb garden. As they began their breathing exercises, visible whirlwinds appeared around them. That must be spirit chi. Hanju thought silently and continued sprinkling water. The next day, Hanju continued rolling the dice. Cultivation potential. None. Hanju rolled his eyes. He actually didn't find it strange. He did not panic. In any case, he had obtained 4 top-notch connate providences, he could take his time in getting the best cultivation potential. The presence of the two cultivators did not change the lives of the herb garden servants. The dull life continued. Apart from his work, Hanju trained his body and rolled the dice every day. The third day, he rolled the dice. Cultivation potential. None. Fine, I know you're messing with me. Hanju cursed in his head. On the fourth day, cultivation potential. 5 elements mixed potential. Cultivation cannot exceed foundational establishment. Yes, the standard for mortal cultivation. Hanju shook his head. He still had to continue rolling the dice. He would never allow himself to cultivate as a mortal. Just like that, Hanju exercised every day and rolled the dice every day. Most of the time, he would obtain mixed potential. He wasn't discouraged, he believed that he would be able to obtain a godlike cultivation potential. It was fine to cultivate later. Anyway, he wasn't seeking revenge. 2 years later, Elder Iron returned and the two cultivators bowed and bid farewell. All the servants gathered and knelt down before Elder Iron. Elder Iron wore a black robe, and 2 gourds were hanging from his waist. His hair was black and white, and his expression was gloomy and fierce. He looked very bad-tempered indeed. Not bad, no mistakes. Elder Iron looked around and smiled in satisfaction. The servants heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Elder Iron looked at Hanju and the other youngsters beside him. The 4 of you, follow me. Elder Iron pointed and walked towards his pavilion. Hanju was one of the 4. They immediately followed. He wants to arrange for us to be in charge of a portion of the garden. Hanju thought silently. He suddenly noticed that blood was dripping from Elder Iron's right hand. Hanju was shocked. Could it be that Elder Iron was injured and wanted to make them into puppets or use them as ingredients for pills? Hanju had read many cultivation novels in his previous life. The one thing that left the deepest impression on him was that cultivators would rather kill their friends than die themselves. To cultivators, nothing was more important than their own lives. The more Hanju thought about it, the more panicked he became. He didn't dare to escape and could only try his best to calm himself down. After entering the house, a youngster closed the door. Elder Iron sat at the end of the table and scrutinized Hanju and the others. All of you, stretch out your hands. Elder Iron instructed. Hanju and the others raised their right hands. Elder Iron touched them one by one. Hanju could feel the goosebumps on his arm. Only you have a cultivation potential. The rest can go back, Elder Iron said to a tall and strong youth. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. This morning, he rolled the dice for the cultivation potential again. Yesterday, he still had a quadruple cultivation potential, but today, it was gone. Unexpectedly, it was a blessing in disguise. Hanju looked at the youngster sympathetically. Zhang Jie, a passionate and popular teenager who liked pigeons. The other 2 youngsters looked at Zhang Jie with envy. Zhang Jie was both excited and nervous. Elder Iron didn't allow servants to cultivate, but this was also the first time he checked the servants' cultivation potential. After leaving the pavilion, Hanju ignored the discussion of the other 2 youngsters and returned to work. From then on, Zhang Jie no longer participated in the labor. It turned out that Elder Iron had taken him in as a disciple. This made the other servants even more envious and jealous. Hanju wasn't envious at all. It must be a trap. He would first nurture him before killing him. Hanju was glad that he wasn't chosen. He had the system, so he didn't need a master. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Elder Iron left the herb garden again half a year ago. After he had left, the 2 cultivators from before came to protect the herb garden again. Zhang Jie was already a cultivator. So, he even went forth to talk with the 2 cultivators. All the slaves had to obey him now. Fortunately, Zhang Jie was busy cultivating and did not bully other servants. They were slaves for the rest of their lives. Elder Iron often went out, and they weren't allowed to leave the herb garden. There were no conflicts of interest, so there were very few quarrels. Hanju was already 15 years old and still kept a low profile. In the past 4 years, the best cultivation potential he rolled was a triple cultivation potential. He could reach the golden core realm with it. The golden core realm was nothing. Hanju's goal was to live forever and become immortal. That morning, Hanju rolled the dice casually. He didn't have any expectations. It was like getting up every day to rinse his mouth. Cultivation potential. Water and wood double cultivation potential. Extraordinary aptitude. There's hope to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Double cultivation potential. Nascent soul realm. Hope. Hanju clicked his tongue, completely unmoved. He was only 15. He could roll the dice for another 15 years. Continue rolling the dice. ... Spring passed and autumn came. Another year passed. Hanju rolled the dice every morning as usual. Cultivation potential. Spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Just this. Hanju scoffed subconsciously. Wait. It's this. Hanju's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. It's here. It's been 16 years. Finally, a protagonist cultivation potential. Hanju rubbed his eyes and confirmed carefully. Top-grade cultivation potential. And it was a top-grade cultivation potential with 6 attributes. HMPH. Hanju tried hard to calm down. Finally. This is it. This was the spirit root aptitude that he should have. Hanju didn't immediately click to start the life of games. He was afraid that the commotion would be too big. After all, 2 cultivators were guarding the door. Here comes the question. How long do I have to wait? Hanju was in a dilemma. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. You can choose a small place. The system will help you create a barrier. The cultivators outside the barrier will not be able to sense the changes within the barrier. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. He immediately walked to the door. After confirming that all the servants had gone to the herb garden, he closed the door. He stood in the middle of the room and pulled up the stats list. His fingers trembled as he clicked on the bottom line. Click here to start the life of games. Successful. The attributes list changed. Lines of words appeared in front of Hanju. Beginning life of games. Recount of your life. Hanju, you were born in a cultivation sect in the mortal world. From a young age, you were exceptionally beautiful and loved by everyone. Your parents abandoned you when you were young. It was as if you had a destiny for something. You have a talent that surpasses the rest of the world in the art of the sword. You can often feel that the world contains 6 mysterious powers that you cannot grasp or see. Until today, you accidentally awakened the immortal emperor's inheritance and obtained the unparalleled 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Because of this, you embarked on the path of cultivation. Please choose your main cultivation route. Chapter 3. 7th level of the Chi refinement realm, too charming. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Cultivation specialization. Hanju didn't hesitate too much. He noticed that he had obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, which was most likely related to the spiritual physique of the 6 paths. The aptitudes of the 6 top-notch cultivation potentials had to be developed together. He wanted a holistic development. At the same time, he possessed top-notch talent in swordsmanship, so he naturally had to choose sword cultivation. After Hanju figured it out, he immediately clicked on swordsman. In an instant, a strange heat surged within his body. He fell into a trance. It was like a dream. It was very long, but he couldn't remember what happened in the dream. When he opened his eyes again, Hanju was covered in sweat. The screen in front of him had become a list of attributes. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 11/65. Race, mortal. Cultivation, none. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique can be inherited. Magic, none. Mystical power, none. Equipment, none. Cultivation potential, spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows. Unparalleled. Immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic. Top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. ... Hanju wasn't in a hurry to inherit the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Instead, he clicked on the interpersonal relationships at the bottom. The screen changed and a photo of a person appeared. It looked exactly like Elder Iron. Elder Iron, 7th level of the Chi refinement realm. He hates you. If you have cultivation potential, he would definitely scheme against you. Hatred level, 1 star. FCK, I worked so hard for you and you still hate me. Hanju cursed in his head. Then, he calmed down. This is so useful, I can see what others think of me. But why is there no one else? Mortals aren't included. Does Zhang Jie have no thoughts about me? Hanju couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think too much about it. He pushed open the door first and realized that it was almost noon. He couldn't be lazy anymore or he would be discovered. He immediately ran towards the herb garden. Hanju, did you sleep in? A middle-aged servant chided him laughingly. Hanju scratched his head in embarrassment, causing the others to laugh. They didn't think too much about it, nor did they really scold him. Hanju rarely failed his duty, and sleeping in once in a while was okay. The female cultivator at the entrance of the herb garden suddenly opened her eyes to look at Hanju. She frowned slightly. This young man is so handsome. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Xing Hongshuan has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. What the hell? Who is Xing Hongshuan? Hanju was baffled and turned around subconsciously. Can it be that female cultivator? As expected, the female cultivator was staring at him. Their eyes met, and Xing Hongshuan smiled at him. Hanju quickly turned his head away. Crap, my top-notch charm has kicked into effect. I'm immortal and she's a cultivator. A romantic relationship between us will not be blessed. Can it be that she wants to use me as a human furnace? No, he had to think of a way to avoid that. At night, after the other 5 servants were all sound asleep, Hanju lay on the bed and began to inherit the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. A huge amount of memories flooded his mind. After a long while, he opened his eyes. So, this is a cultivation technique. It's so complicated. Hanju thought to himself. He was only at the 1st level of the technique and he could reach the 9th level of Chi refining realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique focused on a balanced development so that he could nurture the cultivation potentials of all 6 elemental types. Although the cultivation process was more complicated than cultivating only a single elemental type, Hanju's aptitude was exceptional and could make up for it. Only when 6 types of spirit Chi reached a certain level could one build their foundation. Hanju was very excited and quietly sat up. He had the system set up a barrier around his bed so that the 3 cultivators outside wouldn't notice. The other 5 servants were sound asleep. After all, it had been a tiring day. Hanju started to perform expiration exercises according to the 1st level. Expiration was a breathing technique. During the expiration process, he patiently sensed the heaven and earth spirit Chi. In less than 10 seconds, Hanju felt the wind, earth, wood, and water spirit Chi in the air. As for the fire and thunder spirit Chi, he couldn't capture them yet. Hanju began to absorb the 4 types of spirit Chi. Words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Even though his eyes were closed, he could still see these words. It was truly miraculous. This is your first time cultivating. These are the following options for your cultivation development. Firstly, you can be a high-profile unparalleled prodigy. You can obtain 1 Chi refining realm equipment. Alternatively, you can keep a low profile and cultivate. You can activate the ability to hide your cultivation and cultivation potential. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. The second function was obviously a godly skill. This way, he would be able to cultivate in peace without the fear of being discovered. You can activate the hidden function anytime. Hanju smiled. Elder Iron had yet to return, so he had to seize the opportunity to become stronger. In the blink of an eye. 2 years passed quickly. The 18-year-old Hanju was already at the 7th level of the Chi refinement realm. His 4 cultivation potentials, wind, earth, wood, and water, were all at the 7th level of the Chi refinement realm. Hanju knew that Xing Hongshuan was only at the 7th level of Chi refining realm through the interpersonal relationships list. Elder Iron hadn't returned for the past 2 years. What was worth mentioning was that Xing Hongshuan's good impression of him had increased to 2 stars. They had never even spoken. However, Hanju could sense that Xing Hongshuan kept staring at him, which made him feel uncomfortable. Being too handsome also had its troubles. Sigh, I only want to cultivate. Hanju sighed in his head. Xing Hongshuan was pretty, but definitely not so beautiful that people would give up anything for her. Hanju didn't want to fall in love with her. Once he loved someone, he would have a weakness. He wanted to live forever and not die halfway. He would consider romantic relationships once he had obtained immortality. As long as he was invincible, he could have as many women as he wanted. He wasn't afraid of his enemies finding trouble with him. As Hanju worked, he made the firm decision to see Xing Hongxuan as a lure that would sway him from his goals. At this moment, Xing Hongxuan suddenly rose to her feet. She walked over leisurely, attracting the attention of the other servants. She went straight to Hanju and smiled. "Come with me." Hanju was stunned. The other servants looked at him enviously. To be able to attract the attention of such a fairy-like figure must be a good thing. All of them had already given up hope and had made themselves content with staying single for life. Hanju didn't dare to refuse and could only nod. The two of them walked out of the herb garden. The male cultivator opened his eyes and asked, "Hongxuan, what are you doing?" He sized up Hanju and frowned. "He's so handsome." The herb garden servants had never left the garden their entire lives. They had no aesthetic taste, and with their habitual thinking, they didn't really notice the change in Hanju much. As a female, Xing Hongxuan was the first to notice something different about him. The male cultivator observed Hanju carefully only because of Xing Hongxuan. Hanju's good looks made him instinctively unhappy. Xing Hongxuan covered her mouth and smiled. "It's fine, you can continue your cultivation. I want to talk to this young man alone." Hanju smiled awkwardly and anxiously at the male cultivator. The male cultivator frowned but did not say anything. Hanju followed Xing Hongxuan into the woods. He was struggling internally. "I'm too charming, what should I do next? Resist? Or obey?" Chapter 4. Threatened by demonic cultivator, reward as a sword technique. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Hanju and Xing Hongxuan arrived at a deserted corner of the forest. Hanju felt uneasy, fearing that Xing Hongxuan would make that request. Xing Hongxuan turned to look at him with a burning gaze. Hanju didn't dare to look her in the eyes. Xing Hongxuan smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not trying to bother you. I just want to ask you, are you really willing to be a slave in this herbal garden forever?" Hanju was silent. "Next, you want me to bow before you and become your toy?" Xing Hongxuan took a step forward and whispered into his ear, "Help me do something. I will help you cultivate and rid you of your mortal identity." "What is it?" Xing Hongxuan opened and closed her mouth, but no sound came out. However, Hanju heard her clearly. "Help me obtain Elder Iron's alchemy recipe. I will bring you along when I leave the Jade Pure sect and we will head to the fiendish cult. I will treat you well in the future. Under me, you will not suffer at all. If you have the aptitude and achieve good cultivation, we can even become companions." Sound transmission. Hanju widened his eyes. This woman is actually a fiendish cultivator. Hanju had no idea what to do. This was no joke. If he agreed, he would offend the entire Jade Pure sect. If he refused, Xing Hongxuan would never let him leave the forest. Elder Iron wasn't here. This was only the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect. No one would respond even if he shouted his lungs out. Xing Hongxuan didn't rush him. She walked around Hanju and waited patiently. Hanju was weighing his chances of winning against Xing Hongxuan. They were both at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. Without magic and equipment, how could he defeat Xing Hongxuan? "I can't resort to brute force." Hanju pretended to be terrified and said, "I don't know where that thing is. Moreover, Zhang Jie is there." Xing Hongxuan looked satisfied. The fact that Hanju didn't mention the alchemy recipe meant that he was smart. "It's all right, I still have time, I can wait for you," Xing Hongxuan said with a smile. She took out a pill and said, "This pill can help you unlock your cultivation potential. Take it, this is my greeting gift." Hanju looked at the pill. It looked like chocolate. It was definitely poison. Not able to refuse, Hanju placed it in his mouth. But he wrapped the pill with his spirit chi to prevent it from melting. After swallowing it, Hanju opened his mouth and deliberately showed it to Xing Hongxuan. He then said excitedly, "Thank you, fairy-like miss. I will do my best. Damn it, wait for me to cultivate for another year and I will let you know how formidable I am." It was impossible for Hanju to join the fiendish cult just like that. He wanted to live forever, not a risky life. Xing Hongxuan covered her mouth and smiled. She reached out to touch Hanju's cheek and said with a smile, "You're so sensible. Be good, I will groom you as my husband in the future." Hanju showed excitement, but he was actually disgusted. "Stupid bitch, do you think you are worthy of me?" Xing Hongxuan rubbed his face for a while more before the two of them returned to the herb garden. The male cultivator looked at Hanju suspiciously, frowning. Xing Hongxuan smiled mysteriously and continued her cultivation. As Hanju walked into the herb garden, lines of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. You were threatened by the fiendish cultivator Xing Hongshuan. You have the following choices. I can even be rewarded. Nice. Han Ju's eyes lit up. He was even more determined to not listen to her. Night fell. Han Ju returned to the room and activated the barrier function. He then spat out the pill in his stomach and placed it in his belt. Then, he walked to the wooden bed and sat down. He took out a steamed bun and started eating. He had already abstained from eating ordinary meals, but to not cause suspicion, he had to pretend to eat. It was late at night. After the 5 slaves had fallen asleep, Han Ju continued to cultivate. Given his cultivation potential, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass Xing Hongshuan. For the next few days, Han Ju worked as usual. Zhang Jie had been cultivating in Elder Iron's residence, giving Han Ju an excuse to not enter. Xing Hongshuan seemed to be in no hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 1885. Race: mortal. Cultivation: 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. Technique: 6 paths of reincarnation technique can be inherited. Magic: none. Mystical power: none. Equipment: none. Cultivation potential: spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows. Unparalleled. Immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic. Top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. Han Ju broke through to the 8th level of Qi refinement realm, and all 4 of his spiritual roots reached the 8th level of Qi refinement realm. It was worth mentioning that his lifespan had also increased by 20 years, making him overjoyed. The feeling of having his spiritual Qi rapidly grow was truly wonderful. On the other hand, Xing Hongshuan and Elder Iron hadn't progressed in their cultivation at all. This was the difference between a genius and a mortal. Han Ju was secretly pleased. Indeed, one had to endure loneliness to become stronger. If he had started cultivating as a mortal from the very beginning, he might not even have reached the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm yet. That night, Han Ju heard footsteps outside the door. He immediately lay down and closed the barrier. I'm going to lure Zhang Jie away. You can go in and look for the item later. Xing Hongshuan's voice reached Han Ju's ears. He opened his eyes and hurriedly got up. Damn, I still can't run away from it. Han Ju waited patiently. He, who was at the 8th level of Qi refining, had already obtained a divine sense, and his normal senses were also extraordinary. He could faintly hear the sound of tables and chairs colliding in the distant pavilion. You can go now. Xing Hongshuan's voice flowed into his ear. Then, Han Ju sensed Xing Hongshuan and Zhang Jie rushing away from the roof. Han Ju quietly got up and prepared to put on a show. After carefully leaving the house, he looked towards the entrance of the herb garden and discovered that the male cultivator had fallen under a tree. He couldn't tell if the guy was dead or alive. What a weak guy. Han Ju couldn't help but ridicule him. He headed for the pavilion. Elder Iron's pavilion was 2 stories high, just like the villa. It was grand and magnificent, filled with all kinds of porcelain and paintings. After Han Ju entered the house, he began to wander around. He didn't put in any effort at all. Even if there was something he wanted, he had no place to keep it. After sitting for half an hour, Han Ju got up and continued to rummage through the drawers. He had to at least put on an act. Another half an hour passed. Xing Hongshuan returned. She rushed into the room and found him. Have you found it? Standing beside a vase, Han Ju turned around and said, I couldn't find it. I searched everywhere but couldn't find it. All of a sudden, he noticed that Xing Hongshuan was covered in blood. Had she killed Zhang Jie? Han Ju retreated subconsciously and accidentally knocked over the vase on the table. Ping! The vase fell to the floor and shattered. Han Ju saw a manual appearing in the broken vase with 2 words carved on it. Alchemy recipe. Silence. The room was so quiet that a dropping needle would have been heard. Han Ju was stunned and felt extremely awkward. Damn it, is this how Elder Iron hides his things? Xing Hongshuan shifted her gaze from the alchemy recipe to him. It looked as if there was a bottomless abyss in her eyes. Han Ju said in surprise, he actually hid it in a vase. This old man really knows how to hide things. Chapter 5. Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword, Prepare for Foundation Establishment. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han-ju was extremely nervous. He tried his best to look pleasantly surprised, as he prepared for Xing Hongxuan to attack him any moment. Xing Hongxuan suddenly walked forward and grabbed his hand tightly. She smiled excitedly and said, "You're really my lucky charm. I'm happy as long as you're happy. Xing Hongxuan's favorable impression of you has increased. She can become your companion. Her favorable impression of you is at the level of 3 stars." Han-ju smiled bitterly at the line of words that appeared before him. However, Xing Hongxuan didn't notice it. She walked around him, picked up the recipe, and began to flip through it. She seemed to be looking for something. Han-ju waited nervously. Should he make a move? If Xing Hongxuan took the recipe away, he wouldn't be able to obtain the sword technique. Xing Hongxuan seemed to be injured, and her breathing was unstable. Ambush her, so that she will back off and give up. Just as Han-ju was hesitating, a gust of cold wind swept through the door. Han-ju was caught off guard and was sent flying, crashing into the wall and rebounding to the ground. Not really painful, just a little scary. Han-ju stared in the direction. It was Elder Iron. He tilted his neck and shook his right leg vigorously. He was pretending to have passed out. "Put down my alchemy recipe," Elder Iron said coldly. Xing Hongxuan talked back coldly, "You're actually back." Elder Iron said expressionlessly, "I've been back for a long time, but I've been waiting for you to show up. The last time I came back, I saw the 2 of you the moment I arrived. All these years, the other disciples have not accepted any of my missions, only the 2 of you have. There must be something fishy." With that, Elder Iron suddenly launched an attack at Xing Hongxuan, pushing his palm at her. In his palm was a talisman. As Xing Hongxuan instinctively jumped away, a lightning bolt shot out from Elder Iron's palm and wrapped around her. Elder Iron then kicked Xing Hongxuan, sending her flying backward. Almost instantly, Elder Iron snatched the alchemy recipe back. Xing Hongxuan landed on the ground, her body twitching uncontrollably. With his advantage, Elder Iron continued pursuing Xing Hongxuan, causing her to flee. The 2 of them zoomed out one after another. Lying on the ground, Han-ju hesitated whether he should get up. No, if he got up, he wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion. Han-ju also thought about escaping. But it was too dangerous. He didn't even know where to run to. So, he waited patiently. After an hour, Han-ju couldn't help but scratch his butt. Then, he suddenly felt an aura approaching the pavilion. It was Elder Iron. Han-ju didn't dare to move. As he entered the pavilion, Elder Iron noticed him and frowned. Han-ju suddenly coughed. Elder Iron walked to a nearby chair and sat down, quietly staring at him. Han-ju displayed the best and most realistic acting skills ever. He rubbed his head and got up. Looking around in confusion, he was pleasantly surprised to see Elder Iron. "Elder Iron, you're finally back." Han-ju shrunk his neck and looked around nervously. He carefully asked, "Then, where did the witch go?" Elder Iron looked at him expressionlessly. Han-ju hurriedly stood up and lowered his head before Elder Iron, looking uneasy. Han-ju was gambling. He was gambling that Elder Iron didn't notice the communication between Xing Hongxuan and him. If he discovered it, Han-ju could only go all out. "What did she tell you?" Elder Iron asked. Han-ju didn't dare to hide anything and answered truthfully. "HMPH, she wants to train you to be her husband." What a joke. Elder Iron was so angry that he laughed. This kid must be daydreaming. He examined Han-ju carefully. It's actually true. This kid had really become handsome. Just based on his looks and gaze, he wasn't inferior to those inner sect disciples at all. The changes were too great. Could it be? Elder Iron stretched out his hand and grabbed Han-ju's right wrist, pondering carefully. Nervous, Han-ju was ready to attack at any time. This kid doesn't have a cultivation potential or cultivation. Am I overthinking? Old Iron silently thought. Seeing Han-ju's fearful and anxious appearance, he couldn't help but think of his parents, and his mood immediately became irritable. He snapped, "Go back to sleep." Han-ju heaved a sigh of relief, hurriedly bowed, then left the pavilion quickly. Elder Iron began to tidy up the room. Back in his room, Han-ju quietly went to bed. As you did not help Xing Hongxuan steal the alchemy recipe, you successfully obtained the sword technique, Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword. Han-ju was in a good mood. He finally had a life-saving technique. He immediately chose to inherit it. A wave of memories surged into his mind. The Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword wasn't considered a martial art, but a magical spell. He could brandish his finger as a sword, and the spirit chi would transform into a blade. Han-ju was very talented with sword techniques and was able to master the magical spell in one night. However, he didn't expose himself and maintained a low profile. The next day, after Han Ju woke up, he heard the other servants say that Zhang Jie had died. It was said that he died a miserable death, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The male cultivator guarding the herb garden also left early in the morning. Something big seemed to have happened last night. Han Ju couldn't help but mourn for Zhang Jie. Xing Hongshuan's favorable impression of you has increased. She can become your companion. Her favorable impression of you is at the level of 3.5 stars. Han Ju was stunned. Why did she become more affectionate towards me? Ridiculous. However, Xing Hongshuan probably wouldn't dare to show up again for the time being, and Han Ju could cultivate in peace. Half a month later, Elder Iron left the herb garden again. He had been going out more frequently in the past 10 years. Han Ju heard from Old Man Wang that Elder Iron seemed to be nearing the end of his life and was looking for herbs to increase his lifespan. Not everyone could break through easily like Han Ju. Elder Iron's cultivation level was stuck at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm and could not increase further. This was the difference in cultivation potential. Elder Iron was a typical mortal cultivator who wanted to change his fate. Han Ju prayed in his heart, hoping that this old man would die on the way. The reason he had such a vicious thought was that he noticed that Elder Iron still had a level of hatred of 1 star towards him. Elder Iron was a potential enemy. In the blink of an eye. 2 years passed. The 20-year-old Han Ju had cultivated all 4 spiritual roots to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. As long as he cultivated his lightning and fire cultivation potential to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, he could begin preparing to break through to the foundation establishment realm. However, there was no lightning or fire spiritual Qi around the herb garden. Han Ju knew that it was time for him to leave. That night, he quietly left. Han Ju still had 1,000 superior grade spirit stones that he had yet to take out. This would be the source of his confidence in traveling the cultivation world. Along the way, Han Ju used his divine sense to search his surroundings as he walked. He was prepared to pay a visit to the Jade Pure sect and become its disciple. The Jade Pure sect probably wouldn't reject a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement realm. The next morning, Han Ju finally found the Jade Pure sect. The sect was located in a valley between mountains. Mysterious mist pervaded the air, and 2 huge stone statues flanked the gate. They looked like Kirin statues. "Stop right there. Show us your sect pass," said a disciple of the Jade Pure sect as he raised his sword. A total of 4 disciples were guarding the entrance of the Jade Pure sect, and all of them were at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. Han Ju turned off the concealment function and clasped his hands. "I'm Han Ju, a rogue cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement realm. Do I have any way to join the Jade Pure sect?" The 9th level of Qi refinement realm. The 4 disciples' attitudes instantly changed. The sword-wielding disciple told the disciple beside him, and the latter disciple quickly left. "Wait a moment, I've sent someone to inform the outer sect warden," said the sword-wielding disciple. Han Ju thanked him. In the Jade Pure sect, other than Elder Iron, no other cultivator knew his name. Elder Iron had yet to return and might have died outside, so Han Ju wasn't worried about exposing his identity. In any case, he had done nothing to harm the Jade Pure sect, so nothing was stopping him from joining the sect. Chapter 6. Entering the Jade Pure sect, cultivating the fire cultivation potential. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Ju didn't have to wait long before an outer sect warden arrived. He was also at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. "I'm an outer sect warden of the Jade Pure sect, Yang Luo. Brother Han, can you let me do a quick check?" Fiendish cultivators occasionally tried to infiltrate the Jade Pure sect in the past few years, the outer sect warden said politely, cupping his hands. Han Ju didn't have anything on him and wasn't afraid of a check. He raised his hands. Yang Luo began to feel around. After he finished searching, he asked doubtfully, "Why do you not even have a storage ring or storage pouch?" Han Ju helplessly said, "I was attacked by a Foundation Establishment Realm fiendish cultivator on my way here. To stay alive, yeah. I'm sure you understand." Yang Luo was silent and looked at him sympathetically. "Can you show your spiritual energy?" Yang Luo asked. Han Ju could understand. It was to check if he was a fiendish cultivator. He immediately raised his right hand, wielding his finger like a sword and pointing towards the cliff at the side. Swish! A beam of spirit chi shot out from his index finger, piercing into the rocks. Yang Luo's eyes lit up. What kind of spell is this? He didn't ask, but he could feel that Han Ju wasn't a fiendish cultivator. "No problem, follow me. I'll bring you to the outer sect for registration." From now on, you're an outer sect disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Yang Luo smiled. Then, he led Hanju into the valley. As Hanju walked, he asked, how many outer sect disciples are there? What are the conditions to enter the inner sect? There are more than 2,000 disciples in the outer sect. Only those who have reached foundation establishment can enter the inner sect. However, foundation establishment is very difficult. Every 3 years, the sect will hold a sect competition. The top 3 will all receive foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pills can help a 9th layer chi refinement realm cultivator break through to the foundation establishment realm. Are there many inner sect disciples? I'm not sure about that. The Jade Pure sect's inner sect is located in a small world, we have no idea what's happening inside. It seems like Jade Pure sect is very powerful. Of course, the Jade Pure sect is the most prestigious and established cultivation sect in the Great Yan. Does the Jade Pure sect have places to cultivate with lightning and fire spiritual chi? There aren't any in the outer sect, but there might be in the inner sect. If you have a thunder cultivation potential, you can appeal to the Elder Hall. Perhaps they can make an exception and allow you to enter the inner sect. Having rare cultivation potentials like this is normally enough for the sect to especially nurture you. Yang Luo was secretly surprised. Could it be that this guy also had a thunder cultivation potential? Hanju's eyes brightened as he asked, as long as I have a thunder cultivation potential. Yang Luo nodded. Brother Yang, can you nominate me? If I can enter the inner sect, I will never forget your kindness, Hanju said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and sparks crackled in his palm. Yang Luo's pupils contracted. The outer sect warden of the Jade Pure sect, Yang Luo, has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Yang Luo laughed. Since you're already calling me brother, I naturally have to help you with this matter. I'll make an exception and explain this to the Elder Hall. Thank you, Brother Yang. I'm very grateful. Sure. Yang Luo had been stuck in the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm for 20 years. It was very difficult for him to make any more breakthroughs in his cultivation. The only thing he could do was to form connections. Following Yang Luo, Hanju saw many outer sect disciples meditating along the way. The outer sect did not allocate special cultivation grounds and cave abodes for the disciples. Everyone just randomly found a place to practice their breathing techniques and were not to cause trouble. Soon, Hanju arrived at the outer sect's buildings. Most of the buildings were very similar to Elder Iron's buildings and looked antique. There were also many disciples on the streets. Other than cultivators, there were also mortals. It turned out that there were also many mortal slaves in the cultivation sect. Slaves were not only needed by alchemists. Mortals were also willing to serve them. At the very least, they wouldn't encounter any life-threatening situations and would be able to fill their stomach. The Elder Hall was located in the center of the valley. It had 4 floors, and the entire place was filled with a strange fragrance. Hanju followed Yang Luo in. Yang Luo walked to the counter and said, a 9th level Qi refinement realm cultivator wants to join our Jade Pure sect. The first floor wasn't big, and there was only an old man at the counter. The old man glanced at Hanju, causing him to uncontrollably tense up. He couldn't tell the old man's cultivation level. Could he be a foundation establishment realm cultivator? The old man responded and turned around to take a small rectangular wooden block from the wooden cabinet behind him. Yang Luo asked in a low voice, as the first elder here. This person has a thunder cultivation potential and wants to enter the inner court. Thunder cultivation potential. The old man looked at Hanju in surprise. He waved his hand. Hanju immediately walked up to the old man. At the same time, he made the system only reveal his thunder, fire, and wind cultivation potentials. Triple cultivation potential. The old man was shocked. Triple cultivation potential. Yang Luo wasn't surprised. Instead, he looked slightly envious. Register yourself first. You will be an outer sect disciple for the time being. When the first elder returns, I will tell him about this matter, the old man said in a low voice. Hanju started the registration. After that, Hanju received the sect pass, a storage bag, a Jade Pure sect Taoist robe, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of Qi condensation pills. Yang Luo personally arranged for him to stay in a wooden house not far from his. Alright, Brother Han, you should rest first. Someone will inform you when there's news. I still have things to do. Yang Luo smiled. Hanju cupped his fists and watched him leave. Yang Luo's attitude made him feel very real. It was different from what was written in novels. Even if Yang Luo wanted to form a good relationship with him, he wouldn't deliberately try to please him. They were all cultivators. He wasn't going to be a simp just because Hanju had better potential. Hanju closed the door and started to cultivate. He could finally cultivate without any worries. Something surprising happened again. He could actually sense fire spiritual chi here. Hanju decided to first cultivate his fire cultivation potential to the 9th level of the chi refinement realm. Generally speaking, cultivators would only choose one technique to cultivate. Most cultivation techniques only had a single elemental attribute. Very few people would cultivate with 6 elemental attributes like Hanju. Hanju's cultivation potential was top-notch and he didn't feel tired at all. He enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger. More accurately, it was the feeling of his lifespan increasing. When Hanju saw the attributes panel, his first thought was to live forever. He didn't want fame or fortune. He didn't want to marry a beauty. He only wanted to live for very long. He didn't want to suffer from a terminal disease and die at a young age again. With my cultivation potential, I don't need to take risks and seek opportunities. I need to cultivate diligently and never cause trouble. If I can avoid provoking my enemies, then I shouldn't provoke them unless they want to kill me. Hanju thought silently. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju's fire cultivation had reached the 4th level of the chi refinement realm. The outer sect first elder finally returned, and Yongluo personally came to inform him. Hanju packed up his things, tied the storage bag on his waist, and followed him to the elder hall. Initially, the elder hall had already forgotten about this matter. I happened to pass by your door and noticed that you were still cultivating, so I suddenly remembered it. I'm sure the first elder would like a diligent cultivator like you. Yongluo smiled. His tone was full of admiration. Hanju didn't open his door for half a year. If not for the spiritual chi fluctuation inside, others would have thought that it was an empty room. Hanju smiled and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yang. If I have the chance to obtain more foundation establishment pills in the future, I will definitely obtain one for you." Chapter 7. Fairy Shizan's favorability grew. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Elder Hall. Hanju met the first elder. The first elder was plump and resembled Maitreya Buddha. He had a smile on his face and his eyes curved into 2 lines. He sized up Hanju and said with satisfaction, "His temperament is comparable to inner sect disciples and almost equivalent to an elite disciple." The jade pure sect robe was white with blue stripes. After Hanju wore it, his charm was completely unleashed. He didn't look like a servant at all. Many female cultivators peeped at him on the way here. "I cannot be compared to the elite disciples," Hanju said humbly. The Grand Elder smiled and said, "Let's go. Follow me to the inner sect. If you want to join the inner sect, you have to find a master. There are 18 peaks and 18 missionary elders in the inner sect. If anyone is fond of you, you can directly become an inner sect disciple. If not, you can only participate in the outer sect competition and strive to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible." "I understand." The 2 of them then left the elder hall. The old man at the counter clicked his tongue in wonder. This child's fire attribute spiritual energy has increased by quite a bit. It seems that he has been diligently cultivating for half a year. Yongluo laughed. "That's right, he didn't leave his room even once. He has good talent and is willing to cultivate diligently. Who knows, he might even become an elite disciple in the future." The old man shook his head and laughed. He didn't say anything else. He had been here for more than 100 years and had seen geniuses more talented than Hanju. He only felt a little emotional but didn't think too much about it. They didn't speak on the way. Following the first elder, Hanju arrived at a teleportation formation in the corner of the valley. Several disciples were guarding this place. The teleportation formation was very much like an altar. It was a circular stone platform with strange patterns engraved on it. Stone pillars were erected in all directions, and there were many irregular dents on them, which were especially used to insert spirit stones. This was Hanju's first time using a teleportation formation. He was very nervous, but he didn't dare to show it, afraid of embarrassing himself. The outer sect disciples began placing spirit stones. "What kind of training style do you prefer?" the first elder suddenly asked. The various peaks have different cultures because of the different personalities of the coaching elders. Some are competitive, some are low-key, and some are out on missions all year round. Hanju replied, "I'm a low-profile cultivator. I don't like crowds and I don't like being high-profile." The first elder revealed a strange smile and said, "Then, I'll bring you to the Jade Serene Peak first." At this moment, the teleportation formation was activated and a strong light burst out, causing Hanju to close his eyes. Hanju felt a strong sense of weightlessness. Any other mortal would have vomited. About 3 seconds passed. Hanju opened his eyes, and what he saw was a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. The sea of clouds filled his vision, and he felt as if he were standing on a cloud. Under his feet was the teleportation formation, and in front of him was a stone step that led to the city. The city was located on a lower peak compared to the surrounding 18 mountain peaks. However, when Hanju looked down from the teleportation formation, it was like a 10,000-foot high cliff. Due to the clouds and mist, he couldn't see the ground. The city on the lower peak was very big. Many cultivators could be seen flying with their swords in the sky. There were even various kinds of ferocious birds. That's the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect. You can do missions and collect your salary here. You can also trade inside. The first elder introduced the inner sect with a proud tone. Hanju was stunned. He had thought that the Jade Pure sect was a small sect like in the cultivation dramas. He didn't expect it to be so big. He thought he had arrived at an immortal world. He had truly underestimated the strength of the Jade Pure sect. After all, he had been staying in the herb garden for the past 20 years, and his activity was limited to a radius of 2 kilometers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a caged bird. The first elder waved his hand. Hanju felt something lifting him and almost fell. He looked down and saw a huge gourd under his feet. Stand firm. If you fall, you'll die even if you're at the 9th level of the Chi refinement realm. The first elder laughed heartily. Hanju quickly covered the bottom of his feet with spiritual force to stick himself to the gourd's surface. The huge gourd carried them towards one of the taller peaks. The other huge peaks had disciples traveling in and out, and only this one seemed inactive. The coaching elder of Jade Serene Peak is Fairy Shizan. Her cultivation level is unfathomable. She likes to cultivate in seclusion, with peace and silence. Therefore, Jade Serene Peak is not lively. In addition, she doesn't allow her disciples to develop feelings for each other and become companions. Therefore, there are very few disciples. The disciples who stay on Jade Serene Peak are basically all ascetics, the great elder said with a smile. Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, "Really? That's great." He was afraid of female cultivators pestering him. After all, his charm was unparalleled. The first elder shook his head and laughed. The first elder of the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. He was baffled. Soon, they arrived at the palace complex of the Jade Serene Peak and flew straight to the main hall. His mouth moved slightly as the first elder stood in front of the door. He was probably using a voice transmission technique. Boom, the front door opened. The first elder led Hanju in. The hall was dark. As they walked in, the oil lamps on both sides lit up. Hanju's gaze landed on the 2 figures meditating in front. 2 female cultivators. One of the female cultivators wore a blue robe and had a graceful bearing. Her appearance could be described as devastatingly beautiful. She was probably Fairy Shizan. The female cultivator behind her should be a disciple. Her temperament and appearance were quite different, but she was still a beauty. Fairy Shizan opened her eyes and looked at Hanju. As the first elder approached, he smiled and said, "This child's name is Hanju. He's an itinerant cultivator with a triple cultivation potential and also possesses a rare thunder cultivation potential. On the way here, I asked and found out that he also likes quiet and peaceful training grounds. He doesn't want to be too high profile." Hanju bowed. "Chang Yue has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. 2 stars just like that. How shallow." Hanju complained in his head and became nervous. Jade Serene Peak is not living up to its name. Are the female disciples all so desperate? Fairy Shizan opened her mouth and warned, "If you join my peak, I will not treat you any better than others. Everything will depend on you. In terms of cultivation, I won't neglect to teach you. But if you slack off, I will chase you out of the peak." Hanju immediately promised, "As long as there are no instructions, I can enter seclusion for 100 years and never leave my house." "Really? Absolutely true. Fairy Shizan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Chang Yue's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 1 star." Lines of words appeared in front of Hanju. He couldn't help but look down on Chang Yue. "Are you so desperate for love? This is a land of cultivation. Do you know any spells? Attack me. Let me see your ability," Fairy Shizan asked. Hanju nodded and decided to go all out. This Jade Serene Peak suited him too well. If it were any other peak, he would be annoyed to death by female cultivators like Chang Yue. Hanju was definitely not heartless. He also liked women, but women were definitely not as important as lifespan. Right now, he only wanted to cultivate. Lust is a knife in disguise. Once his cultivation had reached a phenomenal stage, he would be able to nurture a few companions to play with. However, he wouldn't use his true feelings. He would only cultivate together with them. Hanju channeled the spiritual power in his body and pointed his right hand at Fairy Shizan. Sword chi burst forth from his 5 fingers, condensing into a palm-sized sword chi that shot towards Fairy Shizan like lightning. Just as it was about to touch Fairy Shizan, the sword chi dissipated into thin air. Fairy Shizan's beautiful hair began to flutter. Chang Yue's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Chapter 8 A Nascent Soul Realm Master, only needs Thunder Spirit Chi. Chapter 8 A Nascent Soul Realm Master, only needs Thunder Spirit Chi. Hanju looked at the notification and waited for Fairy Shizan to speak. Fairy Shizan asked, "Is this the only move you know?" Yes, Hanju was very honest. He didn't want to pretend to be better. This sword technique is not bad. Alright, you may stay at the Jade Serene Peak. Fairy Shizan nodded slightly. The Grand Elder laughed. I shouldn't disturb you anymore, then. He nodded at Hanju and left. Fairy Shizan stared at Hanju and said, "Aren't you going to kneel and acknowledge me as your master?" Hanju came back to his senses and immediately knelt. Disciple Hanju greets master. Long live master. Fairy Shizan couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I'm an empress? Hanju didn't look up. Fairy Shizan thought to herself, this child carries himself well. His temperament is also not bad. She took out a token from her sleeve and handed it to Chang Yue. Bring your junior to the intersect to register and arrange a cave abode for him. Yes, master. Chang Yue carefully stood up. Hanju stood up and bowed, then left with Chang Yue. Just as they walked out of the palace, the door closed behind them. Junior Han, my name is Chang Yue. From now on, you can call me Senior Chang. You're a newcomer, so if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Chang Yue smiled and met Hanju's gaze. She didn't feel shy and stared straight at him. Hanju lowered his head slightly and said, "Thank you, Senior Chang. I wouldn't dare to trouble you, but if you need a helping hand, you can tell me at any time." Hehe, you're such a nice person. He's more handsome than the other male seniors and juniors. This was the first time Chang Yue had met such a handsome man, and his attitude and personality made him very comfortable to interact with. She swore to herself that she must protect Junior Han and not let him be bullied. The two of them went all the way to the edge of the cliff, chattering and laughing all along. Chang Yue took out her flying sword and let Hanju stand behind her, hugging her waist. Hanju hesitated. Other than you, the other male juniors don't have a chance to hug me by my waist. Chang Yue snorted. But in fact, Hanju was the first male junior she had met. In the entire Jade Serene Peak, only Hanju was her junior. It had been years since Jade Serene Peak had a new disciple. Since she had already said that, Hanju didn't want to be pretentious. He had to agree that Senior Chang had a slim waist. 2 hours later, Chang Yue brought Hanju to a cave entrance and said, "Inside is your cave abode. My cave abode is right beside it. You can cultivate in peace." So close. Hanju looked in the direction she pointed. The entrance of her cave was 100 meters away. Hanju sighed in his head, but he still thanked Chang Yue. The two bid farewell. After entering the cave, Hanju saw a knob on the wall of the cave. After twisting it, a stone door closed at the entrance of the cave. Immediately after, the cave lit up. He walked towards the end of the tunnel. The cave was about 100 square meters. There was a bed, a table, and a wooden cabinet. He was treated well. Hanju sat on the bed and took out the newly obtained intersect storage bag. The intersect storage bag was 10 times larger than the outer sect storage bag. It had a space of 100 cubic meters. He obtained Jade Serene Peak's Taoist robe, a flying sword technique manual, Jade Serene Peak's token, 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of chi condensation pills. Through Chang Yue, Hanju learned that a high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones. A middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones could be used for cultivation or currency. He immediately retrieved the 1000 superior grade spirit stones from his attribute panel and placed them into his storage bag. This amount of spirit stones was enough to make Hanju rich. The providence of being the descendant of an immortal emperor was indeed amazing. He was given 1000 superior grade spirit stones from the start. Hanju opened his characteristic panel and checked his interpersonal relationships. Chang Yue. Second stage foundation establishment realm. She treats you as her younger brother. Current favorability, 2 stars. Fairy Shizan, third level of the nascent soul realm. Your master admires your temperament. Current favorability, 1 star. Treats me like a younger brother. Hanju was speechless. Favorability didn't mean romantic affection. He was thinking too highly of himself. However, he was very surprised by Fairy Shizan's cultivation. She was a nascent soul realm cultivator. The outer sect's first elder was only at the foundation establishment realm. The Chi refinement, the foundation establishment, the golden core, and the nascent soul realms were all the realms that he was aware of so far. In other words, Fairy Shizan was the strongest cultivator he had encountered so far. Not bad, not bad. Hanju thought happily. He packed up his things and started reading the flying sword technique manual. He had to master the flying sword technique. Otherwise, he would have to hug onto his senior's slim waist whenever he needed to go down the mountain. His top-notch sword technique talent allowed him to master the flying sword technique in an hour. He dripped blood on the flying sword to make it recognize him as the owner. This method was recorded in the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After everything was done, he walked out of the cave abode and stepped on his flying sword. He began to circle Jade Serene Peak to familiarize himself with the flying sword technique. In the Jade Serene Hall, Fairy Shizan suddenly opened her eyes as a strange look flashed across them. Is this really the first time this kid has cultivated the flying sword technique? She had eavesdropped on Hanju and Chang Yue's conversation before. Was he lying? If he was lying, why would he suddenly display his flying sword technique now? Fairy Shizan couldn't figure it out and decided to observe for a while longer. After Hanju flew dozens of rounds, he quickly returned to his cave abode to cultivate. He started to cultivate his fire spiritual power. You have successfully become an inner disciple of the Jade Pure sect and started your first cultivation after entering the sect. You can choose the following development path. Path 1. Earn reputation points and lead the Jade Serene Peak to become the strongest peak. You can obtain a piece of unparalleled equipment but offend Fairy Shizan. 2. Keep a low profile and cultivate. If you obtain Fairy Shizan's recognition, you can obtain a movement technique manual. Hanju took a look and face-palmed. What the hell? Leading Jade Serene Peak to become the strongest peak would instead offend Fairy Shizan. His master was very strange. Is she a fiendish cultivator spy? Hanju shook his head and smiled, silently choosing the second option. He wasn't interested in unparalleled equipment. All he wanted was to cultivate diligently. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju successfully cultivated his fire cultivation potential to the 9th level of the Chi refinement realm. All that was left was the Thunder Spirit Chi. However, he couldn't capture any Thunder Spiritual Chi on the Jade Serene Peak. Hanju was distressed and decided to pay a visit to his master. He immediately got up and walked out of the cave abode. He executed the flying sword technique and quickly flew to the entrance of Jade Serene Hall. He knelt in front of the door and said, "Master, I have something to ask of you." He didn't raise his voice. He was sure that Fairy Shizan could hear him. Before long, the door opened. Hanju walked into the hall at a medium pace. He walked up to Fairy Shizan and knelt, saying, "I have cultivated my wind cultivation potential and fire cultivation to the 9th level of the Chi refinement realm. I'm only lacking the Thunder Spirit Chi before I can proceed to foundation establishment. Master, please tell me where I can find Thunder Spirit Chi." Fairy Shizan opened her eyes and frowned. You want to cultivate all 3 types of spiritual power? Not 3, I'm cultivating 6 elements. Yes, Master, Hanju replied respectfully. Fairy Shizan said softly, this isn't an easy path. The heavenly tribulation you encounter will also be stronger than others. You can cultivate one type of spiritual chi first. After you reach the golden core realm, it won't be too late to cultivate with the other spirit chi. Chapter 9, Third Level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Mofucho. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. I want to continue like this. Although it's difficult, I believe that with my will, I can succeed. I'm willing to spend all my time on cultivation, Hanju replied. Fairy Shizan didn't reject him directly, which meant there was still a chance. Fairy Shizan stared at him and said, the intersect has a teleportation formation that leads to the Thunder Spiritual Pool. However, one needs 10 mid-grade spirit stones to stay in the Thunder Spiritual Pool for a day. At first glance, it looked cheap, but for cultivators, how could a day be enough? Hanju said in surprise, thank you for your guidance, Master. I'm going there immediately. With that, he stood up and left in a hurry. Fairy Shizan smiled before closing her eyes and continuing to cultivate. When Hanju arrived at the intersect city, he stopped a female disciple and asked, "Senior, sorry for disturbing you. Where's the Thunder Spiritual Pool? Can you tell me?" "That way, at the end of the road. The place that has lanterns with thunder written on them is the Thunder Spiritual Pool." "Thank you, Junior." Hanju left quickly, not giving her any chance to strike up a conversation. Wherever there were people, there would be trouble. The fewer friends he made, the less trouble would find him. What are friends? We help each other, and we're friends. If you want my help, that's trouble. 10 minutes later, Hanju found the Thunder Spiritual Pool. Entering the pavilion, he saw a teleportation formation in the inner courtyard. He took out 100 superior grade spirit stones. He was going to stay there for 3 years. If he left early, he could ask for a refund for the remaining time. The Jade Pure sect would never cheat their own disciples. The disciples who worked here were here to clear missions. The owner of the Thunder Spiritual Pool was an elder, so no one dared to cause trouble here. The disciples working here were slightly surprised by Hanju's generosity, but they didn't say anything. Although the thunder cultivation potential was rare, the Jade Pure sect had more than a few disciples with it. When he opened his eyes again, Hanju appeared at a pool filled with hot air. Visibility was poor, the thunder clouds were very low, and he felt that he could reach out and touch them. Apart from him, another cultivator was already meditating nearby. "Don't wander around in the Thunder Spiritual Pool. You can only cultivate by the pool. If you don't obey the rules and get killed by lightning, you deserve it." A cold snort came from behind. Hanju turned his head and saw that it was a huge tree. Its main trunk had a human face filled with sarcasm. "A tree spirit." Hanju nodded at it and then walked to the side to meditate. The Thunder Spiritual Pool quickly fell into silence, and only the sound of thunder could be heard. Hanju was pleasantly surprised to find a lot of Thunder Spiritual Chi here, which made his progress cultivating his Thunder Spirit energy much faster than when he had cultivated the other spirit energies. Awesome! Hanju was extremely excited. In just a short year, Hanju had successfully cultivated his thunder cultivation potential to the 9th level of the Chi refinement realm. He didn't leave but prepared to enter Foundation establishment. Previously, he had already cultivated all the different types of spiritual energy to the max and had also reached the max for the thunder spirit energy now. He had maxed out all 6 spiritual energies. He could go for Foundation establishment immediately. Foundation establishment required Foundation establishment pills, but that was only for mortals. Hanju had top-tier cultivation potential. The first level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique taught him a method to avoid heavenly tribulation. It was a very hard-line approach. He would absorb the heavenly tribulation. The 6 paths of reincarnation would absorb the lightning from the heavenly tribulation and convert it into thunder spirit energy, helping him further his cultivation. A month later, Hanju started to break through to Foundation establishment. It just so happened there were few people in the Thunder Spiritual Pool. Even if he succeeded in reaching the Foundation establishment realm, it wouldn't attract too much attention. Meditating, Hanju kept changing his moves and practiced the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. 6 types of spiritual energy revolved in his body, forming 6 colored whirlpools in his dantian. The tree spirit suddenly opened its eyes and looked at him in surprise. The cultivator nearby also opened his eyes. The lightning in the Thunder Spiritual Pool began to gather towards Hanju. Is he trying to enter Foundation establishment? The cultivator's face twitched. He silently distanced himself from Hanju, afraid that he would be struck by the heavenly tribulation. An hour later, streaks of lightning interweaved above Hanju's head like dragons and snakes. The strange thing was that these lightning bolts disappeared the moment they touched him. They didn't cause him any harm. The tree spirit and the cultivator frowned. What kind of cultivation technique is he using? It can counter the tribulation like this. Although they were surprised, they didn't disturb him. Disrupting others during their tribulation transcendence was a big taboo in the cultivation world. It was immoral. Relying on his exceptional cultivation potential and an unparalleled cultivation technique, Hanju's breakthrough to Foundation establishment was extremely smooth. There were no surprises or danger. 3 days later, he successfully established his foundation and reached the first level of the Foundation establishment realm. Congratulations on reaching the Foundation establishment realm. You have the following choices. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. After his breakthrough, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he planned to continue cultivating his thunder spirit energy until the time was up. He first inherited the second level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The next morning, he continued to cultivate. This person has a good temperament. He didn't even go out to celebrate his successful breakthrough. Instead, he continued to cultivate, the cultivator thought silently. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Mo Fucho has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju opened his eyes and noticed that the cultivator was staring at him. Hanju nodded at him politely. Mo Fucho nodded back. Then, the two of them continued cultivating without further communication. Hanju walked out of the Thunder Spiritual Pool and opened his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 27 Race, mortal. Cultivation, level 3 of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique can be inherited. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword. Mystical power, none. Equipment, none. Cultivation potential, spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows. Unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. Level 3 of the Foundation Establishment Realm. This was the cultivation level of his thunder cultivation potential. The Foundation Establishment Realm was also divided into 9 levels. He was really fast. 2 years for reaching level 3. Most importantly, his lifespan had increased to 187 years. Hanju was very satisfied. Brother, may I know your name? I'm Mo Fucho from the Heavenly Thunder Peak. A voice sounded from behind Hanju. He stopped and turned around. Hanju cupped his fists and said with a smile, I'm Hanju from Jade Serene Peak. Jade Serene Peak, no wonder I find you unfamiliar. It's a pity for someone with your talent to join the Jade Serene Peak. Do you want to come to Heavenly Thunder Peak? My master is a thunder cultivator. Mo Fucho shook his head. Hanju smiled and said, I have already acknowledged Fairy Shizan as my master. She will be my master for life. I can't betray her like that. But thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Mo. Mo Fucho smiled and said, your technique is very impressive. You reached the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm in just 2 years. You're considered one of the best in the entire inner sect. Brother Mo, you flatter me. I have no intention of comparing myself with the other inner sect disciples. Ha ha ha, the two of them chatted for a while before leaving. After returning to Jade Serene Peak, Hanju didn't know whether he should go greet Fairy Shizan or not. Forget it, Master's also an ascetic, I shouldn't disturb her. Hanju silently returned to his cave abode. After returning to his bed, Hanju rested for a while before checking his interpersonal relationships. He found an email mark on the top right corner, still glowing red. Curious, he clicked on it. Chapter 10. Miserable Friend, First Disciple's Favorability. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Your good friend Xing Hongshuan is being hunted down by the Jade Pure sect and was severely injured. She managed to escape by luck. Your good friend, Xing Hongshuan, is being hunted down by her fellow disciples and was lucky enough to counterattack. Your good friend Xing Hongshuan betrayed the Viridescent Nether cult and is being hunted down. Your good friend Xing Hongshuan's favorable impression of you has increased to 4 stars. Hanju was speechless. That's very unfortunate of her. The most ridiculous thing was that for the past few years, Xing Hongshuan was getting more affectionate of him. They didn't even meet again. A woman's heart is like an underwater needle. I can't get it. Hanju took a closer look. No one on his list had any progress in their cultivation. This is great. First, he set a small goal to surpass Fairy Shizan. Hanju closed the attribute panel and continued cultivating with a high spirit. 3 years later, Hanju's fire cultivation potential had reached the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The Thunder Spiritual Pool had a much higher density of spirit chi than out here. So, his cultivation had been slower. At this rate, he would need another 12 years before he would reach the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment Realm for his other 4 types of spirit energy. Anyway, he could live for 187 years now. There was ample time. However, if I cultivate all 6 types of cultivation potential to the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm, I'll probably come very close to the end of my lifespan. Hanju thought silently. Cultivating all 6 elements would take 6 times longer than if he only cultivated one. The thunder spiritual pool came to Hanju's mind. It seemed like he had to make use of these spiritual pools. In the Jade Pure sect, other than the thunder spiritual pool, there were other spiritual pools. There were a total of 8 attributes. The other 2 attributes were metal and ice. The Jade Pure sect was indeed very resourceful. This was good too. Hanju didn't need to change sects. Several days later, a bell suddenly rang on Jade Serene Peak. Hanju opened his eyes and stood up immediately. Once the bell rang, it meant that Fairy Shizan was summoning all the disciples. This was the first time in the many years he had been here he was summoned. I hope it's not something troublesome. I still want to continue cultivating. Hanju thought silently. After walking out of the cave abode, he bumped into Chang Yue. Junior, long time no see. Hey, you've reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Chang Yue greeted him with a smile. Then, her eyes widened. She was only in the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment realm and couldn't see through Hanju's cultivation level, but she could feel that Hanju's spiritual power was very strong, far beyond what Chi Refinement realm cultivators could radiate. Hanju smiled humbly. I was just lucky. Chang Yue was secretly shocked. Could Junior have surpassed me? No, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I can't lose to my junior. Chang Yue's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 1.5 star. Hanju was confused. What the hell, did I say something wrong? Chang Yue chuckled as she brought Hanju up the mountain as if nothing had happened. Along the way, they met other disciples of the Jade Serene Peak. Hanju was the youngest and had to address everyone as a senior. Different from what he had imagined, there were other male disciples in Jade Serene Peak as well. There were quite a number of them, and all of them looked imposing. There was approximately an equal number of male and female disciples. Reaching Jade Serene Hall's gate, they knelt and waited patiently. During this time, Hanju was sized up by the others. The female disciples all smiled at him, but no one developed a favorability towards him. These disciples had already cultivated here for many years, unlike Chang Yue who had only joined the Jade Serene Peak a few years earlier than Hanju. More and more disciples arrived. When the gate opened, Hanju counted 56 disciples in total. Even the most downtrodden Jade Serene Peak had so many disciples, let alone the other peaks. Most of the disciples were stronger than Hanju, so he couldn't see through their cultivation. After entering the hall, Hanju made sure he was at the back. As the junior, he naturally had to be ranked last so as to avoid offending some petty seniors. Mats had already been placed in 2 rows within the hall, allowing the disciples to sit facing each other. Hanju sat at the back, facing Chang Yue. She winked at him like a child. Childish. Hanju quietly raised his middle finger. Chang Yue didn't understand this gesture. She thought it was a secret signal and also pointed her middle finger at him. Quote. At this moment, Fairy Shizan spoke. Sect Master has just made a decision. In the upcoming inter-peak sparring competitions, the 3 peaks ranked last will each choose 10 disciples to go fight against the Viridescent Nether Cult. All these years, the Viridescent Nether Cult has been sending spies to scheme against our Jade Pure sect. Sect Master is prepared to counterattack. Hanju observed the others' expressions and realized no one was panicking. Isn't Jade Serene Peak ranked one of the lowest? Hanju had always thought Jade Serene Peak was the weakest peak. Lu Sangxin, the first disciple, smiled and said, Master, although we aren't that outstanding, we have always been in the top 10. Don't worry. The other disciples agreed. No matter how low profile we are, it's impossible for us to be at the bottom. The Viridescent Nether Cult is getting really rampant. I heard that there are many spies of the Viridescent Nether Cult in the outer sect. We have to be careful when recruiting new disciples. The cult's spies don't even cultivate fiendish techniques. We should have dealt with the Viridescent Nether Cult long ago. Every time I go out to train, I will meet their pompous disciples. Hanju listened in silence. Fairy Shizan said, I'm naturally not worried about the ranking. However, this also means that the Jade Pure sect and the Viridescent Nether Cult will fight sooner or later. So, take up missions regarding the Viridescent Nether Cult from now on. Although we keep a low profile, we should still contribute to the sect. The disciples nodded. Hanju, Fairy Shizan suddenly called out. Hanju hurriedly got up. The other disciples looked at him. You reached the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm from the 9th level of the Chi Refinement realm in just a few years after entering the peak. Seems like you're a genius, said Fairy Shizan with a smile. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The speed of progression was unbelievable. Hanju replied, I was just lucky. Master, I don't want to be high profile. Recently, the sect has come up with a nurturing program that targets the most outstanding geniuses of each peak. They will be groomed together and will become the trump cards of the younger generation of the Jade Pure sect. I would like to recommend you, said Fairy Shizan with a smile. The way the disciples looked at him changed. Hanju immediately knelt and said in fear and trepidation, Master, I don't want to go. I don't deserve it. I only want to stay on Jade Serene Peak and cultivate in peace. I don't want to fight for fame and fortune. Furthermore, I'm new here, I should leave such an opportunity to my seniors. It's definitely a trap. Hanju knew what was going on. Even if he was really a top-notch genius, he didn't have the qualifications to become a core disciple of the sect right after entering. How can it not be a trap? Is Fairy Shizan testing me? If he was a spy from the Viridescent Nether cult, he would definitely seize this opportunity. Really? Fairy Shizan narrowed her eyes. Hanju nodded and said, absolutely. Fairy Shizan nodded. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. The stares of the other disciples softened. Lu Sengxin has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. I knew it. The first disciple wants to go. It would be a huge embarrassment for the first disciple if he weren't given this chance. Fairy Shizan looked at Lu Sengxin and said, it should be you, then. You're the first disciple of Jade Serene Peak. Don't cause trouble. I understand. Lu Sengxin smiled, and the other disciples congratulated him. Chapter 11. The 9th level of Foundation Establishment Realm, an opportunity from the Tree Spirit. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After leaving the Jade Serene Peak, Hanju was about to return to his cave abode when Lu Sengxin approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Lu Sengxin smiled and said, Junior, I appreciate your good intentions. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to ask me for help. Hanju blinked and said, I wish you success, Senior. How could he deny a favor that came knocking on his door? Haha, Lu Sengxin laughed and left. Hanju had only taken a few steps when Chang Yue caught up to him. Junior, you haven't done any sect missions yet, right? Do you want me to guide you through one? Chang Yue asked with a smile. No thanks, I want to cultivate. Cultivating in the cave abode is very slow. You can earn spirit stones by completing missions and then go to various spiritual pools to cultivate. It's much more efficient. At the same time, you'll also get contribution points by completing missions. If your contribution points are high, you can buy pills. Never mind, I'm afraid of death. How can we cultivators be afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, why are you cultivating? Chang Yue was vexed with him. Why is this junior so cowardly? Hanju didn't go because he had a lot of spirit stones. HMPH, so be it. Chang Yue turned around and left. Hanju fell into deep thought. Indeed, he couldn't cultivate in the cave abode. He had to go to the spiritual pools. It would be too risky to go after 100 years when he was closer to death. Thinking that, Hanju immediately headed towards the inner sect city. 10 years passed in a flash. Hanju had been wandering around the various spiritual pools. He had spent nearly 400 superior grade spirit stones. His cultivation level had reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and all 6 types of cultivation potentials had reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. At this rate, even if he spent the remaining 400 or so superior grade spirit stones, he still wouldn't be able to reach the Golden Core Realm. Hanju began to concentrate on cultivating the Thunder Spiritual Energy and Fire Spiritual Energy. He couldn't spend all the spirit stones. There would definitely be expenses later on. Another 10 years. He might as well finish cultivating his thunder cultivation potential at the spiritual pool and then cultivate his fire spiritual energy in the cave abode. That's it. After making up his mind, Hanju headed straight to the thunder spiritual pool. No cultivator could be seen in the thunder spiritual pool. But Hanju wasn't afraid of loneliness. Brat, you're here again. I thought you were a genius before. Why are you still only at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm after so many years? The tree spirit couldn't help but tease. Hanju shrugged his shoulders and said, it's precisely because I have no talent, that's why I cultivate so diligently. True. After saying that, the tree demon closed his eyes. Hanju was a regular visitor, so he didn't need to remind him. Soon, Hanju entered his cultivation state. Time quickly passed. Year after year passed. 5 years later, Hanju's thunder cultivation potential had already reached the 7th stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Mo Fucho had returned with a female disciple. This female disciple was extremely beautiful, and her mannerisms also had the bearing of a noble lady. "Brother Han, you're also here," Mo Fucho said with surprise. Han Ju opened his eyes. He smiled and replied, "Brother Mo, you're here too." Mo Fucho was an absolute genius. Through his interpersonal relationships, Han Ju noticed that he had already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Although nearly 20 years had passed, to be able to break through 2 levels in the foundation establishment realm and head towards the golden core realm, what else could one be but a genius? "Let me introduce you. This is my junior at Heavenly Thunder Peak. She's also my younger sister from my clan, Mo Zu," Mo Fucho said with a smile. Han Ju cupped his hands and said, "I'm Han Ju from Jade Serene Peak." Mo Zu nodded and carefully sized him up. She asked, "Why are you still at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm? My elder brother said that you might already be at the 6th level." Han Ju smiled and said, "I want to do it steadily. Hey, let's quickly start our cultivation." With that, he sat down. Although Mo Fucho was curious about his cultivation level, he didn't ask further. The two of them quickly began to meditate. Not long after, they were surprised to discover that Han Ju's absorption speed far exceeded theirs. What kind of cultivation technique is he cultivating? No, it's his cultivation potential. Mo Fucho was shocked. Mo Zu also looked at Han Ju in surprise. Han Ju wasn't bothered by their reaction. He had to hurry. Every minute was spirit stones. 3 years later. Mo Fucho and Mo Zu prepared to leave. Mo Fucho looked at Han Ju. He wanted to say something, but seeing how focused Han Ju was, he didn't want to disturb him. The two left the Thunder Spiritual Pool. "Brother, why didn't Han Ju's cultivation level increase?" Mo Zu asked curiously. Given the speed at which Han Ju absorbed spiritual chi, he should have broken through long ago. Mo Fucho had a complicated look in his eyes as he said, "This person definitely has a method to suppress his cultivation level. I'm afraid his cultivation level has already caught up to mine, 9th stage foundation establishment realm." Mo Zu widened her beautiful eyes and said, "You said that 20 years ago, he was only at the 9th level of the chi refinement realm. So fast." Mo Fucho took a deep breath and said, "Jade Serene Peak is packed with ascetics. I didn't expect such a genius to appear. Let's go, we have to work as hard as him." Mo Zu nodded. At the same time, Han Ju saw 2 lines of words. Mo Fucho's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Mo Ju's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Ju was indifferent. He had already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment realm and was currently attempting to break through. Half a year later, Han Ju finally cultivated his lightning spiritual energy to perfection. Even if he wanted to cultivate it again, it would be impossible. He stood up and prepared to leave. "Boy, it appears that you possess a method to suppress your cultivation. You're truly remarkable," the tree spirit said with a laugh. His tone was no longer laced with mockery. Han Ju shrugged and smiled. He walked to the teleportation formation and was about to leave. "I have an opportunity here. Do you want to take it?" asked the tree spirit. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. "No," the tree spirit was stunned. "You can get large amounts of spirit stones, sect contribution points, and even equipment and treasures. Are you sure you don't want to try? Is it dangerous? If you want a good opportunity, you naturally have to take the risk." "Then, forget it. I don't want to die." "You." The tree spirit trembled in exasperation and disbelief. Han Ju urged, "Please let me out. I still have to return to my cave abode to enter seclusion." The tree spirit snorted and activated the formation, sending him out. Han Ju received the refund of a year and a half worth of spirit stones in the pavilion. He still had nearly 300 spirit stones in his storage bag. He didn't return to his cave abode immediately but headed for the salary building. After all these years, he hadn't received his salary. He should take it. The Jade Pure sect would give out salary once a year. They could leave it there and collect it in one go. The salary building was one of the most bustling pavilions in the Jade Pure sect. There were many disciples, and they had to line up to receive their pay. Han Ju's temperament attracted the attention of many female cultivators. The male cultivators also quickly noticed him. As Han Ju's cultivation level continued to increase, his unparalleled charisma was also fully displayed. The system could hide his cultivation, but not his charm. "Who's this person? He's so handsome. I never knew we had a man like this in the Jade Pure sect. I've seen him before. He seems to be a disciple of Jade Serene Peak. Tisk tisk. He looks like he's walked out from a painting. The disciples of Jade Serene Peak all have good looks. Do any of you know his name? Hanju pretended not to notice the discussions around him. After receiving his salary, he quickly fled, causing the female cultivators who wanted to strike up a conversation to feel endless regret. Just as he walked out of the building, Hanju bumped into Mozu. "Brother Han, you're here. How fateful," Mozu said in surprise. She quickly went up and held his arm. Hanju's face froze. Chapter 12. 7 Illusionary Steps, 10,000 Demon Realm. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The female cultivators who walked out of the salary building frowned when they saw Mozu holding Hanju's arm. They all wailed in their hearts. Hanju quickly pulled his back and kept a distance from her. Mozu smiled warmly. "Brother Han, I have something that I need your help with. The side storyline is here." Reject. Hanju shook his head and said, "Sorry, I still have to go back and cultivate." Cultivate. This is a huge opportunity you don't want to miss. Have you heard of? Mozu hurriedly said. She suddenly noticed the female cultivators behind Hanju and felt that it wasn't convenient to talk here, so she started dragging him away. "Miss Mo, don't pull me. I'm not even afraid as a woman. As a man, how can you be afraid? Master forbids us from having romantic feelings. PFF'd, we've only met twice. Do you think I'll fall in love with you?" Moju's face instantly turned red. She secretly glanced at him. Brother Han was indeed good-looking. This was the first time she had seen such a good-looking man. If they became companions, even Moju's ears turned red. Hanju noticed her expression and felt that something was wrong. A sign of danger. He had yet to reach the Golden Core realm, so he couldn't have romantic feelings. Mozu was beautiful, but she couldn't ruin his dedication to cultivation. Hanju immediately took a step to the side and kept a 1-meter distance from her, walking side by side. The two of them walked to a deserted alley. "So, what is it?" Hanju asked. Mozu looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she asked in a low voice, "Brother Han, have you heard of Li Qianlong?" "Never heard of him." "What, you've never heard of Li Qianlong? Get to the point." Hanju was a bit frustrated. Although he was almost 50 years old in this lifetime, he had never left the Jade Pure sect. He couldn't even recognize the famous people of the sect, let alone the entire cultivation world. Li Qianlong is the most talented individual Jade Pure sect has seen in 100 years. It's said that he's almost at the soul formation realm. His cave abode is located on a huge mountain outside the Jade Pure sect. He has cast many forbidding spells on his cave abode, which renders it concealed. Recently, I received news that his cave abode has appeared. However, he has a beast guarding it. The beast is afraid of lightning. We're all thunder cultivators. We will definitely be able to subdue it. The more Mozu spoke, the more excited she became. Hanju asked, "Where's your brother?" The inter-sect competition ended last year. He was chosen by the sect master to be especially groomed, so I couldn't find him. Hanju raised his eyebrows. It's over. Crap, he had cultivated for too long and forgot such a major event. He hoped that Fairy Shizan would not blame him. If what you said is true, why aren't the sect leaders personally going to retrieve this cave abode? Hanju asked. Mozu shrugged and said, his cave abode isn't that important to the sect. However, to us Foundation Establishment cultivators, it's a huge opportunity. Hanju asked, how did you know about this? A friend of mine told me. It isn't on the mission board. It must be a trap. Definitely not going. Hanju immediately refused. It's too dangerous. I'm not going. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't participate, or you'll die very miserably. With that, he turned around and left. Mozu stomped her feet in anger. However, it didn't negatively affect her impression of Hanju. Instead, she was beginning to hesitate. Even a genius like Hanju doesn't dare to go. Could there really be danger? After returning to the Jade Serene Peak, Hanju went to the Jade Serene Hall and knelt at the gate. The intersect competition was an important event. If he was the only one who didn't go spectate from the Jade Serene Peak, he would be in huge trouble. Come in, I have something to talk to you about. Fairy Shizan's voice drifted over as the door opened. After entering the hall, Hanju discovered that Fairy Shizan wasn't alone. Chang Yue and an old man were also present. Wait, this old man, he's Elder Iron. Hanju was stunned but continued to move forward. Upon seeing him, Elder Iron's face froze in confusion. This kid is a disciple of the Jade Serene Peak as well. How can this be possible? Elder Iron was in disbelief. This is a new disciple of the Jade Serene Peak. He will be your junior from now on. You can just call him Junior Iron, said Fairy Shizan. Hanju nodded and looked at Elder Iron. Junior Iron, if you have any trouble in the future, feel free to look for me. Elder Iron gritted his teeth and said, Hanju, how did you become an inner sect disciple? He was shocked to find that he couldn't see through Hanju's cultivation. In just over 20 years, Hanju had surpassed him from a mere mortal. Fairy Shizan wasn't surprised that they knew each other. Instead, she asked, why are you still at the third level of the Foundation Establishment realm? Third level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Elder Iron was even more shocked. He had worked so hard to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, but Hanju was already at the third level. Hanju was afraid that Elder Iron would sabotage him, so he had to demonstrate his value to Fairy Shizan. Thus, he no longer hid his cultivation level. Master, I'm already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. I just wanted to keep a low profile, so I hid my cultivation level. Elder Iron and Chong Yue widened their eyes upon hearing that. Junior, how did you break through so quickly? Chong Yue exclaimed. She literally watched Hanju leap from the 9th level of the Qi Refinement realm to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It was too ridiculous. Hanju explained, I've been cultivating in the Thunder Spiritual Pool and didn't dare to slack off. That's why I made such progress. Fairy Shizan smiled in satisfaction and said, if everyone on the Jade Serene Peak was as hardworking as you, Jade Serene Peak would definitely become the strongest peak of the Jade Pure sect. You kept a low profile to cultivate. You have successfully obtained Fairy Shizan's recognition. You're rewarded with a movement technique manual. Congratulations on obtaining the 7 illusionary steps. Hanju concealed his excitement and quickly said, Master, you're flattering me. I just like to cultivate. That's all. Elder Iron tried his best to calm down. He knew that he couldn't suppress Hanju anymore. It was best to forget what happened in the past. If he told Fairy Shizan about it, she might become unhappy with him. He suddenly felt nervous. With Hanju's cultivation, killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. No, he had to resolve this grudge. Since you like to cultivate so much, I will assign you a mission to guard the Jade Pure Sect's 10,000 demon realm. Fairy Shizan's smile suddenly turned incomprehensible. 10,000 demon realm. It sounded so awesome and so dangerous. Hanju instinctively wanted to decline, but he still asked carefully, Master, what's the 10,000 demon realm? Chong Yue said excitedly, it's the place where the Jade Pure sect raises its beasts. Master, I want to go too. Let me accompany Junior Han so that he won't be bullied. Fairy Shizan glared at her, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to say anything else. Every peak will send a disciple to guard the 10,000 demon realm. Because there are many kinds of beasts in the 10,000 demon realm, the spirit chi there is concentrated. It's a very suitable place for you to cultivate, but dangers also exist. There are often cases where the beasts go berserk and disciples are brutally killed, Fairy Shizan explained to him. She spoke with a tone that left no way for Hanju to decline it. But, the silver lining was that it was a good place for him to cultivate. Fighting beasts was better than contesting with other people. Isn't it just being a zookeeper? Fine, I will follow Master's arrangements. Hanju cupped his hands. Fairy Shizan nodded and said, pack up and head straight to the Pet Beast Pavilion. Someone will bring you to the 10,000 demon realm. The previous one stationed there is your first senior. Now that he's under the sect master, only you can go. If the mission is successful, I will reward you. In addition, you will receive 10 superior grade spirit stones for every year you guard the 10,000 demon realm. You can stay there as long as you want as this is a continuous sect mission. Before you go, you can receive the mission first. Chapter 13. Mysterious Beast, the Sect Master's Missing. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Before returning to his cave abode, Hanju first inherited the 7 illusionary steps. He had to strengthen himself first to prevent any mishaps. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. With this connate providence, Hanju completely grasped the 7 illusionary steps in 2 hours. There were a total of 7 levels to this footwork technique. For every level one mastered, one could create a shadow clone of himself. With 7 shadow clones, it would be easy to make the enemy confused about which one would be the real person. Using this footwork technique, one could also greatly increase one's speed of escape. After mastering it, Hanju returned to his cave abode to pack his things before heading to the inner sect city. He first went to the mission building to receive the mission before heading to the Pet Beast Pavilion. In the Jade Serene Hall. Fairy Shizan stared emotionlessly at Elder Iron and slowly said, I don't wish to delve into the stories between you and Hanju. From today onwards, your fellow disciples. You must respect him. With my understanding of him, he won't scheme against you. You can rest assured. Elder Iron knelt in the hall and sighed, nodding slowly. In the future, Hanju will be my personal disciple. If you build a good relationship with him, it will only be beneficial to you. As long as it's not a grudge about life and death, you should reconcile. Fairy Shizan's words shocked Elder Iron. Personal disciple. Fairy Shizan thinks so highly of Hanju. When he thought of Hanju's insane speed at cultivating, he could only admit. That kid's indeed worthy. Walking out of the teleportation formation, Hanju arrived at the 10,000 demon realm. The sky of the 10,000 demon realm was covered in dark clouds as if it were about to rain at any moment. Hanju took out his flying sword and shot up into the sky. According to the instructions of the disciples at the Pet Beast Pavilion, he had to find the pavilion of the Jade Serene Peak first. That would be his residence. There were forbidding spells cast on the pavilion, and ordinary beasts wouldn't dare to approach. Of course, he couldn't hide in the pavilion forever. If he encountered a rampage, he had to take action to reduce the losses for the Jade Pure Sect. The Jade Pure Sect had spent a lot of money to buy all the beasts in the 10,000 demon realm, and nurturing them also required a lot of resources. The pavilion wasn't far from the teleportation formation, and Hanju quickly found it. It was 2 stories high, and it wasn't very big. The house was deserted. After familiarizing himself with the mechanisms to trigger the forbidding spells, Hanju began to meditate and cultivate. The long and boring cultivation began again. A year and a half passed quickly. Hanju was already 50 years old. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 5196. Race: mortal. Cultivation: 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Technique: 6 paths of reincarnation technique can be inherited. Magic: unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps. Mystical power: none. Equipment: none. Cultivation potential: spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases Providence to a certain extent. Connate Providence is as follows. Unparalleled. Immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic. Top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the Immortal Emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. He cultivated his wind cultivation potential to the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Apart from the thunder spirit root, the other cultivation potentials were still at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Since Hanju had nothing to do, he opened his interpersonal relationships to check. Xing Hongshuan had broken through to the 9th level of the Qi Refinement Realm. Interesting. Elder Iron was still in the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Hanju opened the email. Your good friend Mozu was attacked by a fiendish cultivator and was almost seriously injured. Your good friend Mozu was attacked by disciples of the Jade Pure Sect. She was in a perilous situation and fell down a cliff. Hanju was speechless. As expected, there was a trap in that cave abode. Fortunately, he did not go. It was very unfortunate for her. Hanju could only pray for her silently. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from outside the pavilion. Hanju frowned and stood up immediately. As he walked out the door, he saw a white cat standing on a branch. This white cat had a slender figure, but there were white tiger patterns on it. Its purple eyes looked even more demonic. Hanju didn't sense any danger and ignored the little white cat. At this moment, the white cat suddenly pounced on Hanju. Hanju instinctively used the 7 illusionary steps to dodge. The white cat slammed into the wall of the pavilion, kicked off with its 4 legs, turned around, and continued to pounce on Hanju. Hanju frowned. The forbidding spells weren't triggered. He quickly jumped out into the clearing. The white cat pounced again, its speed several times faster than before. So fast. Hanju used the 7 illusionary steps and created 7 shadow clones to surround the white cat. The 7 Hanjus raised their hands at the same time to use the unparalleled finger divine sword. The white cat looked around, caught off guard, and was hit by the real sword energy. Blood splattered as it wailed. It quickly jumped away and disappeared into the woods. Hanju retracted his hand and returned to the pavilion. He let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he had learned the 7 illusionary steps beforehand. Otherwise, with the white cat's speed, he wouldn't have been its match. Where did that white cat come from? It's so fast, but luckily, it doesn't have any other attack methods. Han Ju thought silently. It seemed like he had to be more cautious in the future. After thinking about it, Han Ju continued to cultivate. Inside a palace. The elders of the 18 peaks were gathered here. Sect Master is not here. We have to investigate the recent rampage in the 10,000 demon realm, an elder said. He was the teaching elder of the heavenly Thunder Peak, old immortal Taoist Thunder. It's rather fishy. I keep having the feeling that it's related to the Viridescent Nether cult. That's right. The fiendish cultivators from the Viridescent Nether cult appeared in the nearby Li Qianlong's cave abode. I suspect there's a traitor in our higher-ups. Once the sect leader left, they started a series of actions. Could it be that the cult wants to make use of the beasts in the 10,000 demon realm? Very likely. After 200 years of training by the Jade Pure sect, the 10,000 demon realm has become a force that cannot be underestimated. Let's send more disciples into the 10,000 demon realm. The elders were all talking at once. Fairy Shizan sat quietly without interrupting. After a long discussion, the peaks finally decided to send 2 more disciples into the 10,000 demon realm. The elders left. Just as Fairy Shizan was about to leave, old immortal Taoist Thunder suddenly called out to her. When only the 2 of them were left in the hall, old immortal Taoist Thunder asked, Junior, why didn't you say anything just now? Fairy Shizan said calmly, you can decide on these matters. Old immortal Taoist Thunder narrowed his eyes and asked, do you know where the sect leader brought those 18 core candidates to? Fairy Shizan didn't reply. If there really is a traitor among the elders, then the only person I can trust is you, Junior. We have to work together, old immortal Taoist Thunder said seriously. Fairy Shizan replied, of course. After all, we were taught by the same master. Old immortal Taoist Thunder smiled in satisfaction. 10,000 demon realm. It had been 2 years since the white cat left. Han Ju's 5 spiritual powers had all reached the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Cultivating steadily, he was already halfway to the Golden Core realm. My young friend, are you using the 10,000 demon realm as your training ground? A mocking voice sounded. Han Ju opened his eyes and saw that an old man had appeared at the door. The old man was wearing a coarse cloth robe. He was shaking a wine gourd, and his nose was red from overdrinking. Han Ju frowned and asked, who are you? He actually didn't sense the old man's approach. Dangerous. Chapter 14. The Demon King obtained an unparalleled sword technique. Like you, I'm also a disciple of the Jade Pure sect who's here to look after the 10,000 demon realm. The red-nosed old man chuckled. He sized up Han Ju and clicked his tongue in wonder. The 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but looking at the rate of your expiration, I'd say you definitely ain't only at the 3rd level. You're probably at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Am I right? Han Ju couldn't help but tense up. His true cultivation had been discovered. This was the first time he had met someone who could tell his cultivation. Could it be that this person's cultivation was the same as Fairy Shizan's? You don't have to be nervous. Did you volunteer to come here, or did your master send you here? Asked the red-nosed old man. Looking at how Han Ju cultivated, he didn't seem to have volunteered to come. Han Ju replied, my master, Fairy Shizan, sent me here. I have a backing, don't try tricking me. Li Qingzi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He quickly checked the list of his attributes and checked his interpersonal relationships. Li Qingzi, 8th level of the Nascent Soul Realm, Sect Master of Jade Pure Sect, adores Fairy Shizan. Current favorability, 1 star. The Sect Master of the Jade Pure Sect. Isn't that the biggest boss? Han Ju was shocked. This old dude actually has an affection towards my master. The thought of Li Qingzi and Fairy Shizan together made him shudder. Li Qingzi is not worthy. Did your master give you a mission? Li Qingzi asked. Han Ju replied, even if there is, how can I tell you? Li Qingzi smiled. Oh, you can't tell others about the mission. Han Ju remained silent. Li Qingzi stretched lazily and smiled. Come with me, then. You've gotten into trouble. Since you're Fairy Shizan's disciple, I can help you settle it. Puzzled, Han Ju got up and followed. As the sect master of the Jade Pure sect, Li Qingzi shouldn't be intending to harm him. The 2 of them walked into the forest. Do you know why I'm here? Li Qingzi placed his hands behind his back and asked with a smile. Han Ju shook his head. Maybe because you're a simp. But of course, he wouldn't say that. He couldn't let his sect master lose face. The number of beasts around you is increasing. It looks like they are likely to go into a rampage. The key is that these beasts are very well behaved at the moment, as if they are waiting for the moment. To be able to command so many beasts, it must be the doing of a demon king. You have probably provoked the tiger-heart white dragon. This little fellow's father is a famous demon king, and it inherited the demon king's bloodline. The reason it summoned so many beasts is probably to take revenge against you. After hearing Li Qingzi's words, Han Ju recalled the white cat from 2 years ago. Could that be the white tiger heart? Han Ju recounted his experience. You're faster than tiger heart white dragon? Li Qingzi asked in surprise. Can it be that this kid has already become Junior Shizan's personal disciple? Thinking of what Fairy Shizan had said, Li Qingzi couldn't help but nod. Li Qingzi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 1.5 stars. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and said, I learned a movement technique. It's normal for me to be faster. He immediately felt better. It seemed like it wasn't that he was weak, but that the tiger heart white dragon was truly fast. If it was any other disciple, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep up. Following Li Qingzi, Han Ju arrived in front of a cliff. He looked down and saw the figures of beasts everywhere in the wilderness below. The beasts all had terrifying looks. The big ones were as big as hills, while the small ones were all kinds of insect-like beasts the size of a pail. This was the first time Han Ju saw a scene like this. He couldn't help but pale. He estimated that there were at least 1,000 beasts. If all of them were to charge at the pavilion he was in, there was no way for him to defend it. He would only be able to flee. His gaze landed on a large rock. The white cat from 2 years ago was sleeping soundly on it. Han Ju was speechless. I'm too lucky, bumping into a little demon king straight away. Sir, you said you are going to help me deal with it. Are you going to kill it? Han Ju asked. Li Qingzi glared at him and said, this tiger heart white dragon has great potential. Won't the sect find trouble with me if I kill it? Han Ju said gloomily, then, how do we resolve the problem? You can go tame it. Li Qingzi pinched his beard and smiled. Hearing this, Han Ju turned around and left immediately. With so many demonic beasts, how am I going to tame it? Little brat, why are you leaving? Li Qingzi quickly pressed on his shoulder and questioned. Why did Junior accept such a disciple? I'll set up a formation and trap them here. 5 years at most. If you can tame the tiger heart white dragon within 5 years, I'll reward you with the pure Jade sect's ultimate technique, Li Qingzi said seriously. The sect master of the Jade Pure sect has given you a mission. You have the following choices. 1. A demon king's hatred, the attention of the viridescent nether cult. Han Ju almost exploded. He immediately phrased his response. I think I won't do it, sir. You should find someone else. I'm really afraid. I just want to cultivate in peace. Li Qingzi was stunned. He frowned and said, I can teach you the pure Jade sect's supreme cultivation technique, the pure Jade technique. Comparable to my 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Han Ju still shook his head. Li Qingzi's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 0.5 stars. Li Qingzi snorted, then get lost. Han Ju bowed and fled quickly. Li Qingzi sighed, as the person Junior arranged not him. Back in the pavilion, Han Ju chose the second option. You rejected Li Qingzi's mission and obtained a sword technique manual. Congratulations on obtaining the unparalleled sword technique, 3 pure shadow sword. An unparalleled sword technique, Han Ju rejoiced, finally. Although the unparalleled finger divine sword was not bad, its range was limited. The sword chi it shot out was more like bullets. If he was faced with the large-scale invasion of beasts, it would be very difficult to do anything. He didn't inherit it immediately but waited. An hour later, he began to inherit this sword technique. As he inherited the 3 pure shadow sword technique, Han Ju's body began to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Not long after, a strong eddy encircled the pavilion. The surrounding trees swayed as if a storm was about to arrive. This strange phenomenon lasted for an hour. The inheritance was completed. Han Ju's top-notch aptitude in the sword Dao allowed him to inherit the technique without any difficulties. Inside the room, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. He raised his hand and made a hand seal, mobilizing the spiritual force in his body to execute the 3 pure shadow sword. 3 sword shadows with different colors appeared behind him. The thunder spiritual force sword shadow zapped with flashes. The fire spiritual force sword shadow was like raging flames, burning fiercely. The wind's spiritual force sword shadow was blue-green, and the blade was surrounded by strong winds. What a powerful sword technique! Unparalleled, indeed. Hanju immediately stood up and walked out of the pavilion. The 3 sword shadows floated behind him like his shadow. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed forward. The 3 sword shadows behind him zoomed forward at an extremely fast speed. They were even faster than the tiger heart white dragon. They were like 3 different colored lightning bolts. Boom! Blinding sword flashes bloomed. Dozens of trees within 100 meters radius were chopped into 3 parts by the sword shadows. The chopped tree trunks soared into the sky, and its leaves withered. It was a spectacular scene. As the trees fell back to the ground, dust was flung into the air. So powerful, Hanju was pleasantly surprised. This is what I call unparalleled technique. So strong, he hadn't even used his full strength. If he were to face the army of beasts, he would turn the battlefield into a meat grinder in minutes. Accept the mission and try your best to tame the tiger heart white dragon. You will be rewarded with Li Qingzi's ultimate technique, the Demon King's hatred, and the Viridescent Nether cult's attention. Reject the mission and continue cultivating. You will be able to obtain a sword technique manual, and Li Qingzi's favorability will decrease. Chapter 15. Defeat the beasts with the sword shadows. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After learning the 3 pure shadow sword technique, Hanju became much more confident. He could now produce 3 sword shadows, each of a different attribute. And he could manipulate all of them with ease. The technique could also be activated continuously. When the sword shadows of the first activation disappeared, he could summon another 3, until he ran out of spirit energy. Hanju's spirit energy far surpassed cultivators of the same realm. After all, he cultivated the technique inherited from the immortal emperor, the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Apart from cultivating 6 types of spirit energy, each type of spirit energy in the 6 paths of reincarnation technique could be cultivated to a robust state. From today on, I'm no longer a weakling. Hanju thought proudly. He returned to the pavilion in high spirits and prepared to continue cultivating. Cultivation was the key. The higher one's cultivation level was, the stronger the effects of his techniques. When he reached the nascent soul realm, his 3 pure shadow sword technique would have an apocalyptic effect. Hanju was looking forward to it. Several days later, Jade Serene Peak sent over 2 more disciples. One was Chang Yue, and the other was also his senior, Menghe. Menghe was the Jade Serene Peak's 7th disciple. His cultivation level had reached the 9th stage foundation establishment realm. He was pretty strong. Why is the forest outside cut off? What happened? Menghe asked in confusion. Hanju replied, previously, beasts tried to besiege me. Fortunately, an elder helped. Chang Yue sized him up and asked, Junior, are you all right? As she spoke, she reached out to touch him. Hanju hurriedly took a step back. Furious, Chang Yue scolded him. Are you serious? Hanju cleared his throat and said, Master has warned that disciples of Jade Serene Peak are not allowed. HMPH, you wish. I'm just concerned about you. Menghe shook his head and laughed. He didn't find it strange. Although Hanju kept a low profile, rumors about his good looks had already spread far and wide. Many female cultivators in the inner sect were talking about a breathtakingly handsome disciple from the Jade Serene Peak, but they didn't know his name. After hearing the rumors, Menghe immediately reckoned that they were referring to Hanju. Not to mention Jade Serene Peak, even in the entire inner sect, no male disciple was more handsome than Hanju. Chang Yue was quite pretty, but she was still far from the most beautiful female cultivator. Junior Hanju doesn't need to worry about finding a companion. Master was afraid that you would be in danger, so she sent us to help you. It's said that the Viridescent Nether cult might have already infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm. We have to be careful, Menghe reminded. Viridescent Nether cult. Hanju frowned. No wonder that if he had subdued the tiger heart white dragon, he would attract the attention of the cult. So, they have already infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm. Perhaps that's why Li Qingzi came here. How dangerous. Hanju suddenly wanted to leave the 10,000 demon realm. Junior Chang, rest first. I'll go out and take a look. After saying this, Menghe walked out of the pavilion. Hanju walked to the side and continued to meditate, not giving Chang Yue a chance to strike up a conversation. Chang Yue curled her lips and also began to cultivate. Ever since she found out that Hanju was already at the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm, she had spent most of her time cultivating in seclusion. She was fired up. But regarding Hanju's cultivation, Fairy Shizan had told her not to spread it out, so the other disciples of the Jade Serene Peak didn't know of his cultivation level. 2 days later, Menghe finally returned. He looked like he had run into trouble. Hanju and Chang Yue hurriedly stood up to attend to him. Menghe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with lingering fear, I encountered a very strong beast equivalent to a golden core cultivator. I nearly died. Hanju asked, are there many beasts nearby? There's a group of beasts several kilometers away, but I don't know who trapped them with an array formation. They aren't a threat. The powerful beast I encountered was quite far away, so it won't pose a threat to us, replied Menghe. Then, hurry up and recuperate. Yes. Menghe meditated and circulated his spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Not long after, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood was black, extremely terrifying. Was he poisoned? Lucky I don't wander around. Indeed, one shouldn't be reckless. Hanju pondered as he cultivated. Chang Yue was also very uneasy. It had only been 2 days, but 7th senior was already injured. The 10,000 demon realm was a truly savage place. Why did Junior Han remain unscathed for so many years? Chang Yue looked at Hanju suspiciously. Could he be more powerful than 7th senior? After Menghe was injured, he didn't dare to wander around anymore. Hanju was busy cultivating and didn't go out. Chang Yue naturally didn't dare to go out, either. A year quickly passed. That day, Hanju was cultivating. Menghe suddenly opened his mouth and said, the presence of beasts is getting stronger in the vicinity and they're moving rapidly. Their target should be us. Hanju and Chang Yue opened their eyes upon hearing that. Hanju said, then, why aren't we running? Chang Yue frowned, but this place is under the jurisdiction of the Jade Serene Peak. If we leave, aren't we leaving our post without approval? Then, stay and wait for your death. I'll tell Master about your heroic deeds. Hanju stood up. Chang Yue got anxious and stood up as well. Junior Han is right, the 18 peaks each have an area to manage. We definitely won't be the only ones being attacked by the wave of beasts. Other people will definitely run as well, said Menghe. Ever since his defeat by the powerful Best, he had lost his previous confidence. As long as we survive, there's hope. Let's go. After Hanju said that, he rushed out of the pavilion. Chang Yue and Menghe followed closely behind. The 3 of them flew on their swords. Once they were high in the air, they lowered their heads to take a look. Indeed, with the pavilion as the center, countless beasts were running towards them from all directions. Cold sweat broke out on Hanju's forehead. So many. It seemed like he was still not vigilant enough. He still needed to train his divine sense. If not for Menghe's reminder, they would definitely be in huge trouble now. Swish! An air-piercing sound came from ahead. The 3 of them turned their heads and saw a black eagle with a wingspan of 30 feet speeding over. Its feathers were like metal arrows. Be careful. Menghe immediately took out a talisman and quickly chanted a spell. 3 balls of flames shot out from the talisman at the black eagle. The black eagle dodged rapidly and circled in the air before continuing to pounce on the 3 of them. At the same time, other flying beasts also attacked. Hanju took a glance. There was a total of 7 of them. All zooming at a breakneck speed. Chang Yue was so frightened that her face turned pale, and her hand holding her equipment trembled. Also frightened, Menghe shouted, let's split up and escape. Hanju cursed silently, so you want to escape alone? On the surface, Hanju and Chang Yue's cultivation levels were inferior to Menghe's. They were, in fact, his burden. Menghe turned around and escaped. He cast a spell and transformed into a gust of wind, escaping extremely quickly. Chang Yue didn't know what to do. This was the first time she had encountered such a dangerous situation. Seeing the 7 demon beasts approaching like rockets, Hanju immediately used the 3 pure shadow sword technique. The sword shadows immediately materialized and zapped out. Chang Yue only saw a flash of light in front of her, and the 7 flying beasts were cut into several pieces, dying on the spot. She widened her eyes and looked at Hanju in disbelief. Hanju's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold and sharp, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Chang Yue's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. Hanju's expression changed. Crap, he turned around and saw that Chang Yue was looking at him with glowing eyes. Menghe had already fled without a trace. That brat's really quick. Chang Yue excitedly said, Junior Han, so you're actually this powerful. Hanju said seriously, Senior Chang, don't tell anyone what you saw. I still want to keep a low profile and cultivate quietly. If I'm exposed, I might become a core candidate. If that happens, you won't be seeing me anymore. Chang Yuei immediately nodded. Chapter 16. Face the wall and repent for 100 years, Conate Cave Abode. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Ju swooped down, and Chang Yuei hurriedly followed. Junior, what are you trying to do? Han Ju replied, aren't there many valuable materials on the beasts? I need to collect them. Only now did Han Ju finally realize how powerful he was. The beasts weren't as strong as he had imagined. The moment this thought appeared, Han Ju immediately relaxed and was full of confidence. Oh, that's right, Junior, let me help you. I've learned how to dissect beasts. It's the only way I can thank you, Chang Yuei said enthusiastically. Han Ju thought for a while and nodded. Having a helping hand could boost efficiency. After about 5 minutes, the two of them cleaned up the carcasses and left quickly. As they traveled, Chang Yuei was very excited. However, when they started talking about Meng He, she gritted her teeth. 7th senior is going overboard. No, he doesn't deserve to be our 7th senior. When I go back, I must complain to Master. I hope he gets eaten up by beasts. Junior, where are we going next? Han Ju was also very hesitant. It was really too dangerous. Forget it, let's go back. At most, we'll kneel before Master and apologize, Han Ju said seriously. Although ordinary beasts couldn't hurt him, what if a demon king and members of the cult appeared? Chang Yuei asked hesitantly, is this really okay? If you think it's bad, then stay. No, I'll go back with you. The two of them rushed towards the teleportation formation. Before long, they found it. There were more than 10 cultivators gathered before the teleportation formation. Meng He was among them. He was stunned upon seeing them. He hurriedly put on a surprised smile and said, Junior brother. Junior sister, you're actually still alive, that's great. Chang Yuei gritted her teeth in anger. She wanted to curse at Meng He. Han Ju raised his hand, signaling her not to. He suddenly caught sight of Mo Fucho. Brother Han, why are you here? Mo Fucho asked with a smile. He noticed Chang Yuei's expression and couldn't help but glance at Meng He. Meng He sensed Mo Fucho's gaze and felt extremely awkward. He forced a smile. Master arranged for me to come. By the way, your sister, Mo Zhu, is in trouble. She went to Li Qianlong's cave abode to search for treasures. I tried to persuade her against it, but she still went, Han Ju said as he walked to the teleportation formation. Chang Yuei followed closely behind. The two of them took out spirit stones and activated the formation to leave. Mo Fucho frowned, his expression changing. Someone beside him asked, who is this person? A disciple of Jade Serene Peak. Why haven't I seen him before? Meng He replied, yes, he's my fellow disciple at Jade Serene Peak. He's called Han Ju. He's highly regarded by Master. Previously, Master wanted him to join the sect leader's core candidates, but he rejected her. Upon hearing that, everyone was shocked. Mo Fucho's eyes flickered. He's indeed worthy. After returning to the inner sect, Han Ju and Chang Yuei went to sell the materials they obtained from the beasts. There was a dedicated market in the inner sect for transacting materials from beasts. What surprised Han Ju was that these materials were sold for 397 superior grade spirit stones. Is killing beasts so profitable? Han Ju said excitedly. He suddenly wanted to turn back and continue killing the beasts. Chang Yuei hurriedly stopped him and said in a low voice, Junior, don't think about it. The 10,000 demon realm is a small world specially designed by the sect to nurture beasts. The beasts inside are all valuable. Under normal circumstances, disciples are not allowed to kill them. This time, the situation is special. We might not be held responsible, but it will definitely be very troublesome next time. Han Ju realized he had been too imaginative. He should just stay in seclusion and cultivate as usual. The two of them returned to the Jade Serene Peak and first visited Fairy Shizan. After the door opened, the two of them entered the hall to kneel before her. Why did you return? Fairy Shizan asked with a frown. Han Ju replied, I discovered that the 10,000 demon realm is too dangerous. There are demon kings in the cult. We were attacked by beasts and I even offended the son of a demon king. I really can't stay there anymore. Master, please punish me. I'm willing to face the wall and repent for 100 years. Fairy Shizan was speechless. Chang Yuei looked at him with a strange expression. 100 years? That's really extreme. What if you are not allowed to cultivate within the 100 years? Fairy Shizan asked. Han Ju's face froze. Chang Yuei promptly said, Master, when we were attacked by the beasts, 7th senior Meng He abandoned us and ran away. The mention of this infuriated her. However, Fairy Shizan didn't get angry. She remained calm and said, "Don't you think it's just because you are too weak? You can't force your senior to stay behind and die with you." Chang Yue wanted to say something but hesitated, unable to say anything. It was the cruel truth. Meng He didn't hurt them. He just wanted to protect himself. Fairy Shizan said, "Yue, you should leave first." Chang Yue glanced at Han Ju, then bowed and left. When Han Ju and Fairy Shizan were the only ones left in the hall, a murderous aura spread out. Han Ju was shocked. What's Master trying to do? He didn't dare to raise his head and looked very well behaved. "Han Ju, what are you cultivating for?" Fairy Shizan asked. Her voice was cold and emotionless. "For immortality. If you keep cultivating in seclusion, you won't be able to live forever. What matters most is competing for opportunities." "I understand, but I want to increase my cultivation level first. I'll try my luck when I'm strong enough." "Master, you don't understand. I have unparalleled cultivation potential in 4 top-notch connate providences." Han Ju thought silently. Only people with insufficient talent needed to compete for opportunities. Fairy Shizan continued, "I originally arranged an opportunity for you. If you succeed in the 10,000 demon realm this time, you will definitely become a core disciple in the future. The treatment you will receive will also be far better than now. Unfortunately, you have given up." "Thank you, Master. I can only blame myself for not having the fortune. The cultivation technique you are using is unfathomable, and I have nothing much to teach you. How about this, do you want to have a cave abode on par with the Thunder Spiritual Pool? It even has other types of spirit chi apart from Thunder Spirit Chi." Hearing this, Han Ju suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, "Where?" Fairy Shizan said with an expressionless face, "Recently, the Jade Pure sect discovered 3 more connate cave abodes. These cave abodes are not created by cultivators, but the creation of heaven and earth. They're near the sect. If you want to obtain a connate cave abode, you must participate in the inner sect assessment that's held once every 10 years. Anyone below the core disciple level can participate. If you can obtain one of the top 3 spots, you will be able to obtain a connate cave abode. The winner gets to choose first." Han Ju frowned. Fairy Shizan glared at him and said unhappily, "Don't tell me you're even afraid of fighting. It's not like anyone will harm your life." Han Ju hesitated for a moment before asking, "Master, under normal circumstances, do Golden Core disciples participate? Do you think cultivators of the Golden Core realm are as common as cabbages? Any disciple who reaches the Golden Core realm will either become a core disciple, an elder, or a deacon. In other words, all the participants are Foundation Establishment realm cultivators." "That's right. Then, it's settled. Yeah, thank you for your advice, Master. I will do my best to win face for Jade Serene Peak." Fairy Shizan finally smiled and looked at him playfully. "Lil, brat, I don't believe you won't be tempted. Fairy Shizan's favorability of you has increased. Current favorability, 2.5 stars. Chapter 17, Reincarnation of a Mahayana Cultivator, Great Progress with Cultivation. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Han Ju didn't return to his cave abode. Instead, he headed to the intersect spiritual pools to cultivate. Since he was participating in the intersect assessments, he would have to fight for the top 3 places. With a connate cave abode, he would no longer have to worry about the lack of spirit chi. He would be able to stay in his cave abode forever. Before that, he had to increase his cultivation as much as possible. He had asked Fairy Shizan about it. There were still 8 years until the next intersect assessment. Han Ju went to the fire spiritual pool first and paid for a year. There were quite a few disciples in the fire spiritual pool. About 20 to 30 of them. Han Ju found a corner and began to meditate and cultivate. His appearance attracted the attention of some female disciples. "That person is so handsome. Could it be that mysterious, handsome disciple from Jade Serene Peak? Maybe. I've never seen anyone so good-looking before. I wish I knew him." Han Ju could hear their discussion, but he pretended not to. "Without a woman in my heart, I can cultivate insanely fast." A year later, Han Ju's fire cultivation potential had reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Perhaps because his thunder cultivation potential had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, he was able to cultivate his other spirit powers faster than before. Han Ju hurried to the water spiritual pool next. Just like that, another 4 years passed. All his remaining cultivation potentials had reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. There were 3 years left. He continued to cultivate. He would strive to reach the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm before the intersect assessment. Wind Spiritual Pool. The moment Hanju entered, he saw a group of disciples gathered. "Zhou Fan, didn't you say that you would surpass us in the next intersect assessment? Why are you still at the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm? Ha ha ha, how can he surpass us with his cultivation potential? Today, if you're willing to kneel before us, we won't make things difficult for you. Senior, this brat has been relying on Junior Lu before. Now that Junior Lu is getting ready to become the companion of the first disciple from Sword Peak, she will definitely sever ties with him in the future. If we beat him up now, maybe Junior Lu will be more than happy." Hanju shook his head at their discussion and then found a corner to cultivate. Such conflicts weren't rare in the Jade Pure sect. Although the Jade Pure sect was a righteous sect, where there were people, there would always be conflicts. Hanju had seen that more than once before. "HMPH, you bunch of trash dare to take on me here. Aren't you afraid of the punishment from the law enforcement hall? Recently, the cult is getting restless and you guys are still stirring up trouble. I have reason to suspect that you're traitors from the cult, so I'll report you to the elders." A cold snort followed, sounding very stubborn. Hanju opened his eyes and looked over. The person who spoke was the person surrounded, Zhou Fan. Detected Conate Providence, checking its origin. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju, stunning him. Conate Providence. He immediately chose to check. Zhou Fan, the reincarnation of a Mahayana cultivator, was born in a town in the mortal world. Together with his childhood sweetheart, the Jade Pure sect detected his spirit root. There's a numinous treasure hidden in the depths of his soul. The numinous treasure is severely injured because it protected him. Now, in order to repair itself, the numinous treasure unconsciously absorbs spirit chi while Zhou Fan cultivates, causing his cultivation speed to be extremely slow. Currently, the numinous treasure is about to be successfully repaired. Hanju's expression turned strange. That's an impressive background. He could be a protagonist in a novel. He narrowed his eyes and looked over. Surrounded, Zhou Fan's expression was calm. Even though he was being pushed around, he didn't seem angry at all. Although he wasn't handsome, he gave off a determined and mature aura. Should I help this protagonist? Of course not. Hanju closed his eyes. No matter how impressive Zhou Fan's background was, it had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, with such a bearer of Conate Providence around him, he wanted to cultivate even harder. Hanju's goal was immortality and invincibility. When he became invincible, he could do whatever he wanted. At the moment, he should stay clear from trouble. The group of disciples spat at Zhou Fan for a while, but in the end, they were frightened off by him and didn't dare to do much. They had already spent a lot of money to be here. If they were to delay any longer, they would be at a disadvantage. The wind spiritual pool fell back into silence. A year later, Hanju's wind cultivation potential had reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He stood up and left. When he arrived at the wind spiritual pool pavilion, he coincidentally met Zhou Fan again. He was talking to a beautiful girl in green. Hanju noticed that Zhou Fan's hands in his sleeves were tightly clenched into fists, obviously restraining his emotions. The girl in green was calmer in comparison, and she quickly turned and left. Zhou Fan stood where he was with trembling shoulders. Hanju could roughly guess what happened. He walked over and brushed past him. Zhou Fan was still angry. When he saw Hanju, he frowned. "Stop right there," Zhou Fan shouted. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding disciples stopped moving. Hanju didn't stop. He quickly walked out of the pavilion and prepared to head to the other spiritual pools. Zhou Fan suddenly blocked his way. Hanju raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter, brother? Are you Hanju?" "Yeah, you know me. I'm Zhou Fan of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Senior Mo often mentions you. He said that you must be the future mighty cultivator of the Jade Pure sect." Hanju sweated. He didn't expect Mo Fucho to boast about him everywhere. He asked politely, "What's the matter?" Zhou Fan looked conflicted. He took a deep breath and said, "I've heard that you're very well liked by the girls. When Junior Mo Zhu mentions you, her eyes literally glitter. I want to ask, how should I chase a girl?" Hanju was confused. "What the hell? I thought you were going to fight me." Hanju said seriously, "How can cultivators like us be trapped by love? What are girls? If you can obtain the Great Tao, the world will be under your command. By then, you can naturally obtain whatever you want. When have you ever seen me hanging out with girls?" With these words, Hanju walked past Zhou Fan and left quickly. "Idiot, can your looks compare to mine?" Hanju couldn't help but ridicule in his head. Zhou Fan's pupils shrank as he looked at Hanju's silhouette in shock. What a quick movement technique. This person is truly formidable. Zhou Fan thought to himself and started to ponder over Han Ju's words. Mo Fucho once said that Han Ju was definitely the most dedicated towards cultivation he had ever seen. He hesitated for a moment and continued to follow him. Mo Fucho has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. When Han Ju saw this line of words, he found it ridiculous. He could feel that Zhou Fan was following him, but he didn't care. In the following year, Han Ju stayed in the fire spiritual pool and raised his fire cultivation potential to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. Zhou Fan had been gone for 2 months. He had looked very reluctant to leave. Probably out of spirit stones. Wealth, companion, magic, and land. This fellow has neither wealth nor companions. How tragic. Han Ju headed to the wood spiritual pool and used 1 year to cultivate his wood cultivation potential to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. At this point, only water and earth remained at the 8th level of the foundation establishment realm. Han Ju was very satisfied with his cultivation progress. The inner disciple assessment was about to begin. Han Ju returned to his cave abode and waited. Less than half a month after his return, the bell of the Jade Serene Peak sounded again. All the disciples gathered in front of the Jade Serene Hall. Elder Iron had also arrived. Elder Iron's cultivation was still stuck at the 1st level of the foundation establishment realm. His cultivation potential is terrible. Han Ju couldn't help but pity him. When all the disciples were kneeling at the entrance of the hall, Lu Sengsan suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Junior Han, do you know a woman named Xing Hongshuan? Chapter 18. Personal Disciple, Obtaining 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Xing Hongshuan. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. How did that witch know Lu Sengsan? Could Xing Hongshuan have infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm with the cult? It had been many years. He had no idea what the situation in the 10,000 demon realm was. Han Ju immediately replied using telepathy, no. Why, senior? Telepathy was very simple. A foundation establishment realm cultivator only needed to grasp some techniques and they would learn it very quickly. Under our sect master's lead, I hid in the 10,000 demon realm for the past few years. We encountered the cult attempting to capture the tiger heart white dragon. There was a huge battle, but with the sect master with us, we claimed victory without any casualties. Later, the sect leader told us that it was only so easy because he had received information from a converted spy in the cult. That's why he pretended to leave the sect but hid in the 10,000 demon realm. The converted spy is Xing Hongshuan. When she was young, the cult forced her to take some poison, which they used to threaten her to become a spy in the sect. However, she had always been unwilling and hated it. So, she even tried to steal a recipe from an outer sect alchemist to find an antidote. But that was a naive move. How can pills from an outer sect alchemist work against poison concocted by the cult? After that, she decided to leave the Viridescent Nether cult. But they tried to hunt her down. The sect master happened to be investigating spies from the Viridescent Nether cult and saved her. Because she never harmed the Jade Pure sect and she contributed in this latest operation to defeat the cult, the sect master allowed her to join the inner sect as a disciple. Han Ju was flabbergasted by the story. Lucky that he could conceal his emotions. Xing Hongshuan is currently cultivating with us at the main peak. Her master is Taoist Jingshu. Taoist Jingshu is sect master's junior. She's in charge of the main peak and personally guides the core candidates. Previously, when we met Xing Hongshuan, she was asking around about a disciple named Han Ju and told us about their story. Interestingly, the outer sect alchemist previously mentioned has become a disciple of our peak. Even more surprising is that the alchemist had a servant named Han Ju. And we also have a Han Ju here. Junior Han, what a coincidence. Lu Sengsan looked at him teasingly. Han Ju felt awkward and didn't know how to reply. That woman actually let out everything. But it's fine. Right now, he was already an inner sect disciple at the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. Although those were dark days of his life, they didn't affect him much anymore. With no way out, Han Ju could only admit, all right, I'm the Han Ju she knows. I had no choice then. Haha, I understand. It's just that I didn't expect that you would have such cultivation potential. Lu Sengsan joked, and Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ju couldn't help but glance at Elder Iron. They had been using telepathy, so no one could hear their conversation. Elder Iron had his head lowered and Han Ju couldn't make out his face. Han Ju opened his attributes panel and checked his interpersonal relationships. Xing Hongshuan, 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, can become a companion. Current favorability, 4.5 stars. That woman is close to the foundation establishment realm. Favorability of 4.5 stars. She was the one with the highest favorability towards him. Since you like me so much, I hope you will suffer less in the future. Han Ju thought silently. Honestly speaking, he couldn't understand why Xing Hongxuan liked him so much. Just because I'm good looking. Unparalleled looks. Well, sometimes looks are the only thing that matters. But, why did Xing Hongxuan have so much information about the viridescent nether cult? Does she have some other secret identity? At this moment, the doors to the Jade Serene Hall opened and all the disciples stood up to enter. After sitting down, they all looked towards Fairy Shizan. Fairy Shizan asked, "The intersect assessment is about to begin. Every peak must send at least 10 disciples. Who is willing to participate this time?" 6 disciples immediately raised their hands, including Chang Yue. Han Ju found it strange that Fairy Shizan didn't mention anything about the Conate Cave abode. If it was mentioned, they would probably be fighting to participate. Is it some special reward from Fairy Shizan? As he thought, Han Ju raised his hand silently. The disciples were surprised to see that. Wow, Junior Han is actually participating. Ha ha ha, I thought he was going to continue his seclusion. That should be the case. Continuing with seclusion will affect his progress. Then, I want to participate too. Several disciples raised their hands, causing the participants to exceed 10. Han Ju smiled. He didn't expect to be so influential. Although he didn't interact much with the other disciples, he frequented the various spiritual pools to cultivate. So, many people knew that there was an extremely handsome young disciple from Jade Serene Peak. When the disciples heard about the rumors going around, they guessed that it was Han Ju. Over time, even though Han Ju kept a low profile, there were already rumors about him in the inner sect. He became famous because of his good looks. When Elder Iron saw how popular Han Ju was, his expression became even more complex. He was still a nobody in the Jade Serene Peak. After this matter was settled, Fairy Shizan let the disciples leave, leaving Han Ju alone. The disciples looked at Han Ju enviously. It was obvious that Master thought highly of him. He was given special treatment. The doors closed. Han Ju looked up at Fairy Shizan. He had to admit that Master was really beautiful. Han Ju had been in the inner sect for decades, but he had never seen a female cultivator more beautiful than Fairy Shizan. However, Fairy Shizan's aura was so powerful that no one dared to profane her. Han Ju only exclaimed and didn't have any other thoughts. The disciples are not as good looking as their master. Seems like the good looks are not being inherited here. You made progress again. I have underestimated you. Even with 3 attributes, you're still cultivating at an outstanding pace. You're probably the fastest in the Jade Pure sect. Fairy Shizan narrowed her eyes as she spoke, as if she wanted to see through him. She was really shocked. In just 8 short years, Han Ju's other cultivation potentials had both reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. What kind of talent was this? Most importantly, she had never taught him. She was very curious where he had obtained such cultivation technique. I really can't hide anything from you, Master, Han Ju replied. His flattery was obvious, but it had little effect. Fairy Shizan said, "Your cultivation techniques and sword techniques are all very good, but they aren't the techniques of the Jade Pure sect. You must have learned it from someone else. I know that you have been diligently cultivating and have no intention of harming the sect. Some people testify that you were born in the outer sect, which means that you ran into a huge opportunity when you were young. But, everyone is destined to run into opportunities of all sorts. So, I won't ask further. For this intersect assessment, you can demonstrate your strength without any worries. You don't have to be afraid of attracting trouble. I'm still very well respected in the sect." Han Ju quickly thanked her. He was actually a little worried previously. Now, he wasn't afraid anymore. He would use the 3 pure shadow sword technique blatantly. Based on the relationship between Fairy Shizan and Sect Master probably thought the same of him. Or perhaps, these were Li Qingzi's ideas in the first place. The greater Han Ju's potential, the happier the Jade Pure sect was. To avoid unnecessary trouble, from today onwards, you're my personal disciple. I will report this to the sect. Fairy Shizan spoke again. Personal disciple. Han Ju looked up and was surprised. Although Fairy Shizan had dozens of disciples under her, most of them were under the sect. The number of personal disciples could be counted on a single hand. Your status in the Jade Pure sect has risen. You have become the personal disciple of a coaching elder. You will obtain a magic manual. Congratulations on obtaining 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He was pleasantly surprised and quickly thanked Fairy Shizan. Fairy Shizan took out a token and threw it to him. "You may leave." Hanju caught it and took a look. It was a jade token with the words, Shizan, engraved on it. He put away the jade token, bowed, and left. Chapter 19. Xing Hongshuan's Gift, 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm for all 6 attributes. 19 Xing Hongshuan's Gift, 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm for all 6 attributes. Hanju began inheriting 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal once he had returned to his cave abode. It was the 3rd magic he had learned so far. But the first 2 were sword techniques. This was different. As the memory of the technique flowed into him, he quickly processed the information. 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal was similar to a palm technique. But it was unique in the sense that it formed a seal that could expel devils. And activating this magic with spirit energy of different attributes would have different effects. Although Hanju didn't possess a top-notch potential in sealing techniques, his unparalleled cultivation potential made his learning smooth. 7 days later, Hanju had finally inherited the magic. It was very close to the intersect assessment. The coaching elder of each peak had submitted the list of participants. Chang Yue visited him to tell him the rules of the assessment. Each peak would set up an arena, and disciples would go from peak to compete. When the top 10 emerged, they would compete in the intersect city for everyone in the sect to spectate. Hanju liked it. This way, he would only need to fight about 4 times. Even if he attracted attention, it wouldn't last. Junior, the personal disciples from each peak are having a banquet. Do you want to go? Chang Yue asked. Interestingly, Chang Yue was also Fairy Shizan's personal disciple. Hanju suspected they were relatives. He felt that Chang Yue's potential was only mediocre. No, you can go if you want to. Hanju shook his head. Conflict would easily break out in a banquet with disciples from different peaks. Especially near the intersect assessment, all of them would want their own peak to look good. Fine, Chang Yue shook her head and left. Hanju continued practicing the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. Although he had already learned it, he wanted to gain complete mastery as he did with his sword techniques. After all, the remaining time wasn't enough to cultivate further. Days passed like that, and the intersect assessment finally began. The 13 disciples taking part in the assessment stood before the Jade Serene Hall. A wooden notice hanging on the hall gate displayed the venues and timings for each disciple. Everyone had to compete on the first day. Hanju's first match was at Tianzu Peak. Tianzu Peak was among the top 3 in the sect. They were strong. The timing was noon on the second day. After taking note of it, Hanju quickly returned to his cave abode. But he saw someone unexpected at the entrance. Xing Hongshuan. It had been decades. She looked even more elegant in the Jade Pure Sect Taoist robes. Husband, Xing Hongshuan called out in surprise and scurried over. Speechless, Hanju moved back as he complained, "Miss, I'm not, so don't call me that." Xing Hongshuan covered her mouth and laughed. "Didn't we agree on this back in the outer sect?" Helpless, Hanju said frankly, "I was just putting on a show. If I rejected you, you would have killed me. But I took it seriously. When I met the sect master, I was worried that you would have already exposed me. However, you didn't. You gave me the opportunity to confess. Only then did I have the opportunity to rejoin the Jade Pure sect and obtain my current status." Xing Hongshuan smiled. She took out a jade bottle from her sleeve and said, "This is a Jade Pure pill. It's suitable for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to increase their cultivation. I haven't reached the Foundation Establishment Realm yet, so you can use it first. I'm currently cultivating with Taoist Jingshu and will receive this pill regularly." Hanju was stunned. Xing Hongshuan stuffed the bottle into his hand and said, "Work hard during the intersect assessment. I didn't expect my husband to be a genius. My aptitude is average, but I will try my best to help you in the future. If my husband reaches the nascent soul realm, he won't mistreat me, right?" Her smile was very sweet and pure, without the slightest hint of a fiendish cultivator. Hanju didn't know if he should reject. Xing Hongshuan suddenly turned around and left. She performed flying sword technique and disappeared into the clouds. She didn't give him a chance to reject. When Hanju returned to his cave abode, he opened the bottle and found 7 jade pure pills inside. Swallowed one, he was pleasantly surprised to find a huge amount of spirit chi entering his body. He hurriedly circulated his spirit power to refine it. An hour later, he had completed refining all the spirit chi into water spirit energy. It was as good as half a month of cultivation. With his aptitude, half a month of cultivation was equivalent to several years of cultivation for others. This pill is so powerful. Is this the treatment of a core candidate? Han Ju was secretly shocked. He had underestimated Xing Hongxuan's favorability towards him. At the same time, he was quite puzzled. So, she's able to receive such treatment only by providing information about viridescent nether cult's operations in the 10,000 demon realm. Xing Hongxuan was only a qi refinement cultivator active in the outer sect previously. How did she find out the secrets of the viridescent nether cult? It seemed that her identity wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Han Ju didn't think too much and continued to take the jade pure pills. After 3 pills, his water cultivation potential had successfully reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He converted all the remaining jade pure pills into earth spirit energy and successfully reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm for it too. At this point, all 6 types of cultivation potentials had reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He scanned outside with his divine sense and saw it was already late at night. What a powerful jade pure pill. No wonder alchemists have such a high status. Han Ju thought silently and suddenly had an idea. Xing Hongxuan sat in front of an elderly female Taoist. 1949. At Main Peak. In a dark hall, Xing Hongxuan sat in front of an elderly female Taoist. She was Taoist Jingshu. Don't you regret giving the jade pure pills to that boy from the Jade Serene Peak? Taoist Jingshu asked. Xing Hongxuan said in a soft voice, I don't regret it. I have fallen into the trap of love. Just because he has good looks. Isn't that enough? His looks are indeed outstanding. In all my life, I have never seen a man who is better looking than him. I feel that it isn't worth it for you to help him just because of his looks. His aptitude is also very outstanding. When I first saw him, he hadn't started cultivating yet. But I heard from the sect master that he's already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Taoist Jingshu frowned and fell into deep thought. Such talent was indeed. Puzzled, she asked, why haven't I heard of him all these years? Xing Hongxuan answered, sect master said he kept a low profile. Ever since he entered the inner sect, he has been busy cultivating in seclusion. Previously, the sect master wanted to give him an opportunity, but he rejected it because he was afraid of death. Taoist Jingshu teased, if he was afraid of death, how could he have such an experience? It seems like he's very determined and confident in himself. Xing Hongxuan nodded. Thinking of Han Ju's extremely handsome face, her face turned slightly red. It seems I have to pay more attention to him, Taoist Jingshu said with a half-smile. At noon, Han Ju set off for Tianzu Peak. He stood on the flying sword with a conflicted expression. What should I do today? I can't seem too strong. With a 9th level Foundation Establishment cultivation for all 6 attributes and unparalleled sword techniques, Han Ju really didn't think anyone could compete with him. He had heard that the highest cultivation level of this assessment's candidates was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Disciples with higher cultivation levels had already finished their apprenticeship or become personal disciples, elite disciples, or core disciples. They didn't need the reward from the assessment. With the same cultivation, Han Ju felt that he couldn't lose. Detected that the Jade Pure Sect Inner Sect assessment is about to begin. You have the following directly support the authors on web novel. Choices. 1. Win in a high-profile manner, shock the sect, and receive 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones. 2. Keep a low profile and get into the top 3. Try your best to reduce the impact. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Chapter 20. Suppressing the Great Grand Elder. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Numinous treasure. Han Ju's eyes lit up. He had heard before that numinous treasures were stronger than usual treasures. Every time I have a choice to remain low profile, it's probably related to my choice in the beginning. Han Ju thought silently. When he started the game of life, he chose to cultivate in a low profile manner and even activated the ability to hide his cultivation. Pretty good, I like this. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. No, remain low profile until I become invincible. Han Ju thought happily. He wanted to be the secret cultivation master of the Jade Pure Sect. Han Ju couldn't choose the second option directly. He had to wait till the end of the assessment. Elated, he accelerated towards Tianzu Peak. At Tianzu Peak, dozens of disciples surrounded a battle arena. Mo Fucho and Mo Zhu also came. As they watched the battle on the stage, Mo Fucho and Mo Zhu were puzzled. Han Ju seemed to be in a stalemate with his opponent. Most of the time, he was defending and dodging, clearly at a disadvantage. His opponent, a disciple of Tianzu Peak, was excited. To meet such a weakling in the first round, this is too awesome. The Tianzu Peak disciple silently thought to himself. He exerted his spirit energy generously and even maintained a handsome posture during the battle. Han Ju was suffering. It was really tiring to act like this. He used the 7 illusionary steps to dodge, but he still had to try his best to show that his movement technique wasn't exquisite. He gritted his teeth and persisted. As the two of them fought for longer and longer, the spectating disciples felt bored and left one after another. Mo Fucho and Mo Zhu were still watching the battle. He can't be so weak, can he? Mo Zhu couldn't help but ask. Mo Fucho said calmly, he's doing it on purpose. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly used the unparalleled finger divine sword. He pointed his finger and the sword chi pierced his opponent's shoulder. Immediately, he launched forward with 7 illusionary steps and kicked the opponent down the sparring platform. It was over. The 3 deacons presiding over the battle were stunned. Their attention had already strayed away. They didn't expect it to end so abruptly. Han Ju cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." He then walked towards the 3 deacons below the platform and registered his victory. The Tianzu Peak disciple left dejectedly. The Mo siblings immediately came forward. "Brother Han, why didn't you win directly?" Mo Fucho asked. In his opinion, Han Ju was the most talented disciple of the Jade Pure sect. However, Han Ju kept a low profile, and no one believed his talent. Han Ju shook his head and smiled. "I only found his weakness." He then changed the topic. "How have you been recently, Miss Mo?" It would have been fine if he hadn't brought it up, but the moment he did, Mo Zhu was infuriated. "If I knew earlier, I would have listened to you. I went to Li Qianlong's abode, and in the end, I was targeted by both fiendish cultivators and fellow disciples. Eventually, I was forced to jump off the cliff. I was fortunate to have an elder assist me." Mo Zhu cursed angrily. Han Ju asked, "Who is this elder?" "I'm not sure, either. He left after saving me. Perhaps he's some expert from the Jade Pure sect." Oh, that was the end of the conversation. Han Ju bid farewell to the siblings and left quickly. Mo Zhu looked at his departing figure and said gloomily, "Big brother, why do I feel like he's avoiding me? He doesn't want to talk to me." Mo Fucho smiled and said, "You're making it too obvious. Brother Han is an ascetic. He doesn't want his cultivation to be affected by love. What's left to life if he always cultivates like that? Everyone pursues different things. He pursues immortality and the great Tao. I think the two of you are the same kind of people. I'm no match for him." Han Ju continued practicing the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal once he had returned to his cave abode. He only used 7 illusionary steps in the match a while ago, so he was hardly tired. In the following days, the same pattern followed. Every time, Han Ju would only defeat his opponent after all the spectators had left. The defeated opponents would be too embarrassed to mention it. Hence, Han Ju continued progressing, but no one took much notice. But the reincarnated Mahayana realm cultivator Zhou Fan was the black horse. He continued winning until he reached the top 10. The entire inner sect was discussing him. Many thought he was daydreaming to want to challenge the first disciple of the Sword Peak for a companion. They didn't think he could do much. The first disciple of the Sword Peak didn't participate in the assessment, but he had announced that if Zhou Fan managed to enter the top 3, he would accept the challenge. This matter caused an uproar in the inner sect, but Han Ju wasn't interested. He had read too many such plots in novels. That night, Han Ju was cultivating the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal in the cave abode. He hadn't used this move in the previous battles. But as he practiced for the past few days, he could handle the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal pretty well now. Han Ju could cast this spell within a second. Most spells required hand seals to activate the technique. They weren't like purely physical techniques that had no delay. But with more practice, a day would come when the spell could be cast immediately. Whoosh! The sound of wind came from outside the cave abode. At first, Han Ju didn't care. But not long after, he felt inexplicably uneasy. He quickly stopped and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. There was no one in the open space outside the cave, nor were there any beasts or birds. Under the crescent moon, Jade Serene Peak actually looked very sinister. "What's happening?" Han Ju frowned. The trees outside weren't moving, which meant there was no wind. But why could he still hear the wind? Was he possessed? Han Ju felt a chill down his spine. After being reborn for decades, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. But if this world had demons and cultivators, ghosts weren't too far-fetched either. Nervous, Han Ju held his breath. If it was really a ghost, how strong would it be if even Fairy Shizan didn't discover it? "Ghosts, ghosts, please leave. Ghosts, ghosts, please leave," he chanted to himself. At this moment, all of a sudden, he saw wisps of black aura flying into the cave through the crack in the stone gate. What the hell? It really is a ghost. Without another word, Hanju raised his hand and executed the 9 dragons devil expelling seal. A golden jade seal flew head-on towards the black aura. This golden jade seal was embedded with 9 dragons, domineeringly and divine. It directly dispersed the black gas and disappeared into thin air. Hanju frowned. He felt a powerful repulsive force. Logically speaking, the 9 dragons devil expelling seal should have continued to crash forward, knocking down the stone door. He focused his gaze and saw that the scattered black aura was condensing again. Hanju quickly went up and used the 9 dragons devil expelling seal again. Boom. Not enough. Again. Boom. Boom. Hanju stood in front of the black aura and struck out with his palms, again and again, creating a huge hole in the ground. The wall of the cave beside him also split open. This was still under his precise control. Otherwise, he could have collapsed the entire cave abode with a single palm strike. Wait. Stop. 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 A wail followed. Hanju frowned and looked down at the black aura. I'm a great grand elder of the Jade Pure sect. How dare a disciple like you disrespect me? The black aura roared angrily, leaving Hanju stunned. Great grand elder. The black aura quickly condensed into a human form. It was very short, only half a meter tall. This person was emaciated and wore a large white robe. With a head full of white hair, he looked up at him angrily. Hanju said helplessly, Sir, what are you trying to do by sneaking into my cave abode in the middle of the night? The great grand elder said grumpily, I'm just cultivating a divine art. My primordial spirit has left my body. When I heard the sound coming from your cave abode, I couldn't help but come in out of curiosity. Although he lectured him, he was actually shocked inside. What kind of spell was that? He almost killed me. His spirit energy felt like the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. The Jade Pure sect's inner sect is already so outstanding. Chapter 21. Heavenly Constellation Golden Body, The Unstoppable Joe Fan. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. I have to tell my master about this. What you're doing can really scare disciples like me to death. Hanju shook his head. He was really speechless. Cultivating divine arts in the middle of the night, acting mysterious. Just now, he really should have directly killed this great grand elder's essence soul. Don't. I was just playing around for a moment. I apologize to you. I'm sorry, the great grand elder hurriedly said. Amused, Hanju asked, you know my master? Cough. Actually, your master is my disciple, so is the current sect master. The great grand elder held his head high proudly. However, Hanju remained expressionless. The great grand elder's smile immediately faded. Does he not believe me? Hanju said, then, I'll pretend that nothing happened tonight. You can leave. Really, no worries. The great grand elder immediately turned around and left. He had just taken a few steps when he suddenly turned around and asked, Boy, I see that you're very talented. Do you want to inherit my legacy? Hanju raised his eyebrows and asked, what legacy? I'll impart to you an unparalleled cultivation technique, the Heavenly Constellation Golden Body. Do you want it? In the entire Jade Pure sect, only the sect master and I know it. Heavenly Constellation Golden Body. Sounds impressive. Hanju's eyes lit up. But on second thought, he hesitated. It wasn't even a pleasant encounter. Why would this old man teach him a cultivation technique? It must be a trap. Trying to trick me. Hanju shook his head and said, never mind. Thank you for your kindness, sir. The great grand elder's smile froze again. With a cold snort, he swung his sleeves and left. An hour later, Hanju left the cave abode and flew towards Jade Serene Hall. He stopped in front of the front gate and knelt. As the gate burst open, Hanju quickly walked in. Why are you here so late at night? Fairy Shizan asked with her eyes closed. Hanju knelt in front of her and told her everything that happened. Fairy Shizan opened her eyes and frowned. She was displeased. This damned old man is restless again. You almost killed him? Fairy Shizan asked curiously. Hanju scratched his head and said, was cultivating a divine art, so I can only block it. That's not important. Master, will he come and harass me again? I don't want to be afraid every night. Don't worry, I'll go find him tomorrow. If he dares to come again, I'll deal with him myself. Thank you, Master. No worries. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally relax now. Before he left, he asked curiously, Master, is the Heavenly Constellation Golden Body powerful? He wanted to teach me this cultivation technique. Yes, It can be said to be the strongest cultivation technique of the Jade Pure sect. It's even more powerful than Jade Pure technique. However, before cultivating it, one needs to cut off one's roots. What root? The thing that makes you a man. Quote. Hanju wanted to curse. I knew it. That old man was up to no good. Wait, does this mean the great-grand elder and sect leader have already? Hanju discovered a shocking fact and felt his worldview shattered. This matter cannot be spread, Fairy Shizan said solemnly. I understand. Hanju bowed and left. After returning to his cave abode, Hanju was still thinking about the heavenly constellation Golden Body. No wonder even though Li Qingzi liked Fairy Shizan, the two of them did not become companions. They're even more extreme than me. They both stay away from women by cutting their own. Hanju was impressed. At the same time, he labeled the great-grand elder as untrustworthy. The next morning, Hanju headed towards the inner sect city. The battle of the top 10 in the inner sect assessment would officially begin at noon. The inner sect assessment was different from the inner sect competition. The inner sect assessment was a way to become an elite disciple, and one could register freely. The inner sect competition was a competition between the 18 peaks, and the ranking was a motivation for each peak to work hard. The battle arena had already been built, located in the square in the center of the city, 300 meters long and wide. There was already a huge crowd around it. Many disciples were flying on their swords and floating in the air. It was a very spectacular sight. Junior, you're finally here. Excited, Chang Yueya immediately ran over. More than 10 disciples from Jade Serene Peak gathered around to cheer him on. Hanju frowned when he saw so many people. With so many people around, how am I supposed to act? Should I be more straightforward? Defeat them immediately. Hanju hesitated, suddenly feeling a gaze settle on him. He turned around and saw Zhou Fan staring at him with a burning gaze, full of fighting spirit. Hanju was baffled. When did I provoke him? Zhou Fan recalled Mo Fuchu's words that in this inner sect assessment, his greatest opponent was Hanju. Mo Fuchu said that Hanju had always been hiding his strength and was not inferior to elite disciples. Because of this, Zhou Fan had always treated Hanju as an imaginary enemy. He didn't understand Hanju. With outstanding aptitude and stunning looks, why did he keep such a low profile? He heard that Mo Zhu had taken a liking to him, but Hanju had been avoiding her. The more Hanju kept a low profile, the more Zhou Fan felt sore. However, I already have a powerful trump card. He's definitely not my match. Zhou Fan thought firmly. At this moment, Mo Zhu suddenly appeared before Hanju and said excitedly, Brother Han, I believe you will definitely take first place. Chang Yueya asked warily, who are you? Mo Zhu looked back at her. They were obviously unhappy with each other. Hanju saw that their conflict was about to erupt and felt that something was wrong. Husband. Hearing a burst of laughter, Hanju turned around and saw Xing Hongxuan. Chang Yueya and Mo Zhu both turned to look. Crap. It's Mars crashed into Earth. Hanju immediately turned and left. He had to leave the dangerous situation. However, the three women didn't follow him. Instead, they walked together and began to oppose each other. The surrounding disciples were envious of Hanju. Being good-looking makes him truly fearless. With so many beautiful juniors admiring him, he doesn't even care. This is a crime. At noon, the inner disciples assessment officially began. The person presiding over the assessment this time was the Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder. The elders of the other 17 peaks did not come. The spectators were ordinary elders, deacons, hall masters, and so on. More than 2,000 inner sect disciples and mortal slaves came to watch the battles. Although there weren't many inner sect disciples, there were many mortal slaves in the inner sect city. Hanju was participating in the very first match. When his name was called, he immediately went on stage. Hanju of the Jade Serene Peak versus Zhou Fan of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Whoosh! The moment Zhou Fan's name was announced, the audience erupted. Recently, Zhou Fan was the most famous disciple in the inner sect. He could be said to be the biggest black horse. Rumors had it that he had a trump card that could defeat anyone instantly. He was undefeated in every battle and totally unstoppable. Zhou Fan cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Han, you must do your best this time. Hanju asked expressionlessly, really? Really? Zhou Fan raised his right hand, and a small black bell appeared in his palm. It was eerie and mysterious. In a nearby pavilion, the elders and deacons all frowned. They had long heard that Zhou Fan had a powerful secret weapon, a Dharma treasure. It was a birth Dharma treasure. What was a birth Dharma treasure? One that would be created at the birth of its owner. They were the legacy of his ancestors. Even if he had little potential, his ancestors would give him providence. Owners of birth dharma treasures were usually successful. Upon seeing this treasure today, they all felt that it was extraordinary. Zhou Fan might really get first place in this intersect assessment. Chapter 22. Obtaining the numinous treasure, Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Seeing how confident he was, Hanju decided to get serious. Zhou Fan must be defeated before he could demonstrate his power. That was the only way to minimize the impact. If Hanju defeated him when Zhou Fan released all his power, it would only show that Hanju was even stronger. In that way, he wouldn't be able to keep a low profile anymore. With so many people watching, it was impossible for Han Li to delay until everyone left. After his decision, Hanju walked towards Zhou Fan. Mo Zhu said with a solemn expression, Zhou Fan's birth dharma treasure is very strong. Because of this treasure, Master made an exception and took him in as a personal disciple. Chang Yuei disdainfully said, he's no match for Junior Han. Xing Hongshuan didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Hanju. Zhou Fan had a confident smile on his face, but seeing Hanju walking straight towards him, he still felt inexplicably flustered. Because he had often heard Mo Fucho brag about him. Slowly, he felt that Hanju was very strong. Today, I will defeat him and prove my strength. Watch carefully, I'll make you regret it and let you know that you've underestimated me. Zhou Fan thought about it silently. When he thought about that smiling handsome face, he was furious. He raised the small black bell, preparing to display his power. A crazed smile appeared on his face. So what if he's gifted? Today, I, Zhou Fan, will defeat this gifted cultivator. Swish, a blinding sword flashed, causing Zhou Fan to subconsciously close his eyes. Boom, Zhou Fan was sent flying, vomiting blood. He was like a kite with a broken string, blown out of the battle arena. Silence. Everyone was silent. Everyone was stunned. They had yet to recover from their shock. The battle ended so quickly. Even old immortal Dao Thunder, who was overseeing the intersect assessment, widened his eyes. Hanju retracted his technique, and the sword shadow behind him quickly disappeared. It only appeared for less than 2 seconds. He turned and bowed to old immortal Dao Thunder with cupped fists. Old immortal Dao Thunder came back to his senses and announced, Jade Serene Peaks Hanju wins. Boom, the crowd burst into excitement. The male disciples discussed and the female disciples stared at him with glowing eyes. So fast. See, Zhou Fan is just mediocre. Hanju is too strong. Who is Hanju? When did such a genius appear in Jade Serene Peak? He's so handsome. Could he be the one the female disciples often discuss? Hanju quickly left the stage and disappeared into the crowd. Since the battle arena wasn't destroyed, the second battle soon began. Zhou Fan was helped out of the crowd by a group of Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. He seemed to have lost his soul. The blow was too great. He didn't even know how he lost. But the moment he was hit by the 3 pure shadow sword technique, he sensed imminent death. He knew that Hanju could have killed him. One moment, he was still full of confidence. The next moment, he was off the platform. Zhou Fan wished he could dig a hole to hide. He knew he had become a joke. Chang Yuei, Xing Hongshuan, and Mo Zhu tried to look for Hanju but couldn't find him. He hid amidst the crowd and watched silently. 2 hours later, the top 5 were decided. The 5 disciples would draw lots to decide who would skip the next round and head straight to the top 3. The disciples didn't have any objections. At this stage, the difference in strength wasn't great. Everyone could be in the top 3. Luck was an indispensable thing on the path of cultivation. Hanju hesitated. If he became one of the top 3, maybe he could just give up straight away. In any case, the top 3 could choose the Conate Cave abode. That's it. This way, his influence would be minimized. He prayed silently. Hanju of the Jade Serene Peak is going to the top 3 straight away. The other 4 disciples looked at him with envy and vigilance as old immortal Taoist Thunder made the announcement. They had all witnessed Hanju defeating Zhou Fan in a flash. This fellow didn't use much of his spirit energy and was still in his peak state. Hanju was overwhelmed with joy as he quietly walked off the stage. Chang Yuei and the other 2 immediately surrounded him, preventing him from escaping. Junior, you have a good chance of getting first place this time. Chang Yuei said excitedly. Mo Zhu and Xing Hongshuan were also very excited. They all admired Hanju and naturally hoped to see him in the limelight. Hanju shook his head and said, I can't. It's already not easy to come this far. Zhou Fan, who was making his way over, almost fainted when he heard that. He still wanted to ask Han Ju what kind of spell he had used to defeat him, but he ended up hearing such words. Zhou Fan was so angry that he spat out blood. The disciple in front of him was sprayed full of blood. Zhou Fan quickly turned and left. Han Ju turned around to see, but Zhou Fan was already gone. The next 2 matches were intense. Equipment, magic, movement techniques, and talismans. All sorts of things appeared. The 4 disciples were all rounded and on par with each other. No matter who was the final winner, they still put on a good fight. The top 3 were finally on stage. The 3 of you will each fight 2 more rounds with different opponents. The one who wins twice will be the first, a win and a defeat will be the second, and losing twice will be the third. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder explained the rules. Han Ju suddenly raised his hand and said, "Elder, I admit defeat. Previously, in order to quickly defeat my opponent, I exhausted all of my spiritual energy and have yet to recover. Let the 2 of them fight it out. I'm willing to be third." Whoosh! Everyone was shocked. Chang Yue and the other 2 girls also widened their eyes. Zhou Fan was stunned when he heard that. Really? If that wasn't the case, why would Han Ju admit defeat? So I'm not that weak. Zhou Fan's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. When Han Ju saw the words in front of him, he said in his head, "This guy is nuts." Old Immortal Taoist Thunder stared at him and then nodded. He changed the rules, and Han Ju was ranked 3rd. Han Ju immediately got off the stage. The following fight was less exciting than the previous ones. Both of them had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Ju felt that he could have taken on both of them together. In the end, the top 3 were decided, and the intersect assessment ended. The top 3 followed Old Immortal Taoist Thunder to Main Peak. On his way there flying on his sword, a line appeared before Han Ju. You entered the top 3 in the intersect assessment while keeping a low profile. You will obtain a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 7th grade numinous treasure, Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe. Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe. A 7th grade numinous treasure that can automatically defend against an enemy's attack. It can defend against up to a blow from a soul formation realm cultivator. If you inject spirit energy into it, its defensive power will increase. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Defending against a blow from a soul formation realm cultivator. So powerful. It was indeed a numinous treasure, stronger than equipment and dharma treasures. A 7th grade numinous treasure. Could there be 6th grade, 5th grade, and up to 1st grade numinous treasures? How powerful would a 1st grade numinous treasure be? Han Ju guessed silently. He was in a good mood. This was too satisfying. After obtaining the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, he felt very safe. And he was going to get a Conate Cave abode. It was a very fruitful intersect assessment. Once he wore the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, he would be able to cultivate in peace and wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks. Soul Formation Realm cultivators were few in number. Hardly one appeared every century in the Jade Pure sect. However, the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe could only protect him. If he ran into a nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't be able to kill him, and neither would he be able to kill them. Han Ju couldn't help but smile. Why are you so happy to be in 3rd place? Did Fairy Shizan tell you to only fight for 3rd place? Old Immortal Taoist Thunder suddenly asked. The 2 disciples in front turned to look at Han Ju with strange expressions. They weren't stupid and also felt that Han Ju's surrender was too dubious. However, it was also good news for them, so they didn't question it. Chapter 23. Obtain a Conate Cave Abode, new target is Golden Core Realm. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Han Ju replied, I'm not happy because of getting 3rd place, but excited to come to Main Peak for the first time. Master never told me to stop at the top 3. I haven't been in Jade Serene Peak for long. Although I became her personal disciple, Master said that as long as I do my best, it's fine. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder snorted in obvious disbelief. Zhou Fan was his personal disciple, and Han Ju admitted defeat right after beating him. Han Ju was obviously not giving Heavenly Thunder peak face. But as an elder, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder couldn't lash out at him. Han Ju smiled politely at the other 2 disciples. The 3 of them didn't talk much, and it wasn't suitable for them to talk at the moment. Before long, they arrived at Main Peak. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder introduced them to Taoist Jingshu and left. The top 3 participants of the Inner Court assessment this time will be promoted to elite disciples. Besides that, all of you can choose a Conate Cave abode. The 1st place will get to choose first, Taoist Jingshu said expressionlessly as she inconspicuously glanced at Hanju. This kid actually managed to reach the top 3. Looks like Shuaner wasn't mistaken. He's indeed talented. The 2 disciples weren't surprised. Clearly, they already knew about the Konate cave abode beforehand. Taoist Jingshu waved her right hand, and the images of 3 Konate cave abodes appeared. The 3 abodes surrounded the edge of a mountain range. Hanju took a glance and guessed that it was a map of the Jade Pure sect. Are they making us security guards? Hanju ridiculed in his head. The 3 cave abodes nicely surrounded the 18 peaks. Nevertheless, a Konate cave abode was too attractive. It was like a free spiritual pool. It was still acceptable. Now that he had the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, he wasn't afraid of any danger anyway. Taoist Jingshu began to introduce the 3 cave abodes. The first was rich with fire and wind spirit chi. The second was relatively abundant with water, fire, and wood spirit chi. The last had spirit chi of all attributes, but each only as rich as in a usual spiritual pool. There were no surprises. Hanju was left with the last cave abode. Cultivators who could reach this stage were all geniuses with 3 or 4 cultivation potentials. However, they usually only cultivated a single attribute, so they would choose the first 2 Konate cave abodes. Hanju couldn't choose but still ended up with the one that suited him the most. After choosing the cave abode, Hanju was given a talisman. Tearing the talisman would lead them to their Konate cave abodes. The 3 of them bowed and left. After walking out of the hall, Hanju immediately tore the talisman. A golden pigeon appeared out of thin air and flew into the distance. Hanju immediately followed it. The other 2 bid farewell and also parted. After flying after the golden pigeon for half an hour, Hanju finally found the Konate cave abode. It was located in a forest. The golden pigeon flew head-on into the cliff wall, inducing a glow in the wall. Feeling the fluctuations of spirit chi, there was probably a formation in front. A hole appeared on the cliff wall, and Hanju immediately walked in. The tunnel was wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. After walking for 50 steps, he saw the cave abode. It was huge, and the walls were damp. There was a hole at the top of the cave where cold air flowed in. In the middle of the cave, there was a pool with many water plants. The water was warm, and vapor could be seen above the surface. Hanju felt that the dense spirit chi might be slightly more concentrated than the spiritual pools. And it contained all 6 attributes. Hanju was satisfied. He first took out the golden cicada's mystic divine robe and wore it before putting on the Jade Pure sect's Taoist robe over it. The moment Hanju put on the numinous treasure, he felt his entire aura change. He felt so safe. Hanju smiled happily as he walked back to the cave entrance. He looked up. This was his exclusive cave now. He had to give it a name. He used his finger as a sword to carve words above the cave entrance. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. Hanju nodded in satisfaction. It was a good piece of calligraphy. The strokes demonstrated his power and the strength of his sword chi. After carving the line, Hanju chopped the trees nearby and then made a table, chairs, and a bed. At Jade Serene Hall, Fairy Shizan was expressionless. Chang Yue recounted what had happened in the intersect assessment. When she heard that Hanju admitted defeat after entering the top 3, the corner of her mouth twitched. This kid, so unambitious. Fairy Shizan admired Hanju's heart towards the Tao, but she couldn't understand why he was so afraid of being in the limelight. He's ridiculously cowardly. Most importantly, Hanju's appearance was extremely outstanding. It was hard for him not to stand out. Master, did Junior Han suffer persecution when he was young? Chang Yue asked. Fairy Shizan was deep in thought. It looked like she had to ask Elder Iron. Can it be that Elder Iron tortured Hanju before? Thinking of this, Fairy Shizan's glare turned cold. She had never liked Elder Iron. If it weren't for his meritorious service in the outer sect, no one would be willing to accept him into the inner sect even if he reached the Foundation establishment realm. Elder Iron had hardly any potential. After the inner sect assessment ended, Hanju didn't attract much attention. The disciples would only smile when others mentioned him. Hanju also didn't go to the intersect city and stayed in the Konate cave to cultivate. He was prepared to enter the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. All his spirit chi had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. As long as he cultivated them to perfection, he would be able to reach the Golden Core realm. Hanju was full of fighting spirit. Once he reached the Golden Core realm, he would be able to use the 6 paths of reincarnation's divine powers. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique had its own divine art, but it required one to reach a certain realm. Reaching the Golden Core realm would unlock one of those. Half a month later, he had visitors. They were Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan. When they saw the carvings above the entrance, they were speechless. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. It really suited his personality. Brother Han, Mo Fucho is here to visit. Mo Fucho shouted with cupped fists. After a few seconds, the door opened. The two of them immediately walked in. Hanju was meditating by the pool when they saw him. Hanju opened his eyes and asked, "What brings you here?" Zhou Fan looked at him with a complicated expression. Mo Fucho smiled and said, "Recently, the conflict between us and the Viridescent Nether cult has been escalating. Who knows when a full-scale war will break out one day. We would like to invite you to go on a mission together and take down one of the cult's branches. Apparently, they possess many pills that can help you cultivate." Before coming, Mo Fucho had thought about it. If he wanted to convince Hanju, he had to talk about cultivation. Hanju shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I don't want to leave for the time being. I have to enter seclusion to break through." Breakthrough in seclusion, both of them were stunned. Zhou Fan couldn't help but ask, "You want to enter the Golden Core realm?" Hanju nodded. "It's not that easy to break through to the Golden Core realm. The heavenly tribulation you will face is even more terrifying than the one at the Foundation Establishment realm. You have to rely on some tribulation transcendence pills to neutralize the power of the heavenly lightning and consolidate your Tao heart," Mo Fucho reminded. Zhou Fan added, "This mission is very important. If we perform well, we will definitely succeed. Our status in the Jade Pure sect will also rise in the future, and we will be able to make a name for ourselves in the cultivation world. You have received an invitation from a fellow disciple. Facing fame and fortune, you have the following choices." 3 lines of words appeared before Hanju's eyes. Isn't it obvious?" Hanju said righteously, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in fame or fortune. I just want to cultivate diligently. If the Jade Pure sect is in trouble in the future, I'll definitely risk my life defending the sect. But right now, I don't want to leave the sect." Chapter 24. Golden Core Realm, Qilin Sword. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. No matter how Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan tried to persuade him, Hanju would not give in. The two could only leave helplessly. After leaving the cave abode, the two flew for a distance. Zhou Fan couldn't help but say, "Although he's powerful, he's too timid." He had already put it nicely. Frankly, he wanted to say that Hanju was afraid of death. He had heard from other disciples of Jade Serene Peak that Hanju was good at everything, but he was too timid. Mo Fucho didn't speak for Hanju this time. He sighed and said, "One can't only cultivate in seclusion. We're mortals. We still have to fight for opportunities. Just wait and see, he will come to his senses sooner or later." Zhou Fan nodded. He suddenly looked forward to this mission. Once he obtained those elixirs, he might be able to surpass Hanju. Thinking of this, Zhou Fan was very excited. Previously, he had been knocked out by Hanju in the intersect assessment. It was really traumatic. Although he didn't hate him, he had always wanted to regain his honor. Congratulations on obtaining a Little Universe Belt. Little Universe Belt. It contains a large alternate space. It can be used as a storage ring or storage bag. The belt is elastic and not easily destroyed. Hanju raised his eyebrows and looked at the Little Universe Belt in his hand. The belt was like a scroll of painting, but a very narrow one. He used his divine sense to probe it. There was an alternate space of 1,000 cubic meters within. It was much bigger than his storage bag. He immediately dripped his blood on it to claim the belt. After he succeeded, he threw everything into the Little Universe Belt and tied it around his waist. The belt tightened around his robe. It wasn't too tight nor too loose around his waist. Very comfortable. Hanju played with it for a while before resuming cultivation. 2 years passed in a flash. His 6 spiritual powers had all reached perfection. He was preparing to transcend the tribulation. He activated the barrier function and underwent his tribulation in the cave abode. Although the heavenly tribulation of the Golden Core realm was formidable, it was far from being able to destroy the mountain. The heavenly thunder would be concentrated above his head. Apparently, the Golden Core realm's heavenly tribulations would provoke his inner evil. Only around 3 in 10 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators could break through to the Golden Core realm. They would either be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation or be driven mad from the inner evil. Hanju had a top-notch cultivation potential and practiced top techniques. He wasn't afraid of these obstacles. As he activated his cultivation method, dark clouds started to gather above him. Lightning began flashing. At the same time, a voice sounded in Hanju's mind. What do you want? Fame, money, women, you're already strong enough. Stop concealing yourself and show the world your strength. This voice was like a demon, constantly bewitching him. Hanju was indifferent and even wanted to laugh. Is this the inner evil? So lame. As Hanju moved his hand, the spirit energy in his body surged. Foundation establishment, golden core formation. Spirit energy began to gather in his dantian like the center of a whirlpool in his body. Bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from the dark clouds and landed on Hanju's body. Hanju directly used the 6 paths of reincarnation technique to absorb the heavenly lightning. Transcending the tribulation with 6 types of spiritual force was simple and smooth. Hanju's thunder cultivation potential was unable to completely absorb the heavenly lightning. However, he was able to fend off the excess with other spirit energy. He didn't feel a thing. He soon noticed that it wasn't his spirit energy that was doing the job, but the golden cicada's mystic divine robe's effect. This numinous treasure can actually help me transcend the tribulation. Hanju thought in surprise. The golden cicada's mystic divine robe was able to withstand an attack from a soul formation realm cultivator. Would it also be able to help him transcend to the nascent soul realm in the future? Hanju got excited. What a treasure! Motivated, Hanju continued his tribulation. 7 days later, Hanju finally succeeded. Congratulations on breaking through to the golden core realm and obtaining an unparalleled magical sword. Congratulations on obtaining the Qilin sword. Qilin sword, a sword made from the bones of a Qilin. It contains the Qilin's soul and has the effect of exorcising evil. A sword appeared in Hanju's hand. This sword was completely black, and the blade was embedded with Qilin scales. The hilt looked even more awesome. The blade was 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long. Holding this sword, Hanju's palm felt cool. What a cool sword. It matched him very well. Hanju put the Qilin sword away and began consolidating his golden core realm cultivation. Half a month later, he began to cultivate the 3rd level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, and at the same time, he inherited his first mystical power. 6 paths soul absorption technique. As the name implied, this mystical power could absorb souls, especially wandering ghosts. After mastering it, Hanju could also see souls that ordinary people couldn't. After Hanju learned the cultivation method, he started to cultivate the mystical power. His top-notch cultivation potential of 6 attributes allowed him to learn it within 10 days. As expected of a mystical power, it was much more difficult to learn than magic. And it was obviously stronger. Hanju really wanted to try it on wandering ghosts, but this was the Jade Pure sect. He opened his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 64,499. Race, mortal. Cultivation, 1st level of the golden core realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique can be inherited. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword technique unparalleled 9 dragons devil expelling seal. Mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption technique. Equipment, golden cicada's mystic divine robe grade 7 numinous treasure little universe belt Qilin sword. Cultivation potential, spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Conate providence is as follows. Unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. Lifespan has increased to 499 years. Not bad. 400 years is enough for me to break through to the nascent soul realm. I bet I can break through in 100 years. Hanju thought proudly. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't bid farewell to Fairy Shizan after the intersect assessment. I'm being rude. Hanju immediately stood up and left. After leaving the cave abode, he flew to the Jade Pure sect's intersect. It was easy to find his way. The 18 peaks were too eye-catching. Hanju checked his interpersonal relationships as he flew on his sword. The favorability and hatred didn't change much. He opened the mailbox. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Omit 10 similar messages. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator and was severely injured. He luckily escaped. Hanju was stunned. Sect leaders being attacked by the fiendish cultivators. So many messages. It looks really bad. Hanju became nervous. Is the cult about to launch an attack on us soon? While thinking, Hanju arrived at Jade Serene Peak. He quickly came to the front of Jade Serene Hall and knelt down. After the door opened, he got up and entered the hall. Junior Han, you're finally willing to come back. Chang Yuei complained. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Is this girl actually Fairy Shizan's relative? Why do I bump into her every time I come here? Chang Yuei's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Foundation establishment realm. This speed could be considered fast among ordinary people, but it was incomparable to Hanju's speed. Completely incomparable. Hanju knelt in front of Fairy Shizan and said, "Greetings to you, Master." After the inner sect assessment ended, this disciple was in a hurry to cultivate and forgot to visit you. Fairy Shizan narrowed her eyes and asked, "You actually still remember to come back? I thought you'd already betrayed me." Hanju was embarrassed. He was about to explain when Fairy Shizan continued, "The Jade Pure sect is about to face an unprecedented disaster. I'll give you a chance. You can leave the sect right now." Chapter 25. Gaining Favorability, Well-Rounded Senior. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Hearing Fairy Shizan's words, Hanju's first reaction was that she was joking. At this moment, words suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Your sect master is in danger. No one knows whether he's still alive. You have the following choices." Hanju frowned. He subconsciously wanted to pick the first choice and avoid the danger. But on second thought, "I'm wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, what am I afraid of?" Hanju asked, "What about you, Master?" Fairy Shizan's expression was calm as she replied, "Survive or perish, I will stay at the Jade Pure sect." Chang Yuei wanted to say something but hesitated. Hanju said seriously, "Then I will follow you, Master." He would do missions and increase others' favorability of him. Fairy Shizan's favorability of you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. 3 stars. With one more, will she be a potential companion? Hanju thought, "I'm being obscene. My heart follows the Tao, it cannot become filthy." Fairy Shizan's expression remained unchanged as she asked, "Really? Aren't you afraid of death?" Death is unavoidable. When the time comes, one either has an impactful or a mediocre life. Even though I pursue longevity, I won't abandon you, Master. I've never taught you anything. Yes, but your kindness and care are invaluable. You've helped me compete for opportunities and settle potential troubles. I remember all of that." He actually meant it. After being reborn and living for more than 60 years, Fairy Shizan was the person who treated him the best. Although Xing Hongshuan liked him the most, she had once threatened him. Ever since he had entered Fairy Shizan's tutelage, she hadn't made things difficult for him. Even if he hadn't followed her instructions, she hadn't blamed him. Hanju really didn't want such a good master to die. However, if he encountered an overpowered enemy, Hanju would still prioritize his own life. "My main mission in life won't change. Longevity. Longevity. Longevity." After hearing Hanju's heartfelt words, Fairy Shizan smiled with relief. As expected of a disciple of Jade Serene Peak. However, the situation is not as dire as sect dissolution. Even if sect master has gone missing, our foundation is still there. I know that you're very afraid of death, so I asked you to leave first. Fairy Shizan smiled. Hanju nodded and asked, "Where did sect master go missing?" "He went to investigate the Viridescent Nether cult." "I see." Hanju was relieved. It would be terrible if he was abducted in the Jade Pure sect. The Viridescent Nether cult had attacked Li Qingzi dozens of times, but they had only managed to severely injure him. It seemed like there was no nascent soul realm cultivator among them. If that was the case, Hanju was more confident about his safety. A nascent soul realm cultivator couldn't kill him. "Are there any problems with your cultivation recently?" Fairy Shizan asked with gentle eyes. Speaking of which, she hadn't really taught this disciple yet. Hanju shook his head and said, "No, there's no need to trouble you, Master." If he cultivated with Fairy Shizan, wouldn't he be exposing his golden core realm cultivation? If the sect elders heard about it, they might drag him over to labor. When Fairy Shizan heard this, she immediately snorted. "Then get lost." "Yes, Master." Hanju left. He had just left the hall when Fairy Shizan took out a storage bag and handed it to Chang Yuei. "Help your junior according to what I said." Chang Yuei nodded and stood up excitedly. As soon as Hanju flew out of the Jade Serene Peak, he heard a whistling sound behind him. He turned around and saw Chong Yue chasing after him on her sword. Junior Han, wait for me. Chong Yue waved her hand and shouted with a happy smile on her face. Han Ju frowned and stopped. Chong Yue stopped at his side and waved the storage bag in her hand, saying, there's a set formation and some spirit herb seeds inside. Master asked me to help you set up the formation and plant spirit herbs to increase the spirit chi in your cave abode. When Han Ju heard this, his brows immediately relaxed. He cupped his fists and said, thanks to our master. Thank you, senior. Chong Yue smiled even more happily. The two of them continued flying towards the Konate cave abode. Arriving at the entrance of the cave abode, Chong Yue saw the words on the stone door. With a strange expression, she muttered, endure today, freedom tomorrow, this name. Han Ju entered the cave expressionlessly. Chong Yue followed closely behind. She stopped at the edge of the tunnel and took out the equipment for the formation and began setting it up. Han Ju turned around and stood behind her, observing closely. Learning how to set up formations was also beneficial for the future. Chong Yue noticed that he was behind her and couldn't help but become more serious. After nearly 2 hours, she finally finished setting up the array formation. The switch was embedded into the wall of the cave. It was a piece of jade stone that could be activated by pouring spirit energy into it. This array formation could conceal the cave's entrance. If one were to forcibly enter it, they would be trapped in an illusion and become unable to extricate themselves. Han Ju sighed, I didn't expect you to know array formations. Chong Yue smiled proudly and said, what do you think I'm learning from master all the time? Although my cultivation level is inferior to yours, I know alchemy, talisman crafting, array formations, exorcism, and so on. He had a whole new level of respect for her. Chong Yue turned around and walked into the cave abode. After sizing it up, she walked to the pool's side and began planting spirit herbs. If I become an immortal one day, I will let you be my herbalist. So, you should work hard on these skills, Han Ju said with a smile. Chong Yue harumphed, in your dreams, I'm your senior. If I were to be something, I will be your, hee. She suddenly laughed. Han Ju played dumb and didn't reply. Rebuffed, Chong Yue continued planting the spirit herb seeds. 10 minutes later, she finished planting all the seeds. Han Ju thanked her hurriedly. That's all, I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. After some time, I'll move over to accompany you. How about that? Chong Yue covered her mouth and asked, even winking at him. Vigilant, Han Ju asked, you want to take advantage of my cave abode? Chong Yue rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave angrily. After she left the cave abode, Han Ju let out a long sigh. He patted his chest and muttered, oh, Han Ju, it's really difficult to protect your body. Han Ju walked to the cave's entrance. After activating the formation, he returned to the wooden bed and started cultivating. The first level of the Golden Core realm couldn't satisfy him. After mastering the third level of the 6 paths of reincarnation art, his chi absorption speed was much faster than before. Coupled with the rich spirit chi in the Konate cave abode, he cultivated very happily. 5 years passed in a flash. Han Ju's thunder cultivation potential had reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, while the other cultivation potentials had yet to be cultivated. He planned to cultivate his thunder cultivation potential to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm before cultivating his other cultivation potentials. After all, the cult could attack at any time. His lifespan had also increased slightly. There were many ways to increase his lifespan on the path of cultivation, such as pills, natural treasures, and cultivation techniques. Han Ju's lifespan was only his most basic lifespan. If his cultivation couldn't break through, he could use other methods to increase it. In these 5 years, the Jade Pure sect was safe. However, sect master Li Qingzi was often pursued by fiendish cultivators and was always heavily injured. Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan were also frequently attacked by fiendish cultivators. It seemed like their adventures were truly fascinating. Every time he saw the messages of them being attacked by fiendish cultivators, Han Ju felt lucky he didn't follow them. Han Ju was still cultivating when a line of words appeared before his eyes. Detected bearer of Konate Providence, check its origin. Chapter 26, Inherent Fiend Chen Sanshan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Konate Providence. Han Ju frowned. Is there someone outside the cave? He quickly checked its origin. Chen Sanshan is inherently fiendish. He possesses an extremely strong affinity towards the fiendish Tao's techniques. When he was young, he wandered along with his parents. When his parents were killed by bandits, his fiendish character was awakened. He, who was only 7 years old, slaughtered over 100 bandits. From then on, his killing became unstoppable. Eventually, he joined the Viridescent Nether cult and became very successful. Presently, he's ranked as the eldest core disciple of the Viridescent Nether cult. As expected, someone from the Viridescent Nether cult. Core disciple. So, he hasn't reached the level of an elder yet. Hanju understood that the strength of the cult and Jade Pure sect was about the same. Chen Sanchen was at most at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Why is he here at the Jade Pure sect? Is he alone, or is there a large group hidden around him? Hanju got up and carefully walked to the cave entrance. He looked out and saw a man in black walking out of the woods nearby. He was acting suspiciously. Hanju couldn't feel the man's presence. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he might not have discovered him. Other than Chen Sanchen, there was no one else. As Chen Sanchen walked to the entrance of the cave, his gaze fell on a line of words on the mountain wall. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. How laughable. The people of the Jade Pure sect are indeed cowards. Chen Sanchen couldn't help but sneer. In the tunnel, Hanju felt offended. He's asking to be killed. Hanju activated the 3 pure shadow sword technique. 3 sword shadows floated behind him, ready to kill Chen Sanchen at any time. Because of the array formation, Chen Sanchen couldn't see Hanju and couldn't sense his aura. The two were less than 10 steps apart. Chen Sanchen looked for a while and felt that something was off. Could this be a cave abode? Chen Sanchen narrowed his eyes. He took out a sword and gently stabbed it into the mountain wall. Swish, 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 the sword light flashed, and Chen Sanchen subconsciously closed his eyes. He instinctively jumped back. 3 sword shadows pierced through his body like lightning, and blood splattered everywhere. Chen Sanchen landed a dozen meters away like a sandbag. He crashed into a big tree, and the leaves fell like rain. Ouch! Chen Sanchen gritted his teeth and looked up. 3 sword shadows were floating above his head, ready to slash down at any moment. He was scared out of his wits. What's this? He hurriedly shouted, Sir, stop. Standing by the cave entrance, Hanju shook his head. So weak, he can't withstand a single blow. Or is my 3 pure shadow sword technique too powerful? Hanju touched his chin and pondered. After being attacked by the 3 pure shadow sword technique, the aura of Chen Sanchen's spirit energy was revealed. Hanju made a comparison. Chen Sanchen's spirit energy was about the same level as his. However, he couldn't see through Chen Sanchen's cultivation level. In other words, Chen Sanchen's cultivation level was higher than his, but the strength of his spirit energy was not as strong as his. 6 paths of reincarnation technique's dominance was finally revealed. In a good mood, Hanju asked, Why did you come to the Jade Pure sect? Chen Sanchen replied, I happened to pass by this place. I didn't want to enter the Jade Pure sect. He's really good at lying. The 3 sword shadows dropped down. Horrified, Chen Sanchen quickly jumped to the side. But his right leg was still pierced by the sword shadows and was nailed to the ground. He fell down like a dog pouncing on shit. Damn it, Chen Sanchen was so aggrieved that he was about to explode. He was the core disciple of the cult, yet he was subdued before he could even make a move. The 3 sword shadows were like ghosts. Their speed was ridiculously fast. Nailed to his legs, they were actually draining his spirit energy. What kind of spell is this? Chen Sanchen panicked. He had investigated the Jade Pure sect. The sect wasn't a pure sword cultivation sect. Among the elders, no one had such a powerful sword-related spell. Could it be the mysterious Great-Grand Elder? Chen Sanchen, inherent fiend, the eldest disciple of the Viridescent Nether cult. What do you think will happen to you if I hand you over to the Jade Pure sect? Hanju's voice sounded again. Chen Sanchen's expression changed drastically. His heart was in turmoil. How does this guy know my background? Completely flustered, Chen Sanchen hurriedly kowtowed towards the direction of the cave abode and said fearfully, Sir. I was wrong. Give me a chance. I've never killed a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Hanju was hesitating whether he should kill Chen Sanchen. Based on his experience from reading novels, killing such a prodigy might lead to a series of alternative storylines. Generally speaking, there would always be mechanisms with which his elders would know if such a prodigy was killed. Then, the protagonist would be pursued by them. Kill the little ones, come the big ones. Kill the big ones, come the old ones. Kill the old ones, come the older and bigger ones from the heavens. Why don't I capture him? If Sect Master is captured in the future, we can use him in the exchange, right? Hanju thought silently. Sounds feasible. In any case, he was wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe. It was impossible for Chen Sanchen to hurt him. Hanju waved his right hand, and the 3 sword shadows disappeared into thin air. Chen Sanchen didn't dare to escape. He could only kneel on the ground and shiver. He was already injured. With Han Ju's strength, even if he tried his best to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Come in. Han Ju's voice floated over. The cave entrance appeared, and the stone door opened. Chen Sanchen saw Han Ju. What a handsome man, so young. He thought Han Ju was the disciple of that elder. He gritted his teeth and stood up. After he entered, Han Ju activated the array formation again and closed the cave door. Han Ju turned and walked into the cave. Chen Sanchen suddenly grabbed Han Ju. The sword in his hand hung in front of Han Ju's neck and he shouted in a deep voice, "Elder, let me go. Otherwise, I'll kill your disciple." Quote. The abode fell into silence. Chen Sanchen looked around uneasily. Han Ju said faintly, "I don't have a disciple." Chen Sanchen's body froze when he heard this. Clang, his sword fell to the ground, and he suddenly knelt down, forcing a smile. "Senior, I was just joking." He could sense Han Ju's cultivation level. The 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. Impossible, it must be a facade. To be able to directly suppress me and predict my background, this guy must be an expert. Han Ju walked further inside the cave and said, "Follow me." Chen Sanchen quickly followed. Han Ju came to his own wooden bed and sat down. Chen Sanchen knelt in front of him and appeared very respectful. Is he really the eldest core disciple of the Viridescent Nether cult? Han Ju originally wanted to hand Chen Sanchen over to Fairy Shizan, but if he did that, Chen Sanchen would definitely escape with his life. He didn't have the strength to suppress Chen Sanchen. At most, he could defeat him. The reason why Chen Sanchen didn't dare to flee was because he overestimated Han Ju's strength. In any case, with the Golden Cicada's mystic divine robe protecting his body, he wasn't afraid that Chen Sanchen would ambush him. Not only could the Golden Cicada's mystic divine robe protect his body, but it could also protect his head. In any case, Chen Sanchen couldn't hurt him. Han Ju said softly, "Pick up your sword and stab me with all your strength." Chen Sanchen shivered and wailed. "Elder, I understand my mistake. I know I did wrong. Come on, if you don't try, you'll keep thinking about ambushing me from now on." "I don't dare, I won't blame you, just do it. Elder, I'll kowtow to you." Chen Sanchen almost cried as he hurriedly kowtowed to Han Ju. He thought Han Ju was setting him up and finding a reason to kill him. In any case, if he made a move, it would definitely not end well for him. Han Ju was speechless. Am I that scary? He had read Chen Sanchen's background introduction and thought this person was extremely cruel and would rather die than submit. He didn't expect him to be so cowardly. "From today onwards, you will stay here and plant spirit herbs for me. You can also cultivate," Han Ju instructed. "Okay, when can I leave?" "What? I said the wrong thing. I will slap my own mouth." Chapter 27. Death of the Inherent Fiend. I'm Cao Cao, 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Chen Sanchen's presence did not change Han Ju's life. He focused on cultivating every day. He used his own wooden bed as a barrier. During his cultivation, Chen Sanchen couldn't feel his spirit energy fluctuation at all. To Chen Sanchen, Han Ju appeared even more unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, a year quickly passed. As the spirit herbs grew, the spirit chi in the cave abode became denser. Han Ju's thunder cultivation potential also successfully reached the 4th stage of the Golden Core Realm. A level higher each year. Not bad. If news of this were to spread, countless people would be scared to death. Chen Sanchen had already calmed down. He discovered that Han Ju didn't make things difficult for him, but he didn't dare to run away. So, he could only cultivate along. Han Ju had been cultivating and hadn't left. This made Chen Sanchen even more anxious. Although it feels good to train, it will delay the intelligence if this continues. Chen Sanchen was facing away from Han Ju as he frowned and thought. He was the eldest core disciple. If he didn't return after such a long time, people in the cult would definitely be worried and even panic. What should I do? Ambush him? Chen San was in a dilemma. When he thought of his defeat last year, he shuddered. The difference in strength was too great. For Han Ju to dare to cultivate so fearlessly, he must have everything under control. Damn it, what's this fellow trying to do, trapping me here? If I'm strong enough, I'll definitely make you pay 100 times over. Chen Sanchen's eyes flashed coldly. Who am I? I'm the formidable inherent fiend of the Viridescent Nether cult. Chen Sanchen's hatred for you has increased. Current hatred. 4 stars. Han Ju was disturbed from his cultivation by this line and frowned. FCK. It rose again. Han Ju wanted to vomit blood. In the past year, he didn't torture him. Chen Sanchen seemed obedient, but his hatred for him kept increasing. Now, it had reached 4 stars. To the extent that he would fight me till death. Chen Sanchen didn't know what he was thinking. He was still planning to kill Hanju and escape. I can only wait for him to go out. With his cultivation, he must be an elder or the great-grand elder. Recently, the cult has been harassing the Jade Pure sect. It's impossible for him to continue cultivating in peace. When I escape, I will definitely lead the cult to flatten Jade Pure sect. By then, I will tear this brat into pieces and extract his soul. Chen Sanchen was filled with killing intent, but he didn't dare to show it. When he thought about how he would torture him and how Hanju would kneel before him and beg for mercy, he felt extremely good. At this moment, swish, 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 it was the familiar air-piercing sound. Before Chen Sanchen could react, 3 sword shadows pierced through his chest and blood splattered all over the ground. Chen Sanchen's eyes widened. His eyes were bloodshot as he turned his head in disbelief. Hanju waved his right hand expressionlessly. The sword shadows turned around and blew up his head. Chen Sanchen, the inherent fiend, was dead. This time, it was even more straightforward than a year ago. Chen Sanchen didn't even have the time to dodge. Until Chen Sanchen died, Hanju didn't know how strong he was. Chen Sanchen had long let down his guard. He thought Hanju would keep him alive for some purpose. He didn't expect to be killed today. The moment Chen Sanchen's corpse fell to the ground, a light ball emerged from his body. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Could it be? The ball of light changed rapidly and turned into a human figure. This person had an aged face and his eyes were filled with evilness. He first glanced at Chen Sanchen's corpse, then he stared at Hanju. The cave abode was silent. Hanju sighed. So the old is really here. The old man snorted coldly. Are you sighing because you regret it? You're dead for killing my disciple. State your name. Hanju said expressionlessly, I'm Cao Cao, what about you? Viridescent Nether Cult, Zhang Kunmo. Oh, HMPH, just wait for your death. After Zhang Kunmo finished speaking, he disappeared. Zhang Kunmo has hatred towards you. Current hatred, 5 stars. 5 stars. Very high. Hanju panicked. He quickly checked his interpersonal relationships and heaved a sigh of relief. 8th level of the nascent soul realm. Just like that. From his tone, Hanju thought he was a soul formation realm cultivator. Only a nascent soul. Hanju stood up and began to search for Chen Sanchen's storage bag and storage ring. After a person died, their ownership over their storage rings and storage bags would terminate. This brat is quite rich. There were countless spirit stones and pills, as well as many talismans and curses. But he had few pieces of equipment and not even a single manual. Only bring money when going out. Hanju poured everything into his little universe belt. He then waved his right hand, and his fire spirit energy turned into raging flames that wrapped around Chen Sanchen's corpse, burning it into ashes. Hanju returned to his bed and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly. 8 years passed. Hanju had finally reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Besides the Thunder cultivation potential, the other 5 were still at the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. No one would believe it if news of this speed of breakthrough were to spread. Hanju started to cultivate his wind cultivation potential. It could increase his flying speed, and was suitable for escaping from danger. Half a month later, someone visited. It was Xing Hongshuan. Husband, are you there? Hearing this, Hanju's mouth twitched. After so many years, Xing Hongshuan's cultivation level had already reached the 3rd stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. It seemed like Taoist Jingshu was treating her well. Back when she was still at the Qi refinement realm, her breakthrough speed hadn't been this fast. Hanju thought for a moment, then waved his hand to close the array formation at the entrance. The stone door then opened wide. Xing Hongshuan quickly walked in. Upon seeing Hanju, she beamed with joy. She first sized up the situation inside the cave abode, then walked to Hanju's side and sat down. Then, she leaned against him. Hanju frowned and said, Miss Xing, please behave appropriately. I haven't agreed to be your husband. Xing Hongshuan pursed her lips. Weren't you very excited when you were in the outer sect? Hanju felt awkward, but his expression did not change, and he looked cold. Xing Hongshuan waved her right hand, and 10 medicinal bottles appeared on the ground. These are pure jade pills, Xing Hongshuan said with a proud smile. I've accumulated them over the years. I don't believe you won't be tempted. Hanju's expression softened. Take it back. I don't need it anymore. Xing Hongshuan's smile froze as she frowned. After that, her expression changed greatly, and she asked with a trembling voice, could it be that you've already Han Ju smiled. Xing Hongshuan immediately jumped towards him, but he blocked her with his spirit energy. Miss Xing, if you want to be my companion, you have to cultivate harder. Otherwise, after hundreds of years, I will become an immortal and you will become white bones. Your deep love would then be my punishment, Han Ju said seriously. Xing Hongshuan calmed down upon hearing this. He has a point. She immediately stood up and said, you're right. I can't be your burden. I'll help you ask for golden core cultivation pills. With that, she took back the medicine bottle on the ground and walked towards the cave entrance. Miss Xing, don't tell anyone about my breakthrough. Han Ju reminded her. His cultivation speed was too astonishing. If news of this got out, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. Xing Hongshuan turned and smiled. Don't worry, I'm also afraid that you will attract the attention of other girls. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, and it was extremely moving. Han Ju quickly suppressed his palpitations. What a terrifying woman. I almost fell for it. After Xing Hongshuan left, Han Ju waved his hand and activated the array formation again. He closed the stone gate and continued his cultivation. Xing Hongshuan, Fairy Shizan, both have the word, Zan, in their names. Could it be that they are related? Han Ju held his breath and thought silently. Chapter 28. Target is Nascent Soul Realm, Huge Changes. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. To Han Ju, the feud between the Viridescent Nether Cult and the Jade Pure Sect had been going on for decades. In reality, it had been even longer. The two sects weren't the only ones in the cultivation world. There were other sects as well. Their enemies weren't just each other. It was precisely because of this that the Viridescent Nether Cult and the Jade Pure Sect didn't dare to make a move. They were afraid that both sides would suffer losses and give the other sects a chance to reap the benefits. In a dark hall, 8 figures were meditating. Zhang Kunmo was among them. The leader was a man in a blood-red robe. His hair was black and white, and he had an indifferent expression. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He was Duan Tongtian, cult leader of the Viridescent Nether Cult. You still haven't caught Li Qingzi after so long? Duan Tongtian asked in a deep voice. The 7 elders fell silent. They had chased after Li Qingzi for nearly 20 years, and each time, Li Qingzi was lucky enough to escape. Li Qingzi intentionally didn't return to the Jade Pure Sect. He was acting as the decoy for the sect. Zhang Kunmo said, let's just ignore him and attack the Jade Pure Sect directly. My disciple was killed there. We put in so much effort on Sanshan. Aren't you going to seek revenge? He gritted his teeth at the thought of Han Ju. Back then, he had threatened him. But after so many years, he still hadn't taken action. He could even imagine Han Ju mocking him for boasting. I think so, too. Our overall strength has already surpassed the Jade Pure sects. We can attack them directly. During the Demonic Path Convention, the other sects have already declared that unless we conquer the neighboring Jade Pure sect, they will not submit to us. That's right. If we can't even defeat a nearby Orthodox sect, how can we be the leader of the Demonic Path sects? I'm willing to lead my disciples to attack the Jade Pure sect. Other than Li Qingzi, there's another old monster in the Jade Pure sect. The elders began to discuss amongst themselves. Duan Tongtian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. After a long time, all the elders stopped and turned to look at him, waiting for him to make a decision. Duan Tongtian said, I'm preparing to break through to the Soul Formation realm. Let's launch the attack after my success. By then, it would be very easy to defeat the Jade Pure sect. Soul Formation realm. The elders looked at him in shock. Zhang Kunmo took a deep breath and asked, Leader, are you confident? Duan Tongtian said calmly, I've been preparing for this for decades. I'm 90% confident. 30 more years, it won't be long. 30 years. To mortals, it might be half a lifetime. But to them, it wasn't long at all. It had been 10 years since Xing Hongshuan left. Han Ju cultivated his wind cultivation potential to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and his fire cultivation potential to the 3rd. Ever since his thunder cultivation potential reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, cultivating the other cultivation potentials was twice as easy. Han Ju already saw the nascent soul realm waving at him. He grew stronger every day. It was a wonderful feeling. So, cultivating in seclusion wasn't boring at all. Only by reaching the nascent soul realm as soon as possible could one truly emerge from the weak. Han Ju was already 88 years old, and he was at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. In the cultivation world, there was definitely no other person as fast as him. But he was still unsatisfied. Even reaching the nascent soul realm wasn't enough. He wanted to cultivate until the end, until he was absolutely invincible. One fine day, Chang Yue came to visit. Hanju closed the array formation and welcomed her into the residence. Junior brother, I'm here to see you. I also brought you some natural treasures. Planting them by the pool will make the spirit chi in your cave abode even richer. In the future, it might become the cave abode with the richest spirit chi in the entire Jade Pure sect, Chang Yue said with a smile. She walked to the edge of the pool and began scattering seeds. Hanju smiled. Thank you, senior. Don't thank me. It was all given to me by master. I'm just helping out with some manual labor, Chang Yue said with a smile. Hanju couldn't help but think about Fairy Shizan. He uttered a word of gratitude in his head. Chang Yue continued, ever since you went into seclusion, Jade Serene Peak welcomed several new disciples. Junior Iron, who was ranked behind you, passed away 2 years ago. Elder Iron has died. Hanju was stunned. He hurriedly clicked on his interpersonal relationships and realized that he could no longer find Elder Iron's profile picture. He was gone. Speaking of him, his cultivation potential was so bad. He should have spent his entire life in the outer sect. To be able to come to the inner sect, he definitely had no more regrets. However, before his death, he wanted to see you. His apprentice alchemist told me that. Why did he want to see me? Hanju asked with a complicated expression. He used to hate Elder Iron. But now that he thought about it, Elder Iron had never hurt him. It could even be said that he had raised him. Elder Iron's death caused Hanju's disgust towards him to disappear without a trace. He even felt a bit melancholy. This is the path of cultivation. People always die on the way. But, I can't die halfway. Hanju became more determined to pursue immortality. Chang Yue shook her head and said, how would I know? Did you know each other before? Only a few people knew that Hanju and Elder Iron knew each other. Chang Yue wasn't one of them. It doesn't matter anymore. Senior, cultivate harder. If you die too, I will be sad. Hanju was sincere this time. After coming to this world, he didn't know many people. There were even fewer people who had treated him well. Chang Yue turned to look at him and smiled. HMPH, stinky little junior. I thought you didn't care about me. Hanju smiled and shook his head. The two of them started chatting. Most of the time, Chang Yue was the one talking. She described everything that had happened in the inner sect. Zhou Fan had completely risen up and became an influential figure in the inner sect. He succeeded in his challenge against the eldest disciple of Sword Peak with his foundation establishment cultivation. He won over his companion and shocked the entire sect. But on the second day after their wedding, he divorced the woman again. It was a huge controversy. Currently, Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho had already become the representatives of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. They were both personal disciples, and Mo Fucho was even a core candidate. Xing Hongshuan had been cultivating at Main Peak. So, she wasn't very famous. Alright, it's time for me to go back and cultivate. I'll try to accompany you on the road of cultivation for a bit longer. Chang Yue playfully smiled and then left. Hanju sighed. Although Chang Yue was joking, Hanju felt sad when he heard her words. Hanju was someone who wanted to live forever. Chang Yue's talent was far inferior to his, so she definitely wouldn't live as long as him. However, Hanju wasn't a pretentious person and quickly adjusted his mentality. If he had the ability in the future, he could also help those close to him. For example, Fairy Shizan, Chang Yue, and Xing Hongshuan. Should Mozu be included? Hanju pondered silently. He suddenly raised his right hand and used his finger as a sword to write 2 words on the stone wall across him. Elder Iron. He stood up and bowed at the name. It was a late farewell. Hopefully, Elder Iron will be reborn in a good family. After that, Hanju continued to meditate and cultivate. It had been another 10 years. Hanju's fire and water cultivation potentials had reached the 9th and 7th levels of the Golden Core realm, respectively. He was only left with earth and wood cultivation potentials. This speed was already amazing, but he was somewhat dissatisfied. He began to rummage through his little universe belt to check the medicinal pills left behind by Chen Sanchen. Chen Sanchen was also a golden core cultivator. Perhaps he had golden core cultivation pills. Unfortunately, no. This brat's medicinal pills were mostly poison, aphrodisiacs, and all sorts of despicable drugs. As expected of AF King member of the cult, Hanju couldn't help but curse. Chapter 29. Slaughter a 5th level nascent soul realm cultivator, soul formation realm cultivator in the cult. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Without the aid of pills, Hanju could only continue cultivating with great difficulty. Even so, He was getting closer and closer to the nascent soul realm. 2 years later, his water cultivation potential had finally reached the 9th level of the golden core realm. Hanju began cultivating his wood cultivation potential. Lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Congratulations on reaching 100 years old. You have unlocked the simulation trial function. Simulation trial. You can set your opponent's cultivation level and level of strength to simulate a battle. You can also detect all living beings within a radius of 100 miles and simulate a battle with them. The result of the battle will not affect the physical and mental state of the opponent. The number of times you activate this function is unlimited. Simulation trial. It can even detect living beings within a radius of 50 kilometers. Hanju was first stunned, then pleasantly surprised. This is an overpowered function. Hanju didn't know how strong he was. He could finally give it a try now. He immediately activated the simulation trial function and closed his eyes. He came to a dark space. You can choose a character in interpersonal relationships to be your opponent. Hanju immediately chose Li Qingzi. He wanted to see the difference in strength between him and the sect master. Soon, Li Qingzi appeared in front of him. This Li Qingzi was expressionless and looked like a puppet. The battle began. Li Qingzi took out a golden ruler and attacked Hanju. Hanju took out the Qilin sword and used the 7 illusionary steps to distance himself from him. He quickly executed the 3 pure shadow sword technique, causing 3 sword shadows to appear out of thin air and shoot towards Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi quickly waved his ruler, dispersed the sword shadows, and chased after him. Hanju raised his hand and struck out with the 9 dragons devil expelling seal. The 6 attributes of spirit energy kept changing, and the 9 dragons devil expelling seal collided with Li Qingzi. Initially, Li Qingzi was still able to break the 9 dragons devil expelling seal, but he was quickly sent flying. Hanju raised his eyebrows. It seemed like his 9 dragons devil expelling seal was very powerful. No wonder it could suppress the great grand elder's essence soul. However, the 9 dragons devil expelling seal didn't hurt Li Qingzi. He would always launch his attack again immediately after. Hanju wasn't in a hurry. He was already very satisfied to be on par with Li Qingzi. The battle lasted for 10 minutes before Hanju lost. Li Qingzi's heavenly constellation golden body was extremely powerful. When spells hit him, it didn't cause any substantial damage. However, Hanju discovered that using the Qilin sword to execute the 3 pure shadow sword technique would make his attack more damaging. It could break through Li Qingzi's heavenly constellation golden body and cause him to bleed. As expected of an unparalleled sword. However, he would only be able to break through the defense, not claim victory. He then lowered Li Qingzi's cultivation. 7th level of the nascent soul realm. He still couldn't win. 6th level of the nascent soul realm. A draw. 5th level of the nascent soul realm. He slaughtered Li Qingzi. Hanju activated the Qilin sword and executed the 3 pure shadow sword technique. The 3 sword shadows tore Li Qingzi's body apart. Not bad, not bad. To kill a cultivator 5 levels above me is up to standard considering my cultivation technique, cultivation potential, sword technique, and unparalleled sword potential. Hanju thought silently. Subsequently, he lowered Li Qingzi's cultivation level to the 9th level of the golden core realm and realized that his spirit energy far exceeded Li Qingzi's. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique was evident. Cultivating all 6 types of cultivation potentials gave an abundant pool of spirit energy. He could instantly kill Li Qingzi of the same cultivation level as him without using the Qilin sword. When his consciousness returned to reality, Hanju opened his eyes. I can kill a 5th level nascent soul realm expert now. When I break through to the nascent soul realm, wouldn't I be able to compete with a soul formation realm cultivator? Hanju thought excitedly, but then shook his head. The strength of a soul formation realm cultivator was definitely vastly different from that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. He couldn't let his imagination wild, or else he might fail. I have to think that I can't beat a soul formation realm cultivator. That's the only way to be cautious. Hanju warned himself silently. Only wood and earth cultivation potentials left. Hanju was full of fighting spirit. He felt that he would be able to cultivate both to the 9th level of the golden core realm within 10 years. As more and more cultivation potentials reached the 9th level of the golden core realm, the cultivation speed of the remaining ones became faster and faster. 10 years was enough for him to cultivate the 2 remaining potentials to the 9th level. 10 years went by quickly. Hanju didn't leave the cave abode even half a step. He practically cultivated the entire time. He had successfully cultivated all his cultivation potentials to the 9th level of the golden core realm. Next, he would begin cultivation to perfection. Hanju was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could actually absorb 6 types of spirit chi at the same time. It was something new. Can it be that the 9th level of the Golden Core realm is a threshold? Hanju soon discovered that absorbing 6 types of spirit chi at the same time wasn't too slow for his cultivation speed. Overall, it was faster than before. Good news. Hanju was confident and continued to cultivate. Half a year later, all his cultivation potentials had reached perfection. He could finally cultivate his nascent soul. Hanju didn't relax. He started to prepare for the tribulation transcendence. He established a barrier covering the entire Conate Cave abode. Jade Pure Sect, Main Peak. Inside the hall. Li Qingzi sat at the end of the table. The elders of the 18 peaks were gathered. Besides them, there were several other elders. Everyone's expression was very grave. Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder's expression was really pale. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this true?" Li Qingzi sighed and said, "It's absolutely true. Duan Tongtian had just transcended tribulation a month ago. He's now consolidating his cultivation. He's already a soul formation realm almighty." Soul formation realm. Everyone was scared out of their mind. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Fairy Shizan didn't look good. Where's Master? Hasn't he already cultivated his essence soul? Is he already close to the soul formation realm? Taoist Jingshu hurriedly asked. Li Qingzi sighed and said, "No, his essence soul is only a mystical power. He seemed to have suffered some kind of blow previously and gave up on it decades ago. He's still cultivating bitterly now. Although he's already at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, there's still an insurmountable gap between him and the soul formation realm." The hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stressed. An elder couldn't help but ask, "Then, what should we do?" "Ask for help." Li Qingzi sighed and said, "I've already sent a letter to other Orthodox sects asking for help. I haven't received any reply yet." The elders began to discuss amongst themselves. Soul formation realm. Even if all of us joined forces, we still might not be able to defeat him. Other than Duan Tongtian, there are many nascent soul cultivators in the viridescent nether cult. Sigh, who would know that the goddamned cult would produce a soul formation realm cultivator? Our end has come. We definitely won't be able to win in a direct confrontation. Why don't we escape? How are we going to escape? Where are we going to escape to? Are we going to abandon our centuries of establishment? The elders were all talking at once, and their tone was very bad. No one could speak calmly in the face of such a crisis. Li Qingzi sighed, his face full of worry. Quang. The bell rang on Jade Serene Peak. All the disciples gathered in front of the main door of the Jade Serene Hall. After entering the hall, the disciples found mats to sit on. Fairy Shizan glanced around and frowned slightly. Hanju didn't come again. Forget it. All the disciples looked at Fairy Shizan. There was no nervousness nor anticipation. They thought it was about the upcoming intersect assessment. From the latest information, the cult leader of the viridescent nether cult, Duan Tongtian, has already reached the soul formation realm. If there are no accidents, the cult will launch a large-scale invasion against us in a few years. Fairy Shizan's expression was indifferent as she spoke. The disciples were stunned for a moment before exploding. Soul formation realm. Impossible. Do we have soul formation cultivators? Of course not. Soul formation realm only exists in the legends. It's over. No wonder the cult is becoming more rampant lately. Chapter 30. Mystical Power, Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Fairy Shizan raised her hand, signaling the disciples to be quiet. The disciples quickly quietened down and looked at her nervously. The emergence of a soul formation realm cultivator in the cult was definitely a catastrophe for the Jade Pure sect. Even if they have a soul formation realm cultivator, we still have to fight. Jade Pure sect has been established for almost 1,000 years, how can it be destroyed by the cult? I don't usually ask you all to contribute to the sect, but since the sect is in trouble, all of you must be prepared to fight. From today onwards, all of you are not allowed to leave the Jade Pure sect. Focus on your cultivation and prepare for the battle. Fairy Shizan swept her gaze over everyone as she spoke. The strong aura of a nascent soul cultivator erupted, enveloping the entire hall. The disciples felt a chill in their hearts. Even though they were afraid, they didn't dare to show it. As matters stood, there was no other way. They had all dealt with the cult before and knew that the consequences of surrendering would be worse. Inside the Conate Cave abode, thunder rumbled. Hanju was transcending the tribulation. Under the barrier's enclosure, the sound and aura of the heavenly thunder did not leak out. This heavenly tribulation was different from the ones he encountered before. The lightning transformed into a dragon, and it was even more destructive than before. Nevertheless, it couldn't break through the golden cicada's mystic divine robe's defense. In order to prevent the plants in the cave abode from being destroyed, Hanju used his spirit energy to protect them. Fortunately, the lightning only kept bombarding him. The cave wasn't big, but it was very high. The dark clouds blocked the hole on top. During the tribulation, Hanju had nightmares from time to time. There were all kinds of nightmares, including the death of his friends and master, as well as returning to his previous life and realizing it was all just a dream. Fortunately, Hanju had a strong will and these nightmares couldn't affect him at all. The inner evil didn't even have a chance to emerge. Nascent soul realm, I'm definitely going to break through. Hanju thought excitedly. As he continued to circulate his spirit energy according to the cultivation method, the 6 spirit energies in his body formed a vortex once again. As they gathered on his golden core, the outline of a nascent soul could be vaguely seen. He was already close to the nascent soul realm. Junior. Chang Yue's voice came from outside the cave abode. Hanju thought it was a hallucination. He had heard it before, so he didn't take it to heart. Outside the cave abode, Chang Yue called out a few times, but Hanju didn't answer. She couldn't help but frown as she muttered, "Stinky Junior, you're cultivating too seriously. The sect is in crisis, but you don't even want to come out." She thought about it and decided to stay outside the cave abode. She walked to a tree not far away and started meditating. If the viridescent nether cult attacked the Jade Pure sect from this side, Hanju would definitely be the first to face trouble. She had to protect him. Of course, with her strength, it was very difficult for her to protect him. But when Hanju woke up from his cultivation, she could tell him immediately and bring him back to the inner sect to hide. 10 days later, Hanju finally reached the nascent soul realm, and his spiritual strength soared. The 6 types of spirit energy merged into a new and powerful spirit energy. 6 paths spirit energy. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. You will obtain a mystical power reward. You chose the path of a swordsman. Congratulations on obtaining a sword Dao mystical power, Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. Wow, Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. What a dramatic name. So embarrassing. Hanju thought excitedly. He immediately began to inherit the mystical power. Although it was a mystical power, it was still a sword Dao. It wasn't difficult for Hanju. A mystical power was different from usual magic. He would be able to use it immediately after understanding it. Practice wasn't necessary. But of course, he could still practice it if he wanted to. It would make him more proficient with it. At the same time, outside the cave abode, Chang Yue was meditating and cultivating. She was already used to cultivating nearby. She opened her eyes to look at the cave abode and muttered, "Stinky Junior, you still aren't coming out." Luckily, the cult didn't invade us. She wanted to leave many times, but she was afraid that she would miss the time when Hanju came out of seclusion. Chang Yue sighed and closed her eyes again. She liked him, after all. Maybe wait a little longer. The next day, Hanju successfully grasped the Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. He opened his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 111,998. Race, mortal. Cultivation, first level of the nascent soul realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique can be inherited. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword technique unparalleled 9 dragons devil expelling seal. Mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption technique, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Equipment, golden cicada's mystic divine robe grade 7 numinous treasure, little universe belt, Keelin sword. Cultivation potential, spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows. Unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. His lifespan had increased greatly to 988 years. He was only at the first level of the nascent soul realm. If he reached the 9th level, he would definitely hit 1,000 years old. Awesome, Hanju smiled proudly. He wasn't planning to leave the cave abode, but to continue cultivating. When he suddenly discovered Chang Yuei meditating outside. Previously, he had heard Chang Yuei's voice, but he was breaking through and thought that it was an illusion. Hanju hesitated whether he should check out what was going on outside. However, he saw that Chang Yuei was cultivating and there seemed to be no urgent matter. She actually wants to tap into the spirit chi in my cave abode. But all the spirit herbs in the cave abode were planted by her. So, Hanju decided to allow it. Continue cultivating. A year later, Chang Yuei suddenly stood up and looked into the distance in fear. Thunderclouds appeared above the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure Sect, surging violently and covering the sky. On the west side of the Jade Pure Sect, fiendish cultivators charged out of the forest one after another. A huge army of them flew on their swords and sped towards the Jade Pure Sect. Fiendish aura gathered together like a sea of darkness. The cult was here. Chang Yuei immediately panicked. Instinctively, she wanted to call out to Hanju. But on second thought, the cult was attacking from the other side. Junior Han's cave was nicely out of the way. If she woke him up and brought him back to the inner sect, it might actually end up worse. Chang Yuei bit her lips, before leaping onto her sword and flying towards Jade Serene Peak. Inside the Konate cave abode, Hanju was cultivating when a notification appeared before his eyes. Your sect, Jade Pure Sect, is currently under attack by the Viridescent Nether Cult. Hanju was stunned. He quickly reached out with his divine sense and saw the astounding scene of the cult attacking the Jade Pure Sect. Why suddenly start fighting? Hanju was already a nascent soul realm expert. His strength was far greater than before, so he naturally didn't panic. But the scale of the invasion was very large. He had to be cautious. Hanju didn't go to help immediately. He activated the simulation trial function to detect everyone in Jade Pure Sect and let the system search for the strongest person. Duan Tongtian, first level of the Soul Formation Realm, cult leader of the Viridescent Nether Cult. Soul Formation Realm, Hanju shuddered. So fierce. Hanju's first reaction was to run. Jade Pure Sect has no chance. Calm down, I'm no longer the same as before. I could kill nascent soul realm cultivators when I was at the Golden Core realm. Hanju decided to test Duan Tongtian's strength first. He wanted to see if he could deal with him with the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Hanju's consciousness immediately entered the trial space. The battle began. A minute later, Hanju opened his eyes. He had an awkward expression on his face. He muttered to himself, that's it. He had underestimated himself. I have an unparalleled sword. My cultivation technique is inherited from the immortal emperor. I have the spiritual physique of the 6 paths. And I have mystical powers. I can't benchmark myself with ordinary people. Hanju stood up and prepared to head to the Jade Pure Sect. The once flourishing Jade Pure Sect was now in chaos. The inner sect city had been reduced to ruins and corpses were everywhere. The 18 peaks were filled with figures battling. Sao Sao, Sao Sao, come out and die. Chen Sanshan's master, Zhang Kunmo, floated in the air. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. He was infuriated. He had been here for so long, but Cao Cao hadn't shown himself. Could he have run away? He had withheld his vengeance for decades. He was waiting for this day to avenge his beloved disciple, but he couldn't find the enemy. How frustrating. Zhang Kunmo turned his head to look at the Jade Pure Sect's main peak. The lofty main peak had already been set on fire. Flames swept through the sky, creating a magnificent sight. Cult leader should be ending it soon, Zhang Kunmo muttered to himself. He could feel the aura of the Jade Pure Sect elders rapidly weakening. No one in the Jade Pure Sect could stop a soul formation cultivator. Chapter 31. A kill every 10 steps, casually leave when the deed ends. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Jade Pure Sect, Main Peak. The elders of the 18 peaks were all heavily injured. They were either meditating to recuperate or lying on the ground, unable to get up. They were all staring at the sky as Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder fought Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian's black robes fluttered in the wind as a gigantic black mountain floated behind him. Lightning interweaved on the black mountain, and the powerful suction force made it difficult for Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder to move. Violent winds wreaked havoc on the mountain, sweeping up countless trees as dust mixed with sparks flying. Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder were both injured. Their Taoist robes were torn and their hair was disheveled. They looked extremely pathetic. Although they were already exhausted, they still had to fight. They knew that if they were defeated, it would really be the end of the Jade Pure sect. Their skin was golden in color, and their muscles exposed through the holes on their robes were visually impactful. Heavenly constellation golden body, if not for this secret technique, they would have long been defeated. Duan Tongtian looked down at them and said with a sinister smile, "Give up. You aren't my match at all. If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I can make your disciples suffer less. The grudge that has lasted for hundreds of years should be settled." Li Qingzi, still holding his golden ruler, spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Duan Tongtian, the disciples of the Jade Pure sect would rather die than submit to the demonic path." With a swing of his ruler, gales of fire swept forth toward Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian waved his hand casually, and the black mountain behind him absorbed the fire gust. Great Grand Elder cursed and said, gritting his teeth, "This mountain is a connate black magnet. It absorbs and dissolves spirit energy. This demon doesn't even need to cast any spells. He will exhaust us to death just with the magnet." Duan Tongtian hadn't used his full strength this entire time. He was deliberately playing with and torturing them. "Damn it, what should we do?" Li Qingzi clenched his fist indignantly. Great Grand Elder fell silent. Not far away, Fairy Shizan sighed. "We're finished, after all." Fairy Shizan couldn't help but think of Hanju. That kid is probably still in seclusion. Fairy Shizan was both angry and helpless. Her heart filled with sorrow. She blamed herself even more when she thought of the other disciples. "As your master, I can't protect you. I can only die before you." Fairy Shizan slowly stood up, her body swaying, but her eyes were still filled with determination. Even if she died, she would die for the Jade Pure sect. At the edge of the cliff, Mozu was stopped by two fiendish cultivators. "Hee, little beauty, if you're willing to serve us and make us happy, you might not have to die." One of them laughed and looked at her with lust. Mozu looked behind them. Mo Fucho was busy fighting three other Golden Core Realm cultivators from the Viridescent Nether cult and couldn't save her. Damn it, Mozu gritted her teeth, turned, and leapt down the cliff. Even if she died, she didn't want to be harassed by the fiendish cultivators. She fell through layers of clouds. She wanted to use her flying sword, but she had exhausted the spirit energy in her body. She smiled bitterly. She was really going to die now. She closed her eyes slowly as a face appeared in her mind. A face of unparalleled beauty that was even prettier than women. If I was as determined as him when cultivating, I would have been able to kill a few more fiendish cultivators now before I die. Sigh. Hanju, will we meet again in our next life? No, I hope that in my next life, you will have achieved immortality. Sparkling tears fell from the corners of Moju's eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt someone catch her and heard a familiar voice. "Miss Mo, why are you down here?" Hanju. Mozu was stunned. What does he mean by, down here? Is Hanju already dead? Are we in the Yellow Spring? Mozu opened her eyes and saw Hanju's handsome face. She was lying in his arms. Hanju caught Mo Fuchu's aura and immediately flew up, carrying Mozu. Honestly, this girl has a good body. She's so comfortable to hug. Bah, what nonsense are you thinking? It must be a test from the Great Tao. Are we already dead? Mozu stared at him in a daze and asked weakly. Hearing that, Hanju raised his right hand. Pa! He slapped Mozu, and she instantly jolted awake. So painful. Mozu rubbed her red cheeks and looked at him in surprise. As the two of them returned to the cliff, Hanju swept his gaze over and saw Mo Fucho being surrounded by three fiendish cultivators. He immediately used the three pure shadow sword technique. With a flash of sword light, blood painted the ground. The three fiendish cultivators were instantly killed by the sword shadows. Mo Fucho was stunned. Three Golden Core Realm experts were instantly killed. When he saw that it was Hanju who had attacked, he was very shocked. Impossible. Brother Han. Mo Fucho wanted to say something, but Hanju suddenly tossed Mozu to him. Take care of her. With these words, Hanju continued to fly towards the main peak. Mo Fuchu's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5.5 stars. Hanju ignored the notification. Along the way, he used his finger as a sword and continuously executed the unparalleled finger divine sword, causing sword chi to shoot out and kill the fiendish cultivators along the way. The disciples of Jade Pure sect looked at him in shock. Who is that person, so strong? Is he an elder of the sect? Why haven't I seen him before? Wait, he seems to be a disciple from Jade Serene Peak, ranked 3rd in the inner disciple trial a few decades ago. Is he a core candidate? Hanju disregarded the gazes along the way and reached out with his divine sense. He could feel the powerful pressure coming from main peak. The aura of a soul formation realm cultivator. When Hanju passed by Jade Serene Peak, he caught Chang Yue's aura. Chang Yue and the disciples of Jade Serene Peak were fighting as a large group against twice as many fiendish cultivators. The situation was extremely bad. Hanju waved his hand, and sword shadows immediately zoomed off. 3 sword shadows of different colors were as fast as lightning, killing one fiendish cultivator after another. Screams of agony could be heard. Lu Sangxin, Chang Yue, and the rest were stunned. They turned their heads subconsciously and saw Hanju flying over from afar. Junior Han, Chang Yue cried out in joy. The surrounding fiendish cultivators were so frightened that they fled. However, the sword shadows chased after them. When Hanju vanished from sight, the sword shadows had already killed close to 100 fiendish cultivators. A kill every 10 steps, casually leave when the deed ends. Is it really Junior Hanju? Lu Sangxin was stunned. He thought that Hanju was just passing by and that the one who really attacked was another expert. The technique was too powerful. Main peak. In the forest, Xing Hongshuan was leaning against a tree trunk. Her right arm was bleeding profusely, and her robes were soaked red. Yet, she still looked extremely beautiful. In front of her stood a man in black. The black-clothed man held a ring-shaped saber in his hand and smiled sinisterly. I'll give you a chance. Go back and marry me and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die here. I'll extract your soul and refine you into a ghost slave. Faced with the black-robed man's threat, Xing Hongshuan gritted her teeth and said, it's impossible for me to return to the cult. When Duan Tongtian forced my parents to their deaths, I decided to take revenge. As for marrying you, are you even worthy? A hint of killing intent flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. You're about to die, yet you still dare to mock me. You're asking for it. The man in black was about to speak when he suddenly looked up and saw a figure appear above the forest. Xing Hongshuan looked up and exclaimed in surprise, husband. Hanju asked indifferently, Miss Xing, do you need help? Chapter 32. I'm a soul formation realm cultivator. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Bastard. How dare you harm my potential companion? Hanju looked indifferent, but he was surging with killing intent deep within. When Xing Hongshuan heard Hanju's question, she subconsciously nodded. However, on second thought, this black-clothed man was ranked second among the cult's core disciples. Even if Hanju had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, he was definitely at the early stages of the Golden Core realm. How could he defeat the black-robed man? Xing Hongshuan said, husband, hurry. Before she could say, escape, the man in black suddenly attacked. The black-robed man sensed that Hanju was at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. How dare a 9th level Foundation Establishment realm cultivator disturb me? How impudent! The man in black slashed out with his saber, causing saber chi to rise rapidly. Without another word, Hanju raised his hand and executed the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. The golden jade seal descended from the sky and dispersed the saber chi before pressing down on the man in black. It was a terrifying amount of pressure. Greatly shocked, the man in black immediately jumped away. Hanju followed up with the 3 pure shadow sword technique. Sword shadows flashed. The man in black died before he even landed. It was a gruesome death. He was torn into pieces. Xing Hongshuan widened her eyes in disbelief. Find a place to hide. With these words, Hanju flew towards the summit of Main Peak. Xing Hongshuan was rooted in place in the forest for a long while. Xing Hongshuan's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. It increased again. Hanju smiled bitterly. It seemed that this woman would never fall in love with another man in her life. My damned charm and strength. On Main Peak, Fairy Shizan, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder, Taoist Jingshu, and the other elders were all lying in pools of blood, heavily injured. Most of the elders of the 18 peaks were here, while the remaining elders were in the inner sect battling with the other experts of the cult. Compared to them, Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder were in the worst state. Both of their heavenly constellation golden bodies had been destroyed. Li Qingzi lost both his arms and knelt in the ruins. The Great Grand Elder's face was covered in blood as he meditated to recover. There was no more suspense in this battle. Duan Tongtian stood on the conate black magnet with a mocking smile. Do you still want to resist? Guess how many people from Jade Pure Sect are still alive? The elders were silent. Many of them had even closed their eyes and were waiting for death. Fairy Shizan also closed her eyes. Jade Pure Sect would be destroyed today. From today onwards, Jade Pure Sect would no longer exist in the cultivation world. Villains die from talking too much. I don't think you've heard of this saying before. A voice drifted over. Duan Tongtian glanced over and saw Han Ju flying over at a moderate speed on his flying sword. Ninth level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Duan Tongtian laughed. All the elders of the Jade Pure sect looked over. When Fairy Shizan saw Han Ju, she immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder looked at Han Ju with complicated expressions. They still remembered him. They had bad impressions of him. They felt that he was afraid of death and had no future. They didn't expect that only Han Ju would dare to come up the mountain during this crisis. Sigh. They both sighed at the same time. Han Ju flew to Fairy Shizan and asked with concern, "Master, are you all right?" Fairy Shizan's hair was messy. This was the first time Han Ju saw her in such an unglamorous state. Even so, Master is still breathtakingly beautiful. Fairy Shizan said in a low voice, "Listen. Leave immediately. Run as far as you can. From now on, you're no longer a disciple of the Jade Pure sect." Facing the powerful cult leader, Fairy Shizan wishes for you to leave. You have the following choices. Han Ju wasn't affected by the notification. He had come here because he had already made the decision. Duan Tongtian said with a smile, "Kid, you have guts. Amongst the Jade Pure sect disciples, only you have guts. If you kneel and kowtow 3 times to me, I will spare your life and give you a chance to join the Viridescent Nether cult." Boom. Immediately after speaking, he unleashed the terrifying aura of a soul formation stage cultivator, and the rubble on the ground trembled so violently that it couldn't even settle on the ground. Han Ju's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was calm as he turned to look at Duan Tongtian. "Are you really not going to spare the Jade Pure sect?" Han Ju asked. The Qilin sword appeared in his hand. His blood was boiling. "Even if I'm low profile, I still fight for a cause. Right now, I'm going to kill a soul formation realm cultivator." Duan Tongtian laughed scornfully. "How can we let go of a grudge that has lasted for hundreds of years? If it was you in my shoes, you wouldn't spare the Viridescent Nether cult." Han Ju nodded in agreement. He walked towards Duan Tongtian. "Are you willing to give in?" Duan Tongtian asked with a spurious smile. Han Ju smiled and said, "Not really. I'm prepared to kill you." He said this very casually, but it shocked all the elders of the Jade Pure sect. When all the experts of the sect were defeated, a Foundation Establishment Realm disciple actually dared to stand out and say that he wanted to kill the cult leader. What kind of guts did he have? At this moment, all the elders looked at Han Ju with a different gaze. They were full of respect. Even if he died, he would die a spectacular death. "Ha ha ha, we already have such a disciple. So what if we perish?" Old immortal Taoist Thunder laughed loudly. Because he laughed too hard, his injuries were accidentally aggravated, causing him to cough in pain. The other elders praised Han Ju. Duan Tongtian frowned as killing intent flashed across his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted. "Sao Sao, so you're here, die." Zhang Kunmo sped over with an iron whip in hand and a flying sword beneath his feet. He was furious. Han Ju turned around and looked at him carefully. "Hey, isn't he Chen Sanshan's master?" The enraged Zhang Kunmo charged towards Han Ju without any hesitation. Just as he was about to collide with him, Han Ju raised his hand and used the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. The surging 6 Paths spirit energy transformed into a golden jade seal, shooting out like a mountain. It was a juggernaut. All Jade Pure sect elders widened their eyes. His spirit energy. Fairy Shizan was also shocked, and her beautiful eyes widened. Zhang Kunmo's expression changed drastically, and he immediately brandished his iron whip. Fiendish chi surged into the iron whip and was discharged as a violent gust. Boom! The 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal exploded, and Zhang Kunmo was sent flying while vomiting blood. He plunged into the sea of clouds and vanished without a trace. Instant defeat. Impossible. Everyone was astonished. Duan Tongtian couldn't help widening his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Kunmo wasn't weak. In terms of strength, he was ranked in the top 3 of the Viridescent Nether cult. This kid's spiritual energy is so overwhelming. He's not at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Nascent Soul Realm. Why didn't I know that the Jade Pure sect had this Nascent Soul Realm cultivator? Boy, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But do you know my cultivation level? Duan Tongtian asked with a spurious smile. Han Ju couldn't help thinking that he was nuts. Why do you have so much to say? Showing off. Han Ju feigned ignorance and said, "The 9th level of the Nascent Soul Realm. I'm a soul formation cultivator." Duan Tongtian laughed wantonly. Han Ju also laughed and pointed his middle finger at him. Li Qingzi suddenly sent him a voice transmission. He's stalling for time. Although he's arrogant, he didn't speak so much in the past. Kid, you have unparalleled talent. Don't waste time here. Run. You can still escape by yourself. You might be able to defeat a nascent soul cultivator, but the difference between a soul formation cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator is like heaven and earth. Don't die here. Stalling for time. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Then, we will end this quickly. Chapter 33. Killing a Soul Formation Realm Cultivator, Zhao Zilong of Chong Mountain. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Hanju raised the Qilin sword and walked towards Duan Tongtian. As his gaze fell on the small black mountain behind him, he became puzzled. What's that? Hanju could feel the powerful suction force. He couldn't help but think of something modern. A magnet. Duan Tongtian had always been standing on this small black mountain. Is there some trick behind this? At this moment, Zhang Kunmo rushed up from the foot of the mountain again. His killing intent soared as he held an oil lamp. He poured his fiendish energy into the oil lamp and glared at Hanju with bloodshot eyes as if he had gone mad. Sao, do you still want to fight with our leader? I will kill you first. Zhang Kunmo roared. The oil lamp emitted a black aura that condensed into a huge ghostly shadow as if it came from hell. 3 sword shadows appeared behind Hanju. He raised his left hand and waved it at Zhang Kunmo. 3 sword shadows sped forth. Fast as lightning, so fast. The elders of the Jade Pure sect were all stunned to find that their eyes couldn't keep up with the sword shadows. Poo. Zhang Kunmo's body was instantly pierced through. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body was riddled with holes. Yet, he was still holding the oil lamp high. He died on the spot. A beam of light shot out from the top of Zhang Kunmo's head. Nascent soul. Zhang Kunmo's nascent soul. Hanju squinted. The sword shadows pursued. If he wasn't even afraid of a soul formation realm cultivator, wouldn't killing a nascent soul realm cultivator be as easy as flipping his palm? No surprise. Zhang Kunmo's nascent soul was instantly chopped up. In less than 3 breaths of time, a nascent soul was easily killed by Hanju. Silence. The entire main peak fell into silence. Fairy Shizan, Li Qingzi, Great Grand Elder, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder, Taoist Jingshu, and the other elders were all dumbfounded. It was so nonsensical. A 9th level foundation establishment realm cultivator is so powerful. Fairy Shizan, Li Qingzi, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder, and Taoist Jingshu were the most shocked. They had observed Hanju for decades and knew that he was really weak before. Is he possessed? But even if he was, cultivation must start from the beginning. How could he be so fast? Hanju turned around and looked at Duan Tongtian. He discovered that Duan Tongtian wasn't shocked nor afraid. Instead, he had a mocking smile on his face. Is he crazy? Hanju thought. Duan Tongtian said, you're indeed very strong, but you're only a nascent soul cultivator. How can you fight with me? If you bow down to me now, I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the terror of facing me. Still acting cool, Hanju couldn't take it anymore. The sword shadows of the 3 pure shadow sword technique appeared behind him again. He immediately waved his hand, and 3 sword shadows shot out at high speed. Boom. 3 sword shadows collided with Duan Tongtian and exploded. Duan Tongtian's body flashed with black lightning, easily countering the shadow swords. No, it's the small black mountain beneath his feet. What's that? Hanju frowned. He raised the Qilin sword and prepared to execute his mystical power. The thing beneath my feet is a conate black magnet that can absorb spirit energy. Unless your spirit energy is stronger than mine, it's impossible for you to hurt me. Duan Tongtian laughed wantonly. Hanju pointed at him with his sword and said with a smile, you're talking nonsense. I can kill you with 1 strike. Do you believe me? As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Tongtian suddenly unleashed a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire Jade Pure sect. In an instant, all the disciples of Jade Pure sect and the cult stopped fighting and looked at Main Peak in shock. What a terrifying pressure. Even the elders of the sect were pale and breathing heavily. They were close to Duan Tongtian. The pressure affected them more. The soul formation and nascent soul realms were worlds apart. Hanju was moved. The soul formation realm is truly powerful. However, after going through the simulation trial, he had already fought against Duan Tongtian, so he was full of confidence. I have become a soul formation cultivator. I'm blessed by the heavenly Tao and full of providence. I will definitely be the top cultivator in the Great Yan cultivation world. Jade Pure sect will be my first stepping stone in unifying the cultivation world. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Brat, do you really think you can kill me with 1 strike? If you dare to attack, you're dead for sure. I've already given you a chance. Duan Tongtian raised his arms and laughed with insane madness. The elders of Jade Pure Sect looked gloomy. Duan Tongtian's aura was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it made it hard for people to have any thoughts of resisting. Hanju had a strange expression. This fellow is too talkative. I reached the Golden Core realm at 100 years old and the Nascent Soul realm at 200. My talent. Damn it, I've had enough. Without waiting for Duan Tongtian to finish speaking, Hanju suddenly swung his sword. In that instant, the world seemed to have stopped. Not only on Main Peak, but everyone in the entire Jade Pure Sect saw a black sword chi sweep across the sky like ink hanging high in the air. It was absolutely shocking. A Qilin's roar echoed around Main Peak. Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. Duan Tongtian widened his eyes, unable to dodge in time. As Fairy Shizan, Li Qingzi, and the others watched in disbelief, Duan Tongtian's body was directly crushed by Hanju's sword chi. The sword chi swept past, leaving an illusory figure standing on the dark magnetic field. It was Duan Tongtian's essence soul. At this moment, Duan Tongtian's face was filled with shock, as if he didn't dare believe what was happening before his eyes. His essence soul trembled. He looked at Hanju in fear and asked with a trembling voice, "You? Who exactly are you?" Hanju stepped on thin air. It was as if there was an invisible staircase beneath his feet as he approached Duan Tongtian step by step. Zhao Zilong of Chong Mountain. Hanju didn't reveal his real name, in case he killed Duan Tongtian and someone older was to appear. He used the 7 illusionary steps and appeared before him in a flash. Duan Tongtian subconsciously fled, but Hanju was even faster. He raised his left hand to use the mystical power of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation technique. 6 Paths Soul Absorption Technique. He directly absorbed Duan Tongtian's essence soul. Ah, Zhao Zilong, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Duan Tongtian let out a miserable shriek. After shouting a few words, his essence soul was refined by Hanju. He was deader than dead. A soul formation realm cultivator was insta-killed by Hanju before he could even unleash his full power. Wasn't it ridiculous for a nascent soul realm cultivator to kill a soul formation realm cultivator? But Hanju did it. Hanju kept his sword and looked at the conate black magnet beneath his feet. The elders still hadn't recovered from their shock. Fairy Shizan was also very shocked. She couldn't believe that this was her disciple. He's too powerful. Fairy Shizan thought she was dreaming. The others had similar thoughts. A moment ago, they were still on the brink of death. Now, old immortal Taoist Thunder raised his hand and tapped his chest a few times. The acupoints all over his body began to hurt, making him certain that he wasn't in an illusion. No wonder, no wonder. The great Grand Elder was extremely excited. Back when he cultivated the Essence Soul mystical power, he was almost beaten to death by Hanju. It made him doubt his path and he gave up on that mystical power. Now it seemed to him that it wasn't his fault. Hanju was simply too strong. Li Qingzi stared at Hanju with a complicated expression. He couldn't help but recall their encounter in the 10,000 demon realm. He had made a wrong judgment. Hanju ignored their gazes as he stared intently at the magnet. You have successfully killed a soul formation realm cultivator. You'll obtain a bottle of unparalleled pills. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of divine cognition pills. Xiaoe has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 5 stars. Who's Xiaoe? Hatred of 5 stars straight away. Hanju secretly cursed this guy. Chapter 34. Great Fiend of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Hanju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. Xiaoe. 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Because you killed his puppet, Duan Tongtian, he's filled with hatred towards you. He can't wait to extract your bones and refine your soul. Current hatred, 5 stars. 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Gosh. I knew there were gonna be older ones. Hanju was speechless. Chi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Soul Formation, Void Amalgamation, Fusion, Tribulation Transcendence, and Mahayana. These were the realms of the cultivation world. Progression became harder at higher realms. A soul formation realm cultivator was enough to suppress the entire Jade Pure Sect, not to mention a Void Amalgamation realm cultivator. I have to go into seclusion as soon as possible after this is over. I have to reach the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Hanju thought silently. At this moment, a figure emerged from the conate black magnet. It was the essence soul of that person. His face was ugly like an evil spirit, as if it had been burned and then fermented by poison. His scars were either green or black on his extraordinarily big build. Fellow Taoist, you really have a good mystical power. A nascent soul cultivator killing a soul formation cultivator. Very eye-opening, indeed. That person said in a disturbing tone. Hanju raised his sword. Wait, let's talk nicely. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly lowered his stance. Hanju recognized this person. It was the Xiaowei whom he had just offended. His image in interpersonal relationships was as ugly as in real life. Hanju asked, "Who are you?" Xiaowei immediately straightened his back and said proudly, "I'm an elder of the North State's demon-taming sect, Xiaowei. I can forgive you for ruining my plans as long as you kowtow and admit your wrongs. I'm a great void amalgamation cultivator. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Li Qingzi and the great grand elder exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder the viridescent nether cult targeted the 10,000 demon realm. It was instructed by the demon-taming sect. Li Qingzi gnashed his teeth. Great Grand Elder said calmly, "From today onwards, the viridescent nether cult no longer exists." On the other side, Hanju asked doubtfully, "Did Duan Tongtian stall for time because of you?" Xiaowei harumphed. "Of course. That trash told me that no one in the Jade Pure sect was a match for him and that I could." "Forget it, do you admit your mistake?" Hanju stared at him and said seriously, "I'm considering whether I should kill you." Xiaowei couldn't remain calm anymore. He said angrily, "Do you want to offend the demon-taming sect? Do you?" Before he finished speaking, he turned into a rainbow and sped towards the horizon. Hanju was about to attack, but he didn't expect Xiaowei to escape first. Now it was too late to give chase. As expected of an old senior. He reacts much faster than me. Hanju sighed. He needed to learn from that. He turned around and landed behind Fairy Shizan to heal her. Fairy Shizan glanced at Hanju from the corner of her eyes. She realized that he was not too excited after killing Duan Tongtian. He was as calm as ever. She suddenly couldn't see through him. So he was never cowardly. He really wanted to dedicate his life to cultivation and didn't want to be disturbed. "Hanju, your master doesn't need your help. Hurry up and kill the other disciples of the viridescent nether cult," Li Qingzi urged. Hanju replied, "No, master is the most important. You must be joking. If I kill all the fiendish cultivators, everyone in the world will know me. If I become well known, there will also be more enemies. Many people would even want to simply challenge him." Hanju didn't want to face such a situation. He just wanted to help the Jade Pure sect survive this crisis. He would leave the rest to them. Li Qingzi, Fairy Shizan's lips curled up slightly. The other elders looked at her with a bit of jealousy. If they had such a disciple, what else could they ask for? "Fellow Taoist, tell us the truth. Where are you from? With your cultivation level, you're definitely not a disciple nurtured by the Jade Pure sect," one of the elders asked. They were all curious about this. Hanju replied, "Let the past remain in the past. I'm a disciple of the Jade Pure sect now, so I won't harm the sect." Everyone nodded in approval. Everyone had a past that should be kept private. At the same time, the other elders of the cult had rushed over. They didn't see Duan Tongtian. The connate black magnet was the only thing floating in the air. "Where's cult leader?" an elder asked in horror. Seeing that Hanju and the others were healing their injuries and Duan Tongtian wasn't present, they began to feel uneasy. "Hurry up and kill them. Whatever you want after this, we'll do our best to satisfy you," Li Qingzi said anxiously. With the strength that Hanju had just displayed, killing these cult elders was a piece of cake. Hanju hesitated. The cult elders were stunned and looked at him. "A 9th level foundation establishment realm cultivator can kill us. No, he must be hiding his cultivation. Or else, how did he make our leader disappear?" The cult elders immediately retreated in fear. Li Qingzi cursed silently. He immediately stood up and walked to the cliff. He used all his remaining spirit energy in his body and roared, "Cult leader Duan Tongtian is dead. Jade Pure sect disciples, listen up. Kill all the fiendish cultivators in the sect." His voice resounded between the mountains. Then, a huge commotion ensued. Members of the Jade Pure sect were really excited. All of them started fighting as if they were on stimulants. On the other hand, the fiendish cultivators of the viridescent nether cult were terrified. Their leader was already dead. What were they fighting for? Duan Tongtian didn't voice out to say otherwise. So, it was most likely true. "Run, our leader is dead. Damn it, the Jade Pure sect is so strong. Jade Pure sect has been hiding a mighty figure. Cult leader is at the soul formation realm. He was still defeated by that mighty figure. Crap, they're about to launch a counterattack. Li Qingzi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the fiendish cultivators fleeing in all directions. Good that they're escaping, at least we will have fewer casualties. We will let them pay it all back another day. With Duan Tongtian's death, the cult wouldn't dare to attack the sect for a long time. Jade Pure Sect could even take the initiative to attack. He turned to look at Han Ju, who was healing Fairy Shizan. I can't let this kid leave the sect. Li Qingzi made a firm decision. He could no longer break through. He could only rely on others. Being able to kill a soul formation realm cultivator with a single sword strike showed Han Ju's terrifying power. Li Qingzi needed him on Jade Pure Sect's side. He immediately announced, from today onwards, Han Ju will be the vice sect master of the Jade Pure Sect. Upon hearing this, the elders were all moved, but none of them refuted. I object. Li Qingzi glared at the source of the sound. But it was Han Ju. Han Ju said righteously, I only want to cultivate. I don't want to be the vice sect master. Being the vice sect master must be tiring. I don't want it to hold back my cultivation. Li Qingzi couldn't help but feel conflicted. Great Grand Elder said, let him be an elder. Just give him a title and let him enjoy the benefits of a vice sect master. Unless the sect is in trouble, no one is allowed to disturb him. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. He liked this. Right, that person just now was at the Void Amalgamation Realm. Han Ju suddenly said. Honestly, he was a little disturbed. After all, the enemy had escaped. Great Grand Elder smiled and said, he's only left with his essence soul. If I'm not wrong, Duan Tongtian agreed to help him recover his corporeal body and obtained the chance to break through in return. The reason why Duan Tongtian was stalling for time just now was probably to absorb the spirit chi and vitality of the Jade Pure Sect. This should be some kind of secret technique. As for the demon taming sect, there's even less to worry about. The North State is too far away from us. It can even be said to be at the other end of the world. Great Grand Elder didn't even seem concerned about Xiaowei. But Han Ju was still worried. One should never think like that. There's still a chance things may go wrong. I need to cultivate in seclusion. I must surpass the Void Amalgamation Realm as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Deity Slaying Elder, second level of the Nascent Soul Realm. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After the disciples of the Viridescent Nether cult fled, the Jade Pure Sect's inner sect started to recuperate. The destroyed inner sect cities also needed to be rebuilt. The disciples weren't too sad. Instead, they were excited. There was actually a mighty figure in the Jade Pure Sect who could easily kill a soul formation realm cultivator. The elders of the 18 Peaks told their disciples about the battle with Duan Tongtian. They didn't reveal Han Ju's identity and only mentioned a deity-slaying elder. Deity-slaying elder. Since that day, every disciple of the sect revered the deity-slaying elder. They were curious about everything related to him. That evening, at Jade Serene Peak, after Fairy Shizan pacified all the disciples, she asked them to leave, leaving only Han Ju behind. Although the Jade Serene Peak's disciples witnessed Han Ju killing a lot of fiendish cultivators, they didn't associate him with the deity-slaying elder. Even Chang Yue didn't suspect him. Before she left, she looked at Han Ju. After such a calamity, Han Ju was as calm as ever. She was impressed. She was prepared to wait for Han Ju outside. She had something to say to him. The door to the Jade Serene Hall closed. Only Han Ju and Fairy Shizan were left inside. Fairy Shizan had already recovered. She was still as beautiful as ever, like a fairy from heaven. She stared straight at him. Han Ju lowered his head. But he wasn't afraid. No matter what he did now, Jade Pure Sect would definitely not expel him. Fairy Shizan also had no reason to blame him. Don't you have anything to say? Fairy Shizan asked. Han Ju looked up and asked doubtfully, what should I say? Fairy Shizan harumphed. Who exactly are you? Why have you come to the Jade Pure Sect? Li Qingzi could ignore it, but as his master, she had to know. Her disciple was stronger than her. How could she be the master? No wonder he never needed my guidance. Should I call you fellow Taoist Han from now on? Facing Fairy Shizan's teasing, Han Ju helplessly said, I really don't have any background. You should have been aware after what Junior Iron told you. Do you not believe in my talent? Fairy Shizan narrowed her eyes and said, even if you're talented, where did you get your abilities? You can't just create them out of thin air. A nascent soul realm cultivator killing a soul formation realm cultivator is too ridiculous. It had never been heard of. Fairy Shizan was sure that Sect Master and the other elders didn't believe it, too. Okay, I will tell you. But please don't tell anyone. When I was young, I was told by an immortal in my dream that my talent was unparalleled and I would definitely become an immortal. However, it would be a rough path ahead. So, I didn't dare to cause trouble and cultivated in seclusion every day, Hanju said seriously. Fairy Shizan fell silent. Hanju didn't say anything, either. After a long while, Fairy Shizan spoke again. If that's the case, why did you step forward to save us? The sect didn't treat you well, and I believe you wouldn't call it your home either. Hanju replied, that's true. I've lived for 100 years, but there aren't many people I care about. However, the person I care about the most is in the Jade Pure sect. She even said that she would rather perish together with the sect. Let me see the increase in favorability. Fairy Shizan's favorability of you has increased. Current favorability, 3.5 stars. Only 3.5 stars. As expected of my master. She's indeed different from other women. The colder she is, the more I like it. Hanju exclaimed in his head. Fairy Shizan changed the topic and asked, what are your plans from now on? Continue your seclusion? Yes, that void amalgamation realm demon might come at any moment. I have to quickly become stronger. Go ahead, then. Okay. Hanju immediately stood up and left. For some reason, he was slightly disappointed. When he reached the door, he turned around and asked, Master, is the end of your lifespan approaching? Fairy Shizan was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Curse me to death. I'm thinking about Junior Iron. I don't want Master to leave this world. If this day really comes, I hope Master can inform me in advance. Hanju was being frank. Fairy Shizan said unhappily, get lost, I still have many years to live. Hanju quickly ran away. Fairy Shizan shook her head and laughed. She couldn't help but think of the battle again. It still felt like a dream. She didn't expect such a powerful figure to be hidden among her disciples. However, this kid actually saw her as the most important person. She was surprised. After an hour, Hanju finally freed himself from Chang Yue and returned to his cave abode. Sitting on the familiar wooden bed, Hanju yawned and stretched. What a marvelous day, I'm actually so powerful. Hanju smiled proudly, killing a soul formation stage cultivator with a single strike. I feel awesome. Especially now that the higher-ups of the Jade Pure sect treated him differently. Is this the posturing that's often written in novels? Actually, it feels really good. Sure enough, it is correct to continue to train in seclusion the entire time. If I had stopped training a few years earlier, I would have missed this opportunity. I must try my best to cultivate. Hanju thought silently. If this crisis had happened a year or two ago when he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul realm, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat Duan Tongtian. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to run away. Those women who were his potential companions would all die. Thinking of this, Hanju became even more determined to cultivate. Before he became absolutely invincible, he had to spend all his time on cultivation. Although Duan Tongtian was dead, the potential danger was still present. The demon-taming sect, Hanju was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to surpass everyone in the demon-taming sect before they would come for revenge. Hanju thought as he entered his cultivation state. Half a year passed in a flash. The inner sect of the Jade Pure sect had recovered completely. Having recovered from their injuries, Li Qingzi and the rest started to mobilize a large number of disciples to attack the viridescent nether cult. Hanju wasn't disturbed, and Fairy Shizan didn't send any disciples to find him. Duan Tongtian and Zhang Kunmo were dead. In terms of the number of experts, the cult was definitely no match for the Jade Pure sect. In terms of mentality, Jade Pure sect also had an absolute advantage. A year later, under the Jade Pure sect's powerful attack, the viridescent nether cult was defeated battle after battle and eventually fled from their headquarters. The cultivation world of Great Yan was shocked. The Jade Pure sect's prestige had greatly increased. At the same time, Hanju reached the second level of the nascent soul realm. It took him 2.5 years to advance by a level. It was indeed not easy to break through the nascent soul realm levels. However, compared to before, his cultivation speed had increased by quite a bit. This was because he did not need to cultivate each of his cultivation potentials separately. He could directly absorb all 6 types of spirit chi and convert them into 6 paths spirit energy. Ever since he broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, he had been able to cultivate in such a manner. To a nascent soul realm cultivator, it was extremely helpful. One fine day, Chang Yue came to visit. The sect has gathered quite a number of natural treasures that can help increase the spirit chi in your cave abode. I'll help you plant them. There's also a spirit chi gathering array formation, Chang Yue said with a smile after entering the cave abode. She already knew that the deity-slaying elder was Han Ju. When she heard about it, her favorability toward him increased to 5.5 stars. She had heard this news from Fairy Shizan, so she didn't doubt it. Junior Han was truly an unprecedented genius. No. He must be a proud son of the heavens. Han Ju nodded and said, "Thank you, senior." Chang Yue started to get busy. As she set up the array formation, she smiled and said, "You're already the deity-slaying elder. Can I still be your senior?" Han Ju smiled and said, "As long as you cultivate seriously and hard enough, you will always be my senior." With such a high favorability, how can I reject her? Chang Yue isn't ugly. However, Han Ju didn't want to talk about love for the time being. Cultivating hard was his priority. Thus, he hoped to lead the women who liked him onto the path of dedicated cultivation. Do you want to train together? Like for 1,000 years. Chapter 36. Demon Saint Bloodline, Disciple offers an opportunity. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. With my aptitude, it's impossible for me to catch up to you, Junior. Chang Yue sighed gloomily. Am I really worthy of Han Ju? She already had 2 competitors in the inner sect alone. Mo Ju's talent even surpassed hers. Han Ju consoled her. You won't be able to catch up to me. You just have to cultivate as hard as you can. Longevity is the most important thing for us cultivators. Hearing that, Chang Yue was even more demoralized. After that, she started to talk about what had happened in the sect recently. Sect Master had already led the disciples of 10 peaks to attack the Viridescent Nether cult. The remaining 8 peaks were guarding the sect. Ever since the end of the attack by the cult, the cultivation atmosphere in the inner sect was far more intense than before. All the disciples felt threatened. Zhou Fan had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and was preparing to transcend the tribulation to the Golden Core realm. The sect's reputation in the cultivation world had greatly increased. They were like the leader of the orthodox sects now. As for strength, that was probably not the case. The story about the deity-slaying elder had also spread in the cultivation world. Although Han Ju wanted to keep a low profile, his pseudonym became famous from a single battle. After 4 hours, Chang Yue finally left. Once the spirit chi gathering array formation was activated, the concentration of spirit chi in the cave abode began to increase noticeably. It seems that the status of the sect is also very important. It can affect my cultivation speed. Han Ju thought silently. He had to ask Li Qingzi for some pills. Then, Han Ju resumed his cultivation. Half a year later. A notification appeared before Han Ju's eyes. The Viridescent Nether cult has given up on targeting the Jade Pure sect. You will obtain a piece of equipment and a spell manual. Congratulations on obtaining the Demon Binding Rope and the Major Chiliocosm Thunderstorm. Demon Binding Rope. It has a powerful binding effect. It can bind all living beings below the Soul Formation realm and immobilize them. Major Chiliocosm Thunderstorm. A thunder-type spell. It can induce the thunder spirit chi of heaven and earth to unleash a catastrophic thunderstorm. Massive area of destruction. The cult had finally given up. Honestly, they were really tenacious. They were beaten to the point of fleeing from their headquarters, yet they still dared to plan for revenge. From the looks of it, the Viridescent Nether cult would be eliminated. From now on, the Great Yan cultivation world would no longer have a Viridescent Nether cult. Han Ju smiled and started to bind the demon binding rope to him. After that, he inherited the Major Chiliocosm Thunderstorm. The Major Chiliocosm Thunderstorm had a large area of effect. It suited Han Ju's taste. He loved this kind of grand spell. Being cool was a lifelong endeavor. That night, the thunderclouds above the inner sect gathered and a terrifying heavenly aura enveloped the 18 peaks, causing everyone to shiver in fear. The cult is attacking us again. The cult is already gone. Could it be some other demonic path sect? It's possible. After all, the Viridescent Nether cult wasn't the strongest among the demonic path sects. Prepare for battle. The disciples of the 8 peaks who remained in the inner sect were extremely nervous. Even the elders were anxious. Soon, the elders discovered that the spirit energy came from Han Ju's cave abode. And the rolling thunderclouds in the sky did not cause any damage to the inner sect. Is he practicing a spell? Wow, the elders were even more respectful towards Han Ju. The thunderclouds in the sky quickly dispersed, and the sect regained its peace. Not long after, an elder revealed that the abnormal sign just now was the deity-slaying elder practicing a spell. After this news spread, the disciples of the Jade Pure sect felt much safer. After that great battle several years ago, the deity-slaying elder was their greatest pillar of support. As long as the deity-slaying elder was around, nothing would happen to them. 2 years later, Hanju's cultivation was still at the second level of the nascent soul realm, but he was already close to the third. This was already incredibly fast. Ever since Hanju joined the inner sect, most of the nascent soul cultivators in interpersonal relationships did not increase their cultivation. Hanju was satisfied with his progress. After all, he still had more than 800 years to live. Breaking through to the soul formation realm was a sure thing. "Are you free, Elder Han?" A voice sounded from outside the cave abode. It was Li Qingzi. Hanju immediately waved his hand and opened the cave abode's stone door to let him in. Li Qingzi's face was full of radiance. The Jade Pure sect was in its prime. As the sect master, he naturally felt respected. He walked in and sized up this conate cave abode. He smiled and said, "This cave abode is still a little small for Elder Han. Do you want to go to Main Peak to cultivate?" Hanju shook his head. "It's fine here, I'm already used to it." He sensed the auras of the others. Someone was waiting outside the cave. His cultivation was low, he probably just reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Detected bearer of Conate Providence, checking its origin. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. He immediately checked it. Yang Tiandong possesses the bloodline of a demon saint. He was born half human and half demon. His cultivation potential is unparalleled. However, when he was young, he lost control and transformed into a demon. He injured his fellow disciples and was imprisoned by the Viridescent Nether cult. Fortunately, the Jade Pure sect saved him. Another candidate for the protagonist. The Viridescent Nether cult was quite impressive. They had 2 bearers of Conate Providence hidden inside. But actually, Jade Pure sect also has 2. There are quite a few geniuses, but the ones that live till the end are rare. Since that's the case, then I won't ask you anymore. But if you have any requests, just tell me. I've already told all the elders that everything about you is a big matter for the sect. Li Qingzi chuckled. Hanju smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, sect master." Although he had already surpassed everyone in the Jade Pure sect, he wasn't arrogant because he still wanted to stay in the sect. "Everything is good now. By the way, Elder Han, do you wish to take in a disciple? You can just casually give him some guidance. This guy has a lot of potential. When he grows up in the future, he can also be of great assistance to you," Li Qingzi asked with a smile. He turned to look at the cave entrance and summoned Yang Tiandong in. Yang Tiandong looked like he was in his early 20s. His facial features were well defined, and although he wasn't considered handsome, he was still good looking. There was a strong beastly aura about him, and the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect looked somewhat incongruous on him. He knelt in front of Hanju humbly. Hanju subconsciously wanted to refuse. But on second thought, it wasn't bad to nurture disciples. They would be his helpers when they grew up. I can accept him as a disciple, but he needs to be taught a cultivation technique of the Jade Pure sect. I'll only be responsible for teaching him spells and mystical powers, Hanju said with a low voice. Li Qingzi smiled and said, "There's no problem with the cultivation technique. I can give him the inner sect cultivation technique. But he wasn't a Jade Pure sect disciple. He has to contribute to earn the chance to learn our secret techniques." Okay, Li Qingzi took out a bunch of tokens with the words, "Deity Slaying," carved on them. "These are your tokens. You can give them out to your disciples in the future." With that, he turned around and left. Hanju waved his right hand, and a token flew towards Yang Tiandong. The other tokens were all kept in the little universe belt. Yang Tiandong has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Only 1 star. Hanju narrowed his eyes and said, "I have already deduced your background. Your name is Yang Tiandong, half human and half demon. You had been imprisoned by the Viridescent Nether cult, right?" Yang Tiandong looked up in shock. Before he came, Li Qingzi had specifically instructed him not to reveal his past. He didn't expect Hanju to deduce it so easily. So this is the mighty figure who killed a soul formation realm cultivator with a single sword strike. Yang Tiandong's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Yang Tiandong said respectfully, "Master, you're indeed impressive. I didn't expect you to be able to deduce this much. I'm impressed." He paused as if making a decision. With a flip of his right hand, a red feather appeared in his hand. He said seriously, "Master, this was left behind by my father, and it contains his ultimate technique. I need to reach the soul formation realm before I can cultivate it. I'm still far from that realm. Master, you can learn it first, then teach me in the future. Chapter 37. Fourth level of the nascent soul realm, imitate heaven and earth. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hanju received the crimson feather and perused it with his divine sense. Immediately after, he felt a powerful force obstructing his divine sense. Maybe only the divine sense of a soul formation realm cultivator could force into the object. Yang Tiandong had a 3-star favorability toward him, so what he said was probably true. Then, I'll accept it first. You can cultivate your spirit energy for 10 years first. I like those who cultivate diligently. If you perform well, I'll teach you spells, Hanju said. Yang Tiandong quickly thanked him. Hanju pointed to the side and said, find a place to meditate and cultivate. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Yang Tiandong stood up and found a corner to sit down. He didn't dare to look at Hanju for fear of offending him, so he immediately started cultivating. Soon, he discovered that the spirit chi in this cave abode was extremely dense. It was a good place for cultivation. Ever since the spirit chi gathering array formation and the new natural treasures were added to the cave abode, the spirit chi there became increasingly dense. Hanju's cultivation was more and more efficient. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. At the same time, Hanju reached the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. This sort of breakthrough speed definitely surpassed mortals. According to this cultivation speed, breaking through to soul formation wasn't too far away. Hanju opened his eyes. In these 10 years, Yang Tiandong's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the foundation establishment realm. 6 levels in 10 years. He was pretty fast. He was indeed a genius. Hanju called him, Tiandong. Yang Tiandong suddenly woke up and hurriedly kowtowed to him. How have you felt these 10 years? Hanju asked. Yang Tiandong replied, I've benefited greatly. Not only did my cultivation level increase, but I've also made sense of many principles. My goodness. It's been 10 years, Yang Tiandong wailed in his head. In these 10 years, he had become hopeless countless times. However, he felt that this was Hanju's test for him, and he could not relax. If he couldn't even pass the first stage, Hanju would definitely not treat him as his disciple. Hanju raised his eyebrows. He made sense of many principles. Bullshit. I've been in seclusion for more than 100 years, but I haven't made sense of anything. Hanju felt that there was a need for Yang Tiandong to gain more experience. He said, go out and do some missions. I remember that the sect mission building has a monthly contribution list. You can come back when you become the first on the list. Yang Tiandong immediately stood up. When he got up, he nearly went down again. After sitting for 10 years, his lower body had stiffened. He quickly bowed and left. Hanju waved his hand and opened the door. After Yang Tiandong left, Hanju pondered for a moment before taking out the divine cognition pills he obtained from killing Duan Tongtian. The pills were used to enhance divine sense. After strengthening his divine sense, he could try to break into the crimson feather that Yang Tiandong had given him. There were 9 pills in the bottle. Hanju took out one immediately. After taking the divine cognition pill, Hanju immediately felt dizzy. Some time passed. When he woke up, he discovered that his divine sense had doubled in strength. He was pleasantly surprised. This pill is quite powerful. Hanju began taking the pill regularly. Half a month later, all 9 divine cognition pills were consumed. The effects were outstanding. His divine sense soared. It was more than 10 times stronger. The more pills one consumed, the stronger the effect. It was very magical. Hanju took out the crimson feather again and probed it with his divine sense. Boom! That powerful resistance appeared again. Hanju gritted his teeth and persisted. His divine sense collided with the barrier. After about 3 seconds, he forcefully broke through the resistance. Immediately after, an enormous amount of memories surged into Hanju's mind. Mystical power. Imitate heaven and earth. This was a mystical power that allowed one's body to grow 10,000 times. This mystical power had appeared in many legends. When mastered, one could have a 10,000-meter tall body. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. He liked the grandness and magnificence of the mystical power. In the mountains, a group of cultivators was hurrying on their way. The one walking in front was Mo Fucho. Mo Fucho had reached the Golden Core realm and had become a true core disciple. Other than him and 2 other male disciples, the rest were all young men and women. As Jade Pure sect up ahead. Haze, will I fail the selection test? It's normal to fail. Treat me well in the future and I'll let you play the flute. With your whistling skills, you should be able to play the flute well. Which of the 18 peaks is the strongest? I'm not sure. Senior Mo will introduce each peak to us when the time comes. These youths were the new disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Mo Fucho had recently accepted a mission to be in charge of recruiting disciples. Old immortal Taoist Thunder wanted to support him. Being a core disciple wasn't enough, Mo Fucho needed to build his authority. Recruiting disciples was the easiest way to form connections and build authority. Hearing the discussion behind him, Mo Fucho smiled. Back in the days, he had also been very excited when he joined the sect. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the front. Mo Fucho subconsciously drew his sword and slashed the air with it, shattering a bamboo arrow. Immediately after, the bamboo arrow fragments turned into a poisonous mist that spread in all directions. Retreat, we ran into enemies. Mo Fucho said in a deep voice, then jumped up and swung his sword at the attacker. It was a man in a straw raincoat, and his straw hat concealed his face. He pulled out 2 curved blades from his back, and the blades were shiny and cold. Seeing that Mo Fucho was charging towards him, the person in the raincoat moved and formed 5 clones. All of them attacked Mo Fucho. Mo Fucho slashed out with his sword. Lightning flickered, turning into a large net that covered the raincoat man and his clones. The raincoat man quickly spun, turning into a black whirlwind, forcefully tearing apart the lightning web. Mo Fucho did not panic. He performed a hand seal with his left hand and struck the ground. Lightning traveled along the ground at an extremely fast speed. The raincoat man had just landed on the ground when the lightning wrapped around him, causing his entire body to start trembling. Mo Fucho charged forward, preparing to subdue the attacker. Boom! The ground beside him suddenly exploded, and another man in a raincoat broke out from the ground, swinging his blade at him. Mo Chiangsun cursed in his head. Who are these guys? How dare they cause trouble in the Jade Pure sect's vicinity? Just as he was about to react, a talisman emerged from the ground behind him and quickly stuck onto his back. Mo Fucho was immediately petrified and rooted in position. Pooh! The man in the raincoat stabbed through Mo Fucho's chest, and blood splashed out along the blade. Mo Fucho's pupils dilated with despair. Crap! The others stepped back. When they saw that Mo Fucho had been severely injured, all of them panicked. Everyone, kneel. We only want to capture Mo Fucho. If you dare to disrupt us, you will all die. One of the men shouted in a deep voice. The disciples were so scared that their legs were like jelly. They instinctively knelt. The youths had never seen such a scene. All of their faces were ghastly pale while their entire bodies trembled, and they didn't dare speak. Mo Fucho couldn't move. He stared at the man in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" "Heavenly constellation earthly wraith. We're the phantoms in raincoats. Jade Pure sect has committed a grave mistake. We're here to capture you. All I can tell you is that a great calamity awaits your sect." The man in the raincoat spoke in a low and hoarse voice. Mo Fucho's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, boom, a giant had unknowingly appeared among the mountains. His upper body was concealed by the blanket of clouds, and the highest peaks around him only reached his waist. The scene was spectacular. In front of this giant, everyone felt tiny, as if they were ants looking at a human. The 2 raincoat men were so frightened that their hands trembled. Because the giant wore the Jade Pure sect's Taoist robe. Chapter 38. Raincoat Sect, Discovering a Spy. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Ju, who was using Imitate Heaven and Earth, looked down at the world beneath him. The clouds covered most of his vision, but he was still very excited. This mystical power is amazing. Han Ju was at least 1,000 meters tall now, and it wasn't an illusion. The entire thing was his physical body, and his Taoist robe also grew bigger. It was really impressive. Furthermore, his physical strength also multiplied. Mystical powers are truly unfathomable. Han Ju felt that he could topple a mountain with a single kick. This powerful feeling gave him a lot of confidence. This place was still quite a distance away from the Jade Pure sect. He chose this place to avoid causing a commotion. Imitate Heaven and Earth is indeed powerful. 1,000 meters tall body. I'm sure nascent soul realm cultivators can't damage me at all. Han Ju was secretly pleased. He was about to leave when he heard the sound of fighting. He turned around and saw a group of ants in the mountains not far away. Oh, not ants. They are people. Han Ju didn't care at first, but later he felt that one of the auras was familiar. Isn't that Mo Fucho? He looked at it more closely and nicely saw Mo Fucho getting stabbed. What the hell? Who dares to hurt our disciples right outside the sect? As the deity-slaying elder, Han Ju had to do something. He immediately transformed back, and the giant in the clouds vanished into thin air. At the same time, The raincoat men recovered from their shock. One of them murmured, "Were we hallucinating?" The other responded, "Maybe it's an apparition." The disciples of the Jade Pure sect were also stunned. Mo Fucho had the weird feeling that the giant figure looked familiar. HMPH. A strong gust of wind blew over. It was just a flash before Mo Fucho's eyes. Then, the raincoat men were sent flying backward, both vomiting blood. In a daze, Mo Fucho saw someone. He stared harder. Indeed, it's him. In the blink of an eye, Hanju and the two raincoat men had already disappeared. The others were stunned on the spot as well. They were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. After a long while, Mo Fucho said angrily, "Come and help me." He still had a saber pierced into his chest. The others gathered around him. "Senior Mo, are you all right? Who was that person just now?" "You don't even have to ask. That must be our deity-slaying elder." To be able to hurt Senior Mo, the attackers must be experts of the Golden Core realm. The only person who can defeat two Golden Core realm cultivators in an instant is the deity-slaying elder. Deity-slaying elder, the mighty figure from the Jade Pure sect who shocked the entire cultivation world. Main peak, Sect Master's Hall. Hanju rushed into the door and woke Li Qingzi up. Without waiting for him to speak, he casually threw the two unconscious men to the ground. He used his divine sense to attack their souls, preventing them from waking up anytime soon. These two wanted to capture Mo Fucho. I'll leave them to you. Leaving these words behind, Hanju then left. Li Qingzi was stunned for a moment before he slowly looked at the two men on the floor. On the other side, Hanju returned to his cave abode, sat down on the wooden bed, and stretched. If they dared to capture people right outside our sect, they must be our new enemy. Since they appeared after the viridescent nether cult's demise, they must be stronger. Hanju thought silently. Sigh, endless trouble. Is this life? I need to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Hanju suddenly felt that being at the nascent soul realm wasn't that safe, after all. The next morning, Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder came looking for him. Hanju opened the cave entrance and let them in. Tisk tisk, the spiritual aura here is almost comparable to Main Peak's herbal garden. The Great Grand Elder clicked his tongue in wonder. Facing Hanju again, he was still a little embarrassed. After all, decades ago, he was demoralized by him. Now that he had picked up the mystical power again, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable meeting Hanju. Li Qingzi smiled. The cave abode is still a little small. Should we ask someone to make it bigger? Hanju shook his head and said, "It's good enough. It would seem too empty if it was bigger." If the sect master and the ex-sect master came at the same time, there must be some big trouble. "Just say it. Are we in trouble again?" Hanju asked. "It must be because of the two men I caught yesterday." Li Qingzi sighed and said, "Those two men are from the Raincoat sect. We have been established for almost 1,000 years, while the Raincoat sect has already existed for thousands of years. Their whereabouts are mysterious. 1,000 years ago, they tried to conquer the entire Great Yan cultivation world. But they were defeated by a union of orthodox sects. After that, they hid in the darkness. Now they are back again. Recently, they captured a few of our talented disciples. They seem to have a lot of information about us as they know very well who their targets are." Great Grand Elder harumphed. There must be a spy. The spies from the viridescent nether cult are yet to be eliminated. Most concerning are the spies hidden among the elders. I suspect that they went to find the Raincoat sect to help them seek revenge. Raincoat sect? What an interesting name. Hanju asked, "Are there soul formation or void amalgamation realm cultivators in this Raincoat sect?" Li Qingzi replied, "There are definitely soul formation realm cultivators, but I'm not sure about void amalgamation realm cultivators." Oh, Hanju suddenly wanted to run away again. Of course, it was just a thought. Where could he run to? The Great Grand Elder said, "We plan to pay a personal visit to each sect and unite all the orthodox sects together. During this period of time, we hope you can protect the Jade Pure sect. You face the request of the Jade Pure sect's sect master and Great Grand Elder. You have the following choices." It had been a long time since Hanju had to make a choice. There are more rewards for the second option. There are also soul formation realm cultivation pills. No problem, Hanju agreed readily. As long as he was not asked to go out, anything was fine. Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder were pleasantly surprised. Their favorability towards Hanju increased once again, both reaching a 4-star favorability. After the two of them left, Hanju immediately entered his cultivation state. "It's too dangerous. I need to hurry up my cultivation." Hanju thought silently. Although he could already absorb 6 types of spirit chi at the same time, it would still take him decades to reach the soul formation realm. A few decades. That's the lifespan of mere mortals. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Hanju broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, and his lifespan increased to 1080 years. I like this progression. Hanju was very satisfied. He suddenly remembered something. Why wasn't his disciple Yang Tiandong back yet? He opened his interpersonal link and noticed the flashing red banners on his mailbox. He clicked on them to check. Your good friend, Li Qingzi, has been attacked by the Raincoat Sect X14. Your good friend, Great Grand Elder, was attacked by the Raincoat Sect X26. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, has been attacked by the Raincoat Sect. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, has been captured by the Raincoat Sect. Your friend, Zhou Fan, has been attacked by the Raincoat Sect X8. It was a long list of attacks from the Raincoat Sect. It looked even direr than when they faced the Viridescent Nether cult. Hanju noticed that his disciple was caught. Logically speaking, as the master, he should come out of seclusion. No, Hanju felt that this was a trap. A mysterious force was manipulating his life, forcing him into danger. He had to fight against fate. He wouldn't take any risks. Hanju suddenly thought of something. Could there be spies from the Raincoat Sect in the Jade Pure Sect? He immediately used the simulation trial function to detect the people in the sect. He first searched for the strongest person in the sect besides himself. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder, 7th level of the Nascent Soul Realm, teaching elder of the Heavenly Thunder Peak of the Jade Pure Sect, secret deacon of the Raincoat Sect. Hanju was stunned. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder did not develop any favorability or hatred towards him, so he knew very little about him. Who would know that Old Immortal Taoist Thunder was the spy among us? Chapter 39, Killing an Elder, Demon Saint Divine Pet. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A secret deacon of the Raincoat Sect. Hanju raised his eyebrows. He hid really well. No wonder after the battle with the Viridescent Nether cult, many elders had a favorable impression toward Hanju, but Old Immortal Taoist Thunder did not. It's because he's the spy. The imposter. What should I do? Should I kill him or should I find evidence? Hanju scratched his chin and hesitated. He thought for a moment and went to Jade Serene Peak. Fairy Shizan was trustworthy. The interpersonal relationships didn't indicate that she was a spy. Arriving in front of the Jade Serene Hall, the door opened quickly and Hanju immediately entered. This time, he didn't kowtow. Instead, he clasped his hands and bowed. Master, I discovered an elder who works for the Raincoat Sect. What should I do? Kill him or find evidence? Hanju asked. Fairy Shizan opened her eyes and asked softly, who? Old Immortal Taoist Thunder from Heavenly Thunder Peak. Kill. Hanju was stunned. This was completely different from the conversation he had in mind. Does Fairy Shizan have a grudge against him? Fairy Shizan snorted. I have always felt that something was wrong with him. If you say so, then it's probably true. Hanju nodded and left. Fairy Shizan thought about it and stood up. The two of them left Jade Serene Peak and flew towards Heavenly Thunder Peak. As one of the most popular peaks, nearly 200 disciples cultivated at all sorts of locations on Heavenly Thunder Peak. Hanju and Fairy Shizan quickly arrived at Heavenly Thunder Hall. Senior, I'm here to visit you. Fairy Shizan spoke. With that, the door opened. The two of them immediately went in. The door closed behind them. Seeing Hanju's arrival, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder was surprised and quickly stood up. Two elders visiting me, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder said smilingly. However, before he could finish his sentence, sword shadows flashed in the hall. The sword shadows pierced through Old Immortal Taoist Thunder's chest, pinning him to the main hall's jade wall. Hanju had been able to kill a soul formation realm cultivator when he had been at the 1st level of the nascent soul realm. Now at the 5th, dealing with Old Immortal Taoist Thunder was a piece of cake. So fast. Fairy Shizan was secretly shocked. She didn't even see how Hanju attacked. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder was even more terrified. He wanted to struggle, but he realized that Hanju's sword chi had seeped into his body and was rapidly devouring his spirit energy. Impossible. Why is his spirit energy so overwhelming? Terrified, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder shouted, Elder Han. What are you doing? Expressionless, Hanju said, a secret deacon of the Raincoat Sect, are you? When the sect master left, he asked me to protect the sect. Recently, many talented disciples are being captured by the Raincoat Sect. It must be you who has provided the information on them. I'm killing you right now. He walked towards old immortal Taoist thunder. Old immortal Taoist thunder has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 5 stars. Old immortal Taoist thunder was shocked. He suddenly turned into lightning and dispersed. Bolts of lightning zapped towards the door. Hanju raised his right hand, and lightning shot out from his palm. Major Chiliocosm thunderstorm. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved in the hall, shattering the jade bottles, paintings, and other ornaments. Boom! The heavenly thunder hall shattered as well. Old immortal Taoist thunder reappeared out of thin air and fell onto the ground, vomiting blood. Just as he was about to stand up, 3 sword shadows descended from the sky and destroyed his body. His nascent soul wanted to escape, but it was destroyed by the 9 dragons' devil-expelling seal. Old immortal Taoist thunder was slaughtered. Turning around to leave, Hanju said, "Master, I'll leave the rest to you." He quickly left. Not long after he left, the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak finally entered the hall. Mo Fucho and Mo Zhu were also there. Seeing the rebels of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, they were stupefied. Fairy Shizan said, "Deity-slaying elder, and I have found out that old immortal Taoist thunder is a spy from the Raincoat sect. Deity-slaying elder has just executed him. Tell your fellow disciples to continue cultivating without worries. A new elder will be chosen when the sect master is back. Try not to go out anymore, so that you won't be targeted by the Raincoat sect." With a wave of her right hand, she took away old immortal Taoist thunder's storage ring. The Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples were dumbfounded. How is that possible? Master is a spy. Can deity-slaying elder be mistaken? But Master has been so dedicated for so many years. Even if he's a suspect, we need to wait for the sect master to come back. Master is already dead. I noticed them when they went up the mountain. It has only been 10 breaths of time, but Master was already killed. Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist thunder had been killed by the deity-slaying elder. The news was like a heavy bomb to the inner sect, causing the disciples of the 18 peaks to be in an uproar. Was old immortal Taoist thunder really a traitor? The elders quickly gathered in the main peak's main hall. The meeting was led by Taoist Jingshu. Fairy Shizan flipped her right hand, and a letter appeared in her palm. She then said, "I found it in old immortal Taoist thunder's storage ring. It's a letter passed to him by an envoy of the Raincoat sect." Old immortal Taoist thunder was asked to collect information about talented disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Apart from this, there are some other letters from the Raincoat sect and equipment for fiendish cultivators. She passed the letter to the other elders. After reading it, the elders were all furious and shocked. They cursed old immortal Taoist thunder in anger while feeling great fear. The deity-slaying elder was too terrifying. He killed old immortal Taoist thunder without even discussing it with them. Horrified, they decided to never provoke Hanju. At the same time, Hanju continued to search in his cave abode. Apart from old immortal Taoist thunder, the other elders of the Jade Pure sect were all innocent. But that was normal. If numerous spies were found among the elders, the Jade Pure sect would have been long destroyed. The elders were clear. Next were the deacons. There were spies from everywhere among the deacons. Apart from the Raincoat sect, there were spies from all sorts of sects, whether they were orthodox or fiendish. There were even some from cultivation families. Hanju was flabbergasted. Are all sects in the cultivation world like this? Or are we just unlucky? Hanju shook his head. There were too many for him to pursue the matter. After all, these deacons couldn't do much to harm the sect. Hanju began to cultivate. After that, every half a year, he would use the simulation trial system to detect the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect, in case the Raincoat sect suddenly launched an attack. 2 years later, a notification suddenly appeared in front of Hanju's cultivating figure. Detected bearer of Conate Providence, checking its origin. Again, Hanju immediately checked. A row of words appeared in front of him. Black Hell Chicken, reincarnated demon saint of the upper world. Its true form is a black hell phoenix. Because it killed too many people, it offended the heavenly court and was executed. Its soul sneaked into the 6 paths of reincarnation and was reborn in the mortal world. Its soul will continually modify its physical body until it finally transforms back into a black hell phoenix. It's now a chick. Its spirit intelligence has not matured. It's like a 2-year-old infant. Hanju was stunned. A demon saint from the upper world. So awesome. Yang Tiandong only possessed a demon saint bloodline in the mortal world. The Black Hell Chicken was a demon saint from the upper world. And there's also a heavenly court. Isn't this from the legends back on Earth? Does this world also have one? Intrigued by the Black Hell Chicken, Hanju immediately reached out with his divine sense. At the foot of the mountain, an old farmer was leading a herd of cows through the mountains. On the back of each cow were 2 chicken cages filled with chickens. Hanju's divine sense quickly landed on one of the little black chickens. The feathers of this black chicken were shiny and had a metallic feel to them. Amongst the group of chicks, only this little black chicken had a faint spirit energy fluctuation. How could he miss out on an unparalleled divine pet? Hanju immediately went down the mountain. He approached the old farmer and immediately asked for the chick. The old farmer didn't dare to refuse. He was a servant of the Jade Pure sect and this batch of cows and chicks was meant to be given to the inner sect. Once Hanju showed his elder token, the farmer obeyed. Hanju grabbed the black hell chicken and returned to his cave abode. Chapter 40. A controversial figure, a terrifying 9th-level Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After bringing the black hell chicken back to his cave abode, Hanju tossed it aside and began to cultivate. Initially, the black hell chicken wanted to eat his flowers when it was hungry. However, it was sent flying by his 6-path spirit energy and crashed into the wall. It cried out in pain. That was close. I almost killed it. Hanju had no choice but to pour his spirit energy into the black hell chicken to guide it to absorb spirit chi. After several days, the black hell chicken finally got used to it. Absorbing spirit chi could alleviate hunger. So, the black hell chicken began enjoying cultivation. Needless to say, the reincarnation of a demon saint was indeed impressive. Although it had yet to complete its transformation and its intelligence had not matured, its instincts were still there. If it didn't meet Hanju, the black hell chicken would have been sent to the 10,000 demon realm, eaten by other demon beasts, and reincarnated again. It was unknown how many lifetimes it would take for it to regain the grace of a demon saint. After the black hell chicken started cultivating, Hanju was relieved and continued cultivating. The 5th level of the nascent soul realm was far from enough for him. His goal was to reach the soul formation realm as soon as possible. No, I have to reach the void amalgamation realm soon. Or rather, the Mahayana realm. I need to reach the highest cultivation level in the mortal world. Then, I can finally be at ease. 2 years later, Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder returned. When they came to know that old immortal Taoist Thunder was a spy and had already been killed by Hanju, they were appalled. After Fairy Shizan took out the evidence, the two of them became furious and cursed the Raincoat sect for being shameless. At the same time, Hanju was hosting Xing Hongshuan in his cave abode. It had been a long time since he had seen Xing Hongshuan, and she had become even more attractive. She was already at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The speed at which she broke through was quite fast. She was already catching up to Chang Yue and Mo Zhu. The treatment she received at Main Peak was indeed better than at the other 18 peaks. The sect master has returned, and you have kept the Jade Pure sect safe. You will obtain a spell manual and a bottle of soul formation realm cultivation pills. Congratulations on obtaining the Wind God technique. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of soul formation realm spirit chi gathering pills. Wind God technique, wind type spell. You can ride the wind and travel between heaven and earth. It can also transform one's body into wind. Soul formation realm spirit chi gathering pill, a top-tier cultivation pill for soul formation realm cultivators. There's a total of 12 pills. Hanju smiled when he saw the 5 lines of words. Xing Hongshuan began to plant the natural treasures she had gathered. These treasures were obtained when I was out adventuring. I brought them to you immediately. You will definitely need them. Xing Hongshuan smiled. She turned around and saw Hanju smiling, and she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. It seemed that her husband was very happy about her arrival. Hanju started to chat with her. Xing Hongshuan told him the story of how she went out to train, and Hanju also learned about the cultivation world. Last month, she went out to train with her seniors from the same peak. Coincidentally, she came across a battle between an orthodox sect, the Crimson Peak sect, and a demonic path sect, Azure Dragon sect. They helped fend off the cultivators from Azure Dragon sect and Xing Hongshuan obtained a storage ring by chance. She later discovered that there were many treasures in it. What rank is the Jade Pure sect in the cultivation world of Great Yan? Hanju asked. Xing Hongshuan said in a low voice, there are more than 20 sects in the Great Yan cultivation world, including 12 orthodox sects. Jade Pure sect should be among the top 5. Only the top 5, Hanju was disappointed. No wonder we have so many enemies. Xing Hongshuan shook her head and smiled. Actually, most sects don't have much of a difference in strength. They don't have a true ranking. Hanju nodded. There were not that many rankings in the real cultivation world. After all, there was no big data supporting it. Xing Hongshuan seemed to recall something and continued, oh, right. Recently, a controversial figure has appeared in the cultivation world, Huang Jihao, from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Back when he was at the Golden Core realm, he once killed an old nascent soul realm monster. He then became very famous. It has been a few hundred years, and his strength has probably reached the soul formation realm. Recently, he single-handedly fought his way into an orthodox sect, and no one could stop him. She frowned slightly and said, I heard that Huang Jihao wants to challenge all the sects in the Great Yan cultivation world. Will he come to us? Through Taoist Jingshu, she already knew that Hanju was the deity-slaying elder. If Huang Jihao came, Hanju would definitely have to face him. Hanju shook his head and thought, why are there such battle maniacs everywhere? To be able to challenge a sect alone, he should be very strong. Hanju cautiously asked, did Huang Jihao kill anyone while challenging the sect? Xing Hongshuan shook her head. Not really. After all, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect is also an orthodox sect. Then, I'm relieved. Xing Hongshuan was confused. The famous deity-slaying elder is still so afraid of death. She thought it was funny, but she didn't look down on Hanju. No one in the entire Jade Pure sect had the right to look down on him. After chatting for an hour, Xing Hongshuan left. Hanju continued to cultivate. Xing Hongshuan, Mo Zhu, and Chang Yue would visit him every few years. They didn't disturb him but simply chatted with him. Hanju gradually got used to such a life. It would be nice to chat with them occasionally and learn more about the cultivation world from them. At the same time, the black hell chicken continued to grow. A year later, Hanju habitually tested the area around the Jade Pure sect. Yi Sanlang, 7th level of the Nascent Soul Realm, Deacon of the Raincoat sect. 7th level Nascent Soul Realm. Not bad. Hanju slowly got up and walked out of the cave. The black hell chicken looked up at him before continuing to cultivate. Under Hanju's nurturing, it also started to enjoy cultivation. Several kilometers away, in a forest, a man dressed in the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect was meditating under a tree. He had a handsome face and an evil aura between his brows. It was indeed Yi Sanlang of the Raincoat sect. Why isn't Taoist Thunder here yet? Did something happen? 3rd Junior Yi cursed. He had been waiting for a month. His patience was running out. He even wanted to charge straight into Jade Pure sect. However, when he thought of the mysterious deity-slaying elder, he didn't. At this moment, Hanju walked towards him from the woods. Upon seeing him, Yi Sanlang immediately became alert. He reached out with his divine senses. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. A puny ant, Yi Sanlang continued to cultivate and pretended not to see Hanju. In any case, he was wearing the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect, so it would be suspicious if he ran away whenever he saw someone. Who knew that Hanju would walk right up to him? Yi Sanlang frowned and asked, is there something you need? Hanju transmitted his voice, are you Deacon Yi of the Raincoat sect? I'm old immortal Taoist Thunder's personal disciple. Recently, your activities have been bothering the Jade Pure sect, so Master received many missions and has no time to visit you. So, he asked me to find you. Upon hearing this, Yi Sanlang frowned harder. He suddenly struck out at Hanju's chest. A tyrannical spirit strength poured into Hanju's body. Then, with a boom, Yi Sanlang was sent flying by the rebound and crashed into a tree. Hanju patted his chest and snorted in his head. I'm protected, how can you hit me? And you only have so much spirit energy. The golden cicada's mystic divine robe did not have the ability to reflect attacks. It was Hanju who used his 6-path spirit energy to push out instinctively. How could Yi Sanlang's mortal spirit energy resist? Yi Sanlang stood up, shocked and furious. How can a 9th level Foundation Establishment realm cultivator be so powerful? Wait, could it be? Yi Sanlang suddenly thought of someone and turned pale with fright. He turned around and tried to flee. Just as he turned around, 3 sword shadows shot over like lightning, directly crushing his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Sanlang's nascent soul abandoned his physical body and shot towards the horizon. Extremely fast, Hanju immediately used the wind god technique and turned into a gust of wind to chase after him. In less than 3 seconds, he caught up to Yi Sanlang. He raised his hand and executed the major Chiliocosm thunderstorm. The lightning that filled the sky transformed into a net to stop Yi Sanlang.